only Arnold Schwarzenegger. One and only Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I ate a lot of meat. They showed us commercials
Steak. That's what a man eats.
selling that idea that real men eat meat.
Serious man food.
But you got to understand, that's marketing. That's not based on reality.
I've been teaching fighting techniques to government agencies for more than 15 years. Then I got injured. Unable to teach for at least 6 months, I spent more than 1,000 hours studying science on recovery and nutrition, and stumbled across a study about the Roman gladiators.
The gladiators were predominantly vegetarian.
How could the original professional fighters be so powerful, eating only plants?
When I made the switch to a plant-based diet, I qualified for my 3rd Olympic team. I broke 2 American records. I was like, man, I should have done this a long while ago.
When I went plant-based, I wasn't sure if I was gonna survive. And I actually became like a machine.
One of the biggest misconceptions in sports nutrition is that we have to have animal protein to perform at a high level. That's just not true.
Sometimes you have to do things that you know your competitors aren't doing.
Today's blood and yesterday's blood.
Yeah. I think this is going to wake a lot of people up.
I was recovering better, not getting as sore. This was our best season in the last 15 years, and we had 14 guys on plant-based diets.
We all want to feel great, have more energy.
Cholesterol was 276. Today, 169.
Whoa, now you're talking.
Most guys my age can keep up with the grandchildren. My grandchildren can't keep up with me.
It's not one set of dietary guidelines for improving your performance as an athlete, another one for reversing heart disease, reversing diabetes. It's the same for all of them.
Someone asked me, how could you get as strong as an ox without eating any meat? And my answer was, have you ever seen an ox eating meat?
One and only Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I ate a lot of meat. They showed us commercials
Steak. That's what a man eats.
selling that idea that real men eat meat.
Serious man food.
But you got to understand, that's marketing. That's not based on reality.
I've been teaching fighting techniques to government agencies for more than 15 years. Then I got injured. Unable to teach for at least 6 months, I spent more than 1,000 hours studying science on recovery and nutrition, and stumbled across a study about the Roman gladiators.
The gladiators were predominantly vegetarian.
How could the original professional fighters be so powerful, eating only plants?
When I made the switch to a plant-based diet, I qualified for my 3rd Olympic team. I broke 2 American records. I was like, man, I should have done this a long while ago.
When I went plant-based, I wasn't sure if I was gonna survive. And I actually became like a machine.
One of the biggest misconceptions in sports nutrition is that we have to have animal protein to perform at a high level. That's just not true.
Sometimes you have to do things that you know your competitors aren't doing.
Today's blood and and yesterday's blood.
Damn. I think this is going to wake a lot of people up.
I was recovering better, not getting as sore. This was our best season in the last 15 years, and we had 14 guys on plant-based diets.
We all want to feel great, have more energy.
Cholesterol was 276. Today, 169.
Whoa, now you're talking.
Most guys my age can keep up with the grandchildren. My grandchildren can't keep up with me.
It's not one set of dietary guidelines for improving your performance as an athlete, another one for reversing heart disease, reversing diabetes. It's the same for all of them.
Someone asked me, how could you get as strong as an ox without eating any meat? And my answer was, have you ever seen an ox eating meat?
One and only Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I ate a lot of meat. They showed us commercials.
Steak. That's what a man eats.
Selling that idea that real men eat meat.
Serious man food.
But you got to understand, that's marketing. That's not based on reality.
I've been teaching fighting techniques to government agencies for more than 15 years. Then, I got injured. Unable to teach for at least 6 months, I spent more than 1,000 hours studying science on recovery and nutrition, and stumbled across a study about the Roman gladiators.
The gladiators were predominantly vegetarian.
How could the original professional fighters be so powerful, eating only plants?
When I made the switch to a plant-based diet, I qualified for my 3rd Olympic team. I broke 2 American records. I was like, man, I should have done this a long while ago.
When I went plant-based, I wasn't sure if I was gonna survive. And I actually became like a machine.
One of the biggest misconceptions in sports nutrition is that we have to have animal protein to perform at a high level. That's just not true.
Sometimes you have to do things that you know your competitors aren't doing.
Today's blood and yesterday's blood.
Damn. I think this is going to wake a lot of people up.
I was recovering better, not getting as sore. This was our best season in the last 15 years, and we had 14 guys on plant-based diets.
We all want to feel great, have more energy.
Cholesterol was 276. Today, 169.
Whoa, now you're talking.
Most guys my age can keep up with the grandchildren. My grandchildren can't keep up with me.
It's not one set of dietary guidelines for improving your performance as an athlete, another one for reversing heart disease, reversing diabetes. It's the same for all of them.
Someone asked me, how could you get as strong as an ox without eating any meat? And my answer was, have you ever seen an ox eating meat?
Labas rytas, good morning. Nice to see you again. Well, attendees are coming to our virtual room, also as well as participants and panelists. So Nice to see you all on board again for second day. How was your first session? Do you like it? Just please raise your hand if you really liked yesterday's topics and discussions. Oh yeah, that's great. Okay, hands are rising. Thank you, thank you. If you would be able to evaluate yesterday's session, please put a number in the chat box how much you will rate yesterday's session from 1 to 10. From 1 to 10, yesterday's session. Okay, colleagues, nice to see. Well, we still have 2 minutes. We will wait for our guests, panelists, and more attendees who is planning to join us just right after 10:30. So just patiently wait for 1 minute and we will definitely start.
Good morning,
Hello,
Thomas.
Mr. Zilines.
You hear me?
Yes, we already hear you.
Okay.
Clearly and nicely. Okay, so let me start the second session of our International Lifestyle Medicine Conference. And today's our event topics and guests are quite different from the first hour day. We will try to look to lifestyle medicine from quite a different angle and perspective. And this day is dedicated for our military part, quite a different approach and perspective to lifestyle medicine and Army people health and outcomes. For today we will have around 7 different topics, and we will start from 10:45 with the first topic, a review of cardiovascular risk factors in Jonas Basanavičius Military Medical Services. I think it will be astonishing presentation what's going on in Lithuanian military medical services and what are the main health issues and outcomes in our military services and so on. So, but for the start, I would like to to invite for the conference opening our distinguished guest from Lithuanian some issues, sorry about that. Can you hear me? Okay, sorry for IT issues. So just bothering, don't missing the time. So our distinguished guest, Mr. Žilvinas Tomkus from military police services or healthcare, not only healthcare, but sorry, something going bad with my video and audio. Sorry for that. Now it seems okay. Sorry about that. I believe it's just a short bumps. So one more time, we have a distinguished guest from Ministry of National Defense of Lithuania, Mr. Žilvinas Tomkus. So sorry about Žilvinas this interruptions, and please, well, stage is yours for the first welcome of our distinguished guests and attendees.
So good morning to everyone, and thank you, Thomas, for opportunity to join your community. Actually, we as bureaucrats, you know, are a bit far from medical topics, but thank you very much for the opportunity to join you today. And I am very pleased that the International Lifestyle Medicine Conference is happening. And on behalf of the Ministry of National Defense, first I want to thank Lithuanian University of Health Science, Jonas Basanavičius Military Medical Service, and Lithuanian Lifestyle Medicine Association. And especially many thanks to you, Thomas, for organizing this conference. We planned to have this conference for a while already, but as you know, all know that pandemic situation teach us to adapt to a new reality, as well as to highlight the importance of good health. Talking from a perspective of Ministry of National Defense, there is understanding that strong health and good health of our troops is very foundational of the military activity. And this understanding of need of healthier lifestyle choices comes to military forces as well. So therefore, it is essential to focus on preventive medicine, on healthy lifestyle research. I'm very glad to see that some of our allies, NATO allies, are advancing with preventive medicine programs designed for their militaries, and are willing to share their best experience with us, and with us to share this best experience with us today. Lithuania is also developing this medicine, but I would say there is a need to raise awareness of the benefits of healthier choices, and to further develop lifestyle medicine programs. I believe such programs would bring value to Lithuanian military, contribute sharing the best practice in military medicine, and support the work of NATO in this field. I know that you tackled many issues yesterday, and you have but some topics left from today, and especially important for our armed forces, for our military personnel. With that said, I would like to thank everyone for joining and sharing their work with us today, and wish you very successful day, final day, and engaging discussion. Thank you. Thomas, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Žilvinas, for your trust and willing to start lifestyle medicine in military services and healthcare services. So this is very, very important for us, and I have no doubts on for our military guys. So I believe we can move on. I hope, Žilvinas, you will have a couple of minutes to join us during our presentations and our distinguished guest topics, especially from US Air Forces and so on. So I hope you will have some time in your tight schedule, and you will definitely enjoy us.
Thank you, Thomas.
So let's move on, and maybe we can just start from our first topic based on agenda. It's Captain Greta Bachenina. Do we have you, Mr. Captain? Or Alma Kayenina? Okay, I received some information that we are just trying to connect this room. I believe having some IT issues. So while we are waiting, well, I have a good news for all our attendees. We have an opportunity to share and screen with you one of the most famous last 2 years documentary series, The Game Changers. In the chat area, you already see the links, especially converted to you, and they are available for this film only for today. So please copy the link, copy the pass, and enjoy most of the viewed documentary film back in 2019. So you already saw the trailer of The Game Changers. So just briefly, it is one of the most strongest and groundbreaking documentary in, well, the whole history of maybe dietary patterns in sports and performance. So this is definitely must-see documentary if you are well interested in this area. So do not hesitate, use your choices and use the link and the pass only for today, and well, enjoy the documentary. Do we have our first? Oh, until maybe I see we have Ms. Brigitta Mejiene and Arūnas Emelianovas. Would you mind to change our direction in agenda, as our first distinguished guest have some IT issues, and maybe you can present your topic.
Hello, everybody. Yes, we can. Yeah, we can start from us.
Okay, very nice. Thank you very much. So, well, second one topic now, it's the first one from our distinguished guest from Lithuanian Sports University. Health behaviors and psychology distress among conscripts of the Lithuanian military services, a nationally representative cross-sectional study. So I believe it will be very, very interesting. Well, deciding from the topic, I will gladly hear the outcomes of this cross-national study, and well, the virtual stage is yours. Thanks for your admitting to change the topic by the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. I will try to share my screen. And I am not, okay. Yeah, so me and Arūnas Emelianovas will present the topic, health behaviors and psychological distress among conscripts of the Lithuanian military service. That was a nationally representative cross-sectional study. Professor Arūnas Emelianovas was the leader of this project and this study itself. So it was the project which was under the request of Ministry of National Defense, Republic of Lithuania, and funded by Research Council of Lithuania. Well, at the beginning, we all know here in the lifestyle medicine area, definitely that health mostly depends on health behaviors. And at least health behaviors are those factors that are changeable. Yeah, if we cannot change our genetics, we cannot. It's hard to change the environment we live in. So health behaviors is changeable. We can change. And that's why it's important to study it. That's why it's important to make interventions into health behaviors in order to have healthy society in the future. So, but yeah, it's good. But what the research says, and our own results of our own studies, you know that conscripts are mostly just left the high school and are still young people. And our studies in a high school showed that as much as 22%, so 1 out of the 5 Lithuanian high school students perceive high psychological distress, which on a constant level, when it's constantly present, it might change some physiological functions in the body and lead to the diseases. Almost 11% alcohol consumption is prevalent among 11% of adolescents. Nutrition, adherence to nutrition guidelines in accordance with our study, only 14% of adolescents comply to healthy nutrition guidelines. Boys better than girls in high school, but at the another study in young adults, so those young people who've already graduated high school and probably started life on their own, only 7%, so half, twice as lower. Only 7% of young adults comply with health nutrition guidelines. And nutrition, in accordance with the latest statistics in 2019, is related as much as to 32% of deaths, which were caused by not proper nutrition in Lithuania, and this rate is much higher than deaths caused by diseases due to physical inactivity or smoking or even alcohol consumption. So nutrition is really very important to many diseases and as well as premature death. Well, when we are talking about physical activity, there are World Health Organization guidelines to be physically active at least 1 hour a day for children and adolescents, at a moderate to vigorous level, and only 16% of high school students comply with this recommendation. So it's really very low level of physical activity among young people in Lithuania. And all those health behaviors probably lead to the decline in physical fitness indicators, as again our own study, which was performed 3 times in 2 decades, in 92, 2002, and 2012. And the latest results showed that cardiorespiratory fitness declined as much as 50% in comparison with the same age and the same gender children in 1992. So health behaviors, psychological distress leads to poorer health in young people. And this probably could be applied not only for Lithuanian context, but around the world, because it's, processes of globalization, westernization is really very spreading. Well, so the aim of this particular project study was to identify and compare health behaviors and psychological distress between conscripts rejected for and enlisted into military service, because the problem we have at the moment in Lithuania that as much as almost half of the conscripts each year are rejected because of their health issues. So health behavior is the factor that is really very important to study among those people. The study included 1,600 conscripts, which represented around 14% of the total population of conscripts that particular year, 2018. The mean age of the conscripts was 22.5 years. We measured health behaviors, physical activity, alcohol consumption, cigarette smoking, and the instruments we borrowed from the similar study in the United States. Also, we identified eating patterns by Mediterranean diet adherence screener. Mediterranean diet actually is considered as a golden standard of healthy nutrition and recognized even by World Health Organization. It is widely used to measure healthy nutrition not only in Mediterranean countries, but around the world. You may find a lot of studies. So we also use Mediterranean diet guidelines for healthy nutrition. Body mass index was calculated using the self-reported height and weight. 6-item Kessler scale was used to identify psychological distress in the conscripts. And we also identified motivation for the military service and its relationship with enlistment to military service. The project resulted in 2 scientific articles, which are already published. And results, again, among all of our participants, almost half were later rejected for military service. So 49% were rejected for military service. And in the further slides, I will present the prevalence and comparison of health behaviors among those who were enlisted and among those who were rejected. Well, when we are talking about physical activity guidelines by World Health Organization states that at least 150 minutes of physical activity per week at moderate to vigorous level, or 75 minutes at vigorous level. At least these guidelines were in 2018. Now you know that in 2020 there were some new guidelines, but not much changed. Just now who proposed that adults, young adults, or adults in general should be physically active from 150 minutes to 300 minutes per week. Well, so in accordance with these guidelines, almost half, 54% of conscripts were adequately physically active, and 46% did not meet those recommendations. Well, still more physically active were those who later were enlisted into military service in comparison with those rejected. So almost 5 hours of physical activity per week among those who were enlisted, and almost 4 hours physical activity per week for those who were rejected. Well, and the contrary results was for physical inactivity. So enlisted conscripts were less physically inactive, and rejected were a little bit more inactive. Still, these results were not statistically significant. So there is no difference. Well, when we are talking about nutrition, here is really a very big problem. As you can see, almost half of Lithuanian conscripts had really very poor diet. Yeah? A little bit less than a half have medium adherence to healthy nutrition guidelines, and a high adherence to healthy nutrition guidelines was prevalent only among 3.5% of Lithuanian conscripts. If you remember figures that I presented at the beginning, Lithuanian adults and high school students, 14% of them complied with healthy nutrition recommendations. Among young adults, it was 7%. Conscripts who also are young adults, but kind of specific population, and who are supposed to be healthy and fit. So only 3.5% of them comply with healthy nutrition guidelines. Well, still, among those who were enlisted, we have more conscripts who complied at least at the medium level. Because of that small percent of highly adherents, we pulled together high and medium adherents into one pool and then compared between rejected and enlisted conscripts. Yeah, so rejected conscripts, more of them have really poor adherence to healthy nutrition guidelines. Sorry, I probably should share my full screen. Well, when we are talking about smoking, so it is officially considered that it doesn't matter how much a person smokes. The amount of tobacco use doesn't matter. If a person smokes, it's still a threat to his health. So all smokers, even if they smoke just once a month, for example, were pulled into the smokers group, and non-smokers, they do not smoke at all. So 37%, more than 1/3 of all Lithuanian conscripts do not smoke, and the rest of them smoke. And again, among those who are non-smokers, there are more of enlisted to military service. And among all smokers, there are more rejected to the military service. Alcohol consumption is divided into three almost equal parts of non-drinkers. Again, 1/3 of Lithuanian conscripts, they stated that they do not drink alcohol at all. Almost 30% are light or moderate drinkers, and another 36% are really heavy drinkers. That means that they drink 5 or more units of alcohol per one occasion and more than 3 occasions a month. Well, again, among those non-drinkers, there were more enlisted conscripts. And on the contrary, among those heavy drinkers, there were more rejected conscripts. Well, you also were interested in, alcohol consumption, smoking, nutrition, and physical activity are main behaviors that define health. So we clustered those behaviors and identify those young people, those conscripts who met recommendations for all of the behaviors or none of the behaviors, or are in somewhere in the middle. So we again have for nutrition, we have had at least moderate adherence to nutrition guidelines. So those who have medium or high adherence to nutrition guidelines, those who are adequately physically active, and do not smoke and do not use alcohol. So we have only 7% of those conscripts who have really very nice health behaviors. And we have 16% of conscripts who have really poor health behaviors across all behaviors. Yeah, they have poor diet, they do not meet physical activity recommendations, they smoke, and they drink alcohol. And when we compared those pooled behaviors among rejected and enlisted conscripts. So again, among those who have all the behaviors at the high level, so there are 12% of enlisted versus 4% of rejected. And among those who have really poor behaviors, of really poor performance across all behaviors, there are more rejected conscripts than enlisted. One of our study confirmed the relationships between all those behaviors. Actually, it's the same study, just an article. So nutrition is related, statistically significant, with lower smoking, less cigarettes. Smoking was measured by cigarette smoking. So higher adherence to nutritional guidelines was related to lower smoking and lower psychological distress. Physical activity, higher physical activity was related to lower psychological distress. And alcohol consumption was related both to higher smoking and higher distress. And smoking also was related to a higher distress as well. Yeah, so negative behaviors related to other negative behaviors and psychological distress, and positive behaviors related to more positive behaviors as well. We also identified if our conscripts eat breakfast, as it's also important part of nutrition. So yes, half of them, a little bit more than half of them, have breakfast on a daily basis, and among enlisted conscripts, more of them have breakfast on a daily basis than among rejected conscripts. Body mass index. So more than a half, actually almost 2/3 of Lithuanian conscripts have a normal weight. 27% are overweight and 8% are obese, and just a small 4% are underweight. When we compared that between rejected and enlisted conscripts, so it showed that more of those who were normal weight were enlisted, and more of those who were obese were rejected. And psychological distress, which is actually lower than in high school students, but high school students, you know, it includes a lot of, it's almost half of girls. So among conscripts, it's a main part of males. So it's 10%. So 1 out of 10 Lithuanian conscripts perceive a high psychological distress. And in comparison, so enlisted conscripts, less of them perceive high psychological distress in comparison of rejected conscripts. So it's 3 times or more, even more, 4 times more of rejected conscripts perceive high psychological distress. Well, and this slide shows that those who were enlisted, they also have a higher motivation to serve in a military service or to defend the country. So in a conclusion, we can have like a portrait of a Lithuanian conscript. So he or she is physically active, at least moderately comply to nutrition recommendations, is non-smoker, have low psychological distress, is normal weight, mostly and is motivated to defend the country. And again, one more of the results which lead us to make recommendations for high schools actually. So interesting results among the same conscripts showed that those who actually had better attitudes towards physical activity, towards physical education at school, and those who less skipped physical education classes or more attended physical education classes, which is also health education here too. So these young people, these conscripts, they have better health behaviors and lower psychological distress. So based on that, we made recommendations. Based on this study project, we made recommendations for high schools, for physical education teachers, for public health specialists, for high school students themselves, to improve their health behaviors, to improve their physical activity, physical fitness, other health issues, for the motivation to be physically active and to have proper diet, and so on. So this was also a result of this project. So thank you very much. This is the end of my presentation.
Thank you. That was really interesting data from your researches. And anybody has any questions? I can't see any questions in questions and answers box. That's quite strange because yesterday we had plenty of questions. Maybe this is just the start, you know, it's early morning. Thanks for your accepting to change our agenda a little bit. And maybe I have a question. It's quite typical to hear that most of the recruits are non-smokers, especially when we are taking into advance that when they are coming to military services, they are coming from the same society as we all are, and in our society, smoking is quite prevalent. So maybe there is some insights why we are coming less smokers, well, in between dietary choices and quite fit. Any insights?
Well, actually, regarding smoking, it's not so rates are not so low. It's 63% of smokers.
Okay.
63% of smokers and 37 of non-smokers in our study.
Okay.
So it's not, it's rates of smoking, cigarette smoking, what we measured, it's quite high, I think. And keeping in mind that nowadays there are new ways to smoke, yes, we all know. So probably some of them smoke some other kind of, you know, yeah. And about nutrition, yeah, nutrition is a problem. It's really a problem.
And I believe when we became, well, active members of military services, their nutrition doesn't go better. Am I wrong, maybe?
Well, Thomas, you know, we also did, the project had two studies, actually. One was among the conscripts, and another was among the recruits already, those who were enlisted into military service. And we measured them at the beginning of their military service and at the end. So what happened in between regarding health behaviors, physical activity does not change a lot.
Okay.
No, and as well as nutrition too. What changed dramatically is physical fitness. At the beginning, most of the recruits, it's around an 80% as far as I remember, had inappropriate, they did not meet the guidelines for physical fitness. And at the end of the service in the 9 months, only 20% of them did not. Yeah, so the rest still did. So it's military service actually contribute to health of young Lithuanians.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Brigitte. Well, we have one question. What challenges do you see in using adherence to Mediterranean diet scale?
Well, as we did study in young adults as well, using this Mediterranean diet screener questionnaire and analyzed item by item. So what are the problem among young Lithuanians? Olive oil is a key factor in Mediterranean diet. So there is an olive oil underconsumption among young Lithuanians. There is fruits and vegetables guidelines are more or less met among young Lithuanians. But I am still considered myself as young Lithuanian, but it's probably already not. So young Lithuanians eat more than recommended those junk foods. They do not eat enough fish and sea products. They do not eat enough legumes, which is also emphasized in Mediterranean diet as a main source of protein. And what else? Well, I don't know if I should say here, but a Mediterranean diet also includes moderate consumption of wine. It's 1 glass a day, but no, you cannot save those glasses and drink them all at the weekend. It's not supposed to. But yeah, so even though Lithuanians are quite high at the alcohol consumption in general, yeah, it's a problem in Lithuania, we know. But regarding wine, it's a really very low consumption of wine, and even among young people, those who have higher education, university degree, so they drink more wine than other kind of alcoholic beverages, but yeah, for low education, it's not a case. So yeah, legumes, nuts, fish, junk food, olive oil. So these are the products that should be, some of them should be used more and some of them should be consumed less.
And well, last one question from me. Did you have any opportunities to go deeply and to see what type of dietary patterns are common in military services during their recruit time? I mean, one dietary pattern is what they are coming from our society, from their homes, and how it might change during the recruit period in military services. Maybe there is some changes in their dietary pattern during the service years.
So we actually use the Mediterranean diet screener among all those conscripts and already those enlisted. What I cannot say you, it's those different items of food, about change in consumption of these different items of food. But the screener let us to summarize the diet into one total score. And, the total score of Mediterranean diet haven't changed haven't changed during the military service. So probably different kind of foods varies. Yeah, the consumption of different kind of food varies before and during the military service, but in general, it does not meet. Mostly, it does not meet the recommendations.
Okay, appreciate your time, Dr. Brigita Mezhene and Professor Aruna Semelianova-Svet. From my point of view, it really was interesting to hear your cross-sectional study results, and I believe, and for our attendees, it were quite interesting. Thanks a lot. And if we do not have other questions, no, we are good. So let's move on. I know that you are very tight in a schedule because you have other jobs to do, but if you have any time to please, just right after the break, please join us because we will have a very distinguished guest from USA Military Forces, and you will definitely hear what are we doing there, what are the dietary and well, lifestyle related behaviors are there, and maybe you can compare your data with their data. So, if you have any time, please join us on any time during the day. We will glad to see you on board. So thanks a lot one more time. And let's move on. I see that we already have a Major Greta Bachenina. Am I right? Major Greta, are you on board? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Hello.
Can I start my presentation?
Absolutely. I want to apologize to you because in the first minutes of our conference, I called you as a captain. So please accept my apologies. And I really know that you are major. So today's topic from you is a review of cardiovascular risk factors in medical.
Yes, military medical personnel.
Absolutely.
And
so you just start your presentation, and if you have an ability, please share a video with us of you, because it will be more convenient to to have presentation and to hear from you. Great. We already see your presentation, and hello, Halma.
Hello, everyone. My name is Greta Bachenina. I am a military medical doctor and head of the Military Medical Expertise Commission. This presentation was prepared in close collaboration with medical Dr. Alma Kayenina, head of Sport Medicine Department of the Military Medical Center. I'm pleased and honored to attend this conference and present to you the result of the study, prevalence of cardiovascular risk factors among military medical personnel in Medical Dr. Jonas Basanavičius Military Medical Center. Indicators of health status and risk factors of soldiers in the military medical service, such as body mass index, arterial blood pressure, lipid metabolism, glycemia, smoking, and the change of these indicators depending on the soldier's age are the result of this statistical study provided in this presentation. In Lithuania, cardiovascular disease incidence and mortality rates among both women and men are higher than in Western European countries. High body mass index and poor population plasma lipid profile are the major contributing factors to high cardiovascular disease mortality and morbidity in Lithuania. Cardiovascular disease prevention programs in Lithuania should primarily focus on weight loss and improving blood cholesterol control. We would like to draw your attention to some research conducted by the armies of other countries. IDL cardiovascular health was less prevalent in the United States Army than in civilian United States population. Prevalence of IDL body mass index and blood pressure was low in both the Army and civilian groups, even at early adult ages. These findings reveal the need for policy change to promote, preserve, and improve ideal cardiovascular health in both the Army and the United States population as a whole. United States scientists established the overall body mass index trajectory of United States Army soldiers and found that body mass index increased with age, similarly, but to a lesser degree than civilians. For United States soldiers, the highest body mass index was in their 40s. Army weight regulation allows soldiers' body mass index relative body fat to increase with age to a limited degree, but soldiers must continually self-monitor weight to avoid administrative actions for exceeding weight standards. Researchers found four distinct body mass index trajectories among soldiers: constant, inconstant, increasing, and decreasing. Decreasing trajectory comprised the smallest percent of soldiers. Most soldiers had a constant trajectory reflecting adherence to weight control regulation. Soldiers in the increasing trajectory had body mass index gains that were primarily of adipose tissue. Studies have also shown weight cycling to be predictive of future weight. This study examined the influence of body mass index and abdominal circumference of fitness test results within the British Army personnel. Comparisons were made between groups of individuals classified by body mass index as obese and not obese. Not obese soldiers had significant relationship with success in the annual fitness test and personal fitness assessment. Obese soldiers were more likely to fail and far less likely to take both tests. Compared to older obese soldiers, young obese soldiers were more likely to attempt the tests. This systematic review found good evidence that weight management interventions among active duty military personnel were effective, especially in terms of weight loss. The aim of our research is to investigate prevalence of cardiovascular risk factors among the Lithuanian military medical personnel. The objects of the research are 336 continuing health care protocols in 2019 of the Lithuanian military medical personnel were analyzed. Among them, 146 men and 119 women, age from 21 to 58, body mass index, arterial blood pressure, smoking, blood cholesterol, glycemia, and participation in the military fitness test were assessed. The majority of study participants, 38%, didn't have risk factors or had one risk factors. It's 37%. 4% of personnel had 3 cardiovascular risk factors. In this slide, we can see the depends on the number of risk factors on the age. We can see that the number of soldiers without risk factors decreases with age. The number of soldiers with one risk factor is decreased with increasing of the age. We would like to draw your attention to the fact that cardiovascular disease risk factors are not limited to older soldiers. There are some people in the group of young soldiers who have 1, 2, or even 3 cardiovascular disease risk factors. Most common cardiovascular risk factors of the investigated population were increased body mass index, smoking, and increased body mass index and smoking. Smoking is most common among young men. Body mass index level increases with age in men and in women groups. Although we have young soldiers with the body mass index higher than 25, this number increases significantly with age. The body mass index higher than 30 is a problem for soldiers over the age of 40, both in the men and women. The number of cases of arterial hypertension increases with the age. Most cases were observed in the age 51 and older. It can be assumed that in most cases, arterial hypertension is associated with an increased body mass index. Arterial hypertension was recorded in both male and female groups. Systolic arterial blood pressure. Women of all ages had lower systolic blood pressure than men. The highest systolic arterial blood pressure was recorded in the youngest and oldest men. An upward trend is observed in both male and female groups. Diastolic arterial blood pressure. Women of all ages had lower diastolic blood pressure than men. An upward trend is observed in both male and female groups. The highest diastolic arterial pressure was recorded in the oldest female and male groups. We observed an increase in blood cholesterol level from the age of 35 in the male group, in the age 30 in woman group. Female glycemia increases with the age. The largest change observed between the age of 30 and 40 years in the male group. The highest glycemia was recorded in the age 35, 39, and 50 and 54. Military physical fitness test is very important for the career of military personnel. Each soldier must take annual physical fitness test. We noticed some trends between age and military physical fitness test. From the age of 40, the number of people passing the full test is declining. This trend is especially pronounced among women. Soldiers who pass full military physical fitness test were significantly younger, had lower body mass index, systolic and diastolic blood pressure, and lower blood cholesterol levels. In conclusions, we want to tell you that smoking and high body mass index are the most common cardiovascular risk factors among the Lithuanian military medical personnel. Smoking is the most common among young men. Body mass index, arterial blood pressure, and blood cholesterol level increase with age. There is correlation between cardiovascular risk factors and the results of military physical fitness test. The results of our study indicates that it's worth to implementing a cardiovascular disease risk prevention program in the military medical service. Thank you very much for attention. And if you have any question, send to our emails. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Major. We do not have any online questions generated, but can I ask you just in Lithuanian and in English one question, which is very interesting for me and I believe for our attendees, and basically you can answer in both languages, okay? If it's more convenient for you, you just can answer in Lithuanian. I will try to translate for our attendees. My question is about daily or routine health checks of military services, well, guys and women. During every routine health check, how many in average percent of servants failing during these checks or didn't pass the checks? I'll just ask in Lithuanian. Atliekant rutininius karių sveikatos priežiūros tikrinimus, kiek iš jų vidutiniškai procentaliai nepraeina ribinių reikšmių, dėl kurių jų tarnavimas galimai yra pristabdomas ar darbo aplinkoje vykdymas veiklos yra pristabdomas būtent dėl sveikatos priežasčių?
Aš galiu kalbėti lietuviškai.
Yeah, you can say in Lithuanian, I will try to translate.
Galiu pasakyti statistiškai per metus profesinės karo tarnybos karių, kadangi aš esu atsakinga už profesinės jau tarnaujančių karių sveikatos būklės patikrinimą. Statistiškai iš, kiek galima pasakyti, procentaliai daugumoj eina problemos susijusios su širdies kraujagyslių ligomis, būtent dėl kurių jie yra netinkami tarnauti bendrai iš netinkamų tarnauti per visus metus. Sakysim, jeigu mes turim bendrą skaičių netinkamų tarnaut, tai faktiškai 30–40% netinkančių tarnauti karių yra dėl širdies kraujagyslių ligų pablogėjimo.
Gerbiama Alma, kiek iš jų yra netinkami plius minus procentaliai tarnauti iš visų aktyviųjų, sakykime, karių tarnauti?
Čia Gretos, aš atsiprašau, labai čia Gretos yra sritis, aš nelabai domiuosi, negaliu į šitą klausimą atsakyti.
Atsiprašau, Greta, matau Alma, atsiprašau labai,
Taip, yra tam tikras skaičius, jeigu mes, dar kartą sakau, gal skaičiais aš negaliu operuoti, aš galiu tik tai procentaliai operuoti. Tai dar kartą aš pabrėžiu tai, kad iš viso skaičiaus patikrintų asmenų ir netinkančių tarnauti per metus didžioji dalis, tai faktiškai nuo 30 iki 40% eina kardiovaskulinės ligos. Toliau eina, gali būti raumenų, kaulų raumenų sistemos problemos, psichinės sveikatos būklės, kokios tai kitos problemos, oftalmologinės, otorinolaringologinės. Bet pagrinde taip, mes turim netinkančių karių skaičių būtent susijusių su jų amžiumi, kardiovaskulinės rizikos ir jų pablogėjimas iki netinkamumo profesiniai karo tarnybai prasideda nuo 40 metų ir iki 60 metų, kol gali karys tarnauti pagal profesinę karo sutartį, šitų ligų yra daugėjantis skaičius. Dar klausimas vienas gali būti paliestas čia. Dalis karių, jų yra nedaug, taip pat procentaliai gali būti, sakysim, kokie gal 5% iš visų patikrintų per metus. yra pripažįstami netinkami dėl nutukimo, dėl nekoreguojamo nutukimo. Tai 2 laipsnio ir 3 laipsnio nutukimo. Kūno masės indeksas, kurių yra nekoreguojamas virš 35 kelis metus iš eilės, arba jeigu karys asmuo ateina į komisiją, kūno masės indeksą turėdamas virš 40.
Okay. Ačiū labai. I will try just quickly to translate for our foreign listeners. So in average, there is between active duty servants, we do have at around 30 or 40% who is not allowed to go further for the duty services because of cardiovascular diseases, and around 5 to 7% because of obesity. It's mostly second and third degree obesity rates. We have another question from our attendees. It sounds like most biological risk factors are associated with nutrition. Well, we already heard yesterday's topics. What's wrong in the diet of military services, taking into mind that some food they received? Basically, the question is about if diet and nutrition is associated with most biological risk factors, what's wrong with the diet in the military services? I can translate in Lithuanian language. Just dauguma biologinių rizikos veiksnių stipriai yra susijęs su mityba. Kas yra negerai karinės struktūros arba karo karinėse struktūrose su mitybos organizavimu, kad kariai susiduria su tokiom problemom.
Aš galiu pasakyti šitą klausimą atsakymą. Yra taip, kad karių tarnyboje yra nustatyta griežta dienotvarkė, reiškia darbo pradžios, darbo pertraukų, valgymui ir darbo pabaigos. Tai yra tarnybos pabaigos dienos eigoje. Reiškia, karys realiai vykdydamas savo tiesioginės pareigas, nepriklausomai ar jisai turi užimtumą ofise arba turi užimtumą lauko sąlygomis, maitinasi faktiškai per dieną atėjęs į tarnybą nuo ryto 1 kartą. Maistas šito 1 karto maitinimo eigoje, pavyzdžiui, jeigu karys ne profesinės tarnybos karys, mes kalbam apie profesinę tarnybos dalį, reiškia pusryčiai ryte namuose, tą, ką jisai gali pasirinkti, toliau maitinimasis trumpą laikotarpio laiką, tuo maistu tam, kad pasisotinti, gauti atitinkamą kalorijų kiekį antrai dienos pusiai. Reiškia, turi būti maistas, kaip sakyt, glaustas, greitas ir kaloringas, tam, kad karys turėtų pakankamai energijos vykdyti savo pareigas po pietiniam valandom iki tol, kol, reiškia, baigsis tarnyba ir jisai vėlgi galės grįžti, pavyzdžiui, vakarienės namo. Taigi, kitą kartą profesinės karo tarnybos kariai turi galimybę rinktis tik tai iš karių, kaip sakyt, sauso davinio rinkinių, jeigu kariai aktyvuojami kelių arba kelių dienų, kelių savaičių pratyboms lauko sąlygomis. Vėlgi maistas apskaičiuotas pagal higienos normas ir kiekvienas karys, kaip mes žinom, turi gauti paros bėgyje ne mažiau nei 4000 kilokalorijų. faktiškai nepriklausomai nuo jo kūno masės indekso dabartinio. Ir tai apskaičiuota. Reiškia, vėlgi kaloražas gali būti per gausus nekuriem asmenim, kurie jau turi polinkį viršyti kūno masės indeksą arba būti nutukusiems. Gal taip atsakyčiau šitą klausimą.
Aš tiesiog noriu papildydamas iš jūsų minties sekos paklausti, ar vadovavimasis nustatytom teisinio reglamentavimo formomis, ar yra atsižvelgiama ne tik į kaloražą, bet ir maistingumą, tą vadinamą nutritional density faktorių.
Taip. Jeigu karys renkasi maistą savarankiškai, pagal jo nuosavą norą, reiškia, jeigu jis neaktyvuojamas į pratybas. Jeigu karys aktyvuojamas pratyboms, reiškia, kario mityba yra sudaryta iš, reiškia, visapusiškai turtingo maisto. Tai ir angliavandeniai, baltymai, riebalai. Sausi daviniai susideda iš, pavyzdžiui, riešutai gali būti, medus, košių rinkiniai, ir atitinkamai arbatos. Jeigu kariai, pavyzdžiui, aktyvuojami pratyboms ir mityba vyksta lauko virtuvėse, reiškia, dar papildomai gali kariai gauti maistą plus tokios papildomos vaisių arba daržovių pavidalo, grynos tokios šviežios ląstelienos, jeigu lauko virtuvės dirba. Bet iš esmės pats karys, kuris neaktyvuotas lauko pratyboms, jisai pats renkasi mitybos įpročius, mitybos taisyklės ir tiek, kiek pagal savo žinias, pagal savo išsilavinimą jisai gali tai atlikti. Ar girdit mane?
Ačiū labai. Pabandysiu trumpai tą kompleksinę prieigą iliustruoti anglų kalba. So it's quite interesting and complicated answer because just briefly the problem or the issue is that in average every active duty soldier should consume around 4,000 kilocalories per day. So, and despite where he is working, he is active or he is mid-active in the office and etc. And according to our lectures, mostly the daily meal is based on calories density, less or rather nutritional density. So it's quite mixed effect. And one of the questions from our attendees was, is the standard in the Lithuanian military services only based on calorie ingestion? So the answer was quite clear, but don't you think that hygiene norms should be reviewed? Maybe, maybe. There are some doubts in. By the way, hygiene norms for nutritional part, aren't they reviewed last year or in 2018? Am I wrong? Ar buvo peržiūrėtos higienos normos artimiausiu metu 18 ar 19 metais, būtent dėl karių mitybos?
Ne, tokių kaip ir teisės aktų susijusių su karių mitybos peržiūrėjimu, kadangi mes vadovaujamės daugiau sveikatos apsaugos ministerijos patvirtinomis normomis tam tikrų profesinių sričių asmenų, būtent kariai.
Ar jūsų nuomonė jos turėtų būti peržiūrėtos? Čia toks
Taip. Kariai eina į labai didelio fizinio pajėgumo grupę, reikalaujančių žmonių būtent tarpą, ir tas koloražas faktiškai jisai išlieka. Toks kaip minėjom. O toliau, jeigu asmenys maitinasi, kariai asmenys maitinasi savarankiškai, jau jie renkasi tą patį kalorijų kiekį arba nežinodami, kiek kalorijų jie suvartoja per dieną, arba jeigu kas domisi savo sveikatos būklę, pavyzdžiui, dietologo skatinami, jeigu jie turi jau viršsvorį arba pirmo laipsnio nutukimą, tuomet jau konkrečiai prasideda jų, sakysim, tas sveikos gyvensenos gairių įgyvendinimas į jų kasdienę veiklą. Kadangi, reiškia, rūpindamisi karių sveikata, mes pasikvietėm į tarnybą gydytoją dietologę. Ir jau kelių mėnesių laikotarpyje kariai, kurie turi padidintą svorį, kūno masės indeksą didesnį nei 25 arba dar didesnį, siunčiami reguliariai konsultuotis pas gydytoją dietologą.
Okay, so active military services have an opportunity to meet with dietary expert and how they are able to correct their dietary pattern if it is prescribed by ministry or law services. I mean, well, maybe I'll ask in Lithuanian. Kiek yra atviras dietologo intervencijos efektyvumas, jeigu aktyvaus kario mityba arba kaloražas yra apspręstas iš esmės teisės aktų ir jo gaunamas mitybos davinys yra beprotiškai kaloringas, nors jo fizinio aktyvumo lygmuo yra vidutinis arba minimalus. Tai klausimas, kokia galima intervencija tokiu atveju?
Matot, mes vėlgi kalbam apie trumpalaikius, būtent tokio profesinio karo tarnybos karių kaloražo vartojimą. Trumpalaikį. Reiškia tuo met, kada jie aktyvuojami pratyboms. Bet kasdieninėje veikloje vėlgi jie gali vadovauti sveikos mitybos principais.
Okay. So basically, on a daily basis, active duty servants could ensure their daily consumption or daily dietary patterns based on their own. But when we are called for the active duties in some regions and etc., we are we are not able to choose, and we have what we have. But on a daily basis, we can choose how they're eating and what are their daily eating pattern. So this is why dietary approach from dietary specialists is so important for our military servicing women and men. So we do not have more questions, as I see. Thanks a lot for you. Thanks for your answer. Thanks for discussion. Maybe more focused on Lithuanian, and I hope attendees from other regions won't be mad for us, but it was very important for us to hear from other side, which we don't hear a lot on a daily basis. So Thanks a lot, Major, for your presentation and the reflections to the questions. So according to our agenda, now we have 1 hour break, and I really assume you to come back right after the break, because we will have an outstanding attendees sorry and panelists. Panelists and topics provided by our panelists from flight surgeons in US Air Force's Academy. We will have, James Loomis, medical director of Bernard Medical School. What else? We will have Colonel Valerie J. Castle, Chief Preventive Medicine in United States Air Forces, and etc. So if you look to the agenda, it seems that topics will be groundbreaking and very, very interesting and quite unusual, because on a daily basis we do not familiar what is going on in this closed areas like military, air forces, and etc. So welcome to our live YouTube participants from Lithuanian Army. So please join us right after the break. I believe it will be especially for you very fruitful and interesting to hear these presentations and panelists' reflections to your questions. So we will meet you, all of you, on 1 o'clock or 13:00. So see you around, and have a good break.
One and only Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I ate a lot of meat. They showed us commercials. Steak. That's what a man eats. Selling that idea that real men eat meat. Serious man food. But you got to understand, that's marketing. That's not based on reality.
I've been teaching fighting techniques to government agencies for more than 15 years. Then I got injured. Unable to teach for at least 6 months, I spent more than 1,000 hours studying science on recovery and nutrition, and stumbled across a study about the Roman gladiators.
The gladiators were predominantly vegetarian.
How could the original professional fighters be so powerful, eating only plants?
When I made the switch to a plant-based diet, I qualified for my 3rd Olympic team. I broke 2 American records. I was like, man, I should have done this a long while ago.
When I went plant-based, I wasn't sure if I was gonna survive. And I actually became like a machine.
One of the biggest misconceptions in sports nutrition is that we have to have animal protein to perform at a high level. That's just not true.
Sometimes you have to do things that you know your competitors aren't doing.
Today's blood and yesterday's blood.
Yeah. I think this is going to wake a lot of people up.
I was recovering better, not getting as sore. This was our best season in the last 15 years, and we had 14 guys on plant-based diets.
We all want to feel great, have more energy.
Cholesterol was 276. Today, 169.
Whoa, now you're talking.
Most guys my age can keep up with the grandchildren. My grandchildren can't keep up with me.
It's not one set of dietary guidelines for improving your performance as an athlete, another one for reversing heart disease, reversing diabetes. It's the same for all of them.
Someone asked me, how could you get as strong as an ox without eating any meat? And my answer was, have you ever seen an ox eating meat?
sing for you, for you. Nyamaza mtoto, kesho ni yako, maana ya kesho ni maendeleo. Unapasha weza maisha, jiamini kwanza mwenyewe, mapendo kwa wengine. Oh yeah, unapasha weza maisha, jiamini kwanza mwenyewe, adabu kwa wengine. You can fly with the help of other. I wish you have a great day, great day, great day. I wish you have a great day, a great day. Be careful today, be careful today, be careful today, be careful today. Dunia ni gereza, dunia yo ni gereza. Be careful today, be careful today. I wish you have a great day, great day, great day. I wish you have a great day, a great day. I wish you have a great day, great day, great day. I wish you have a great day, a great day.
The other side, I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. turns to sun rays, and on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
mapendo kwa wengine. Oh, yeah. Tere papi tope, tope. Unapasha weza maisha, jiamini kwanza mwenyewe, adabu kwa wengine. You can fly with the help of other, I wish you have a great day, great day, great day.
storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Finding life along the way, melodies we haven't played. No, I don't want no rest. Echoing around these walls, fighting to create a song. I don't wanna miss a beat. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
shaweza maisha. Jiamini kwanza mwenyewe, adabu kwa wengine. You can fly with the help of other, I wish you have a great day, great day, great day. I wish you have a great day, a great day.
Hello, James.
Good morning, or good morning here in
nice
Washington,
to
D.C.
hear and see from you.
Yes, yes.
Okay, I believe we will just wait 1 minute to that our participants have an opportunity to come back. Basically, we are coming back very slowly after the break.
Yeah.
So no worries about that. So we will start the session from today. It's early morning in your
Yes,
time zone.
6 a.m. Yes, I was.
Okay.
I got up at 4:30 to get.
Okay, we really appreciate your efforts.
Oh, no.
This early morning.
That's about when I get up at 4:35 anyway, because I like to work out, run or go swim before work. So this is I didn't have to set my clock, my alarm too much earlier than normal. So
nice to hear.
Yeah.
So just 1 minute. And we will...
Is there going to be a question and answer at the end or no?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Question and answers in the end of the presentation.
And I'd be happy when we're done to send you a PDF copy of the slides. So if people want to distribute those, if you want to distribute those, if people have questions. So
wonderful, James. Wonderful. So I believe we can start. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back after a short break, around 1 hour. So we will start our second session of our International Lifestyle Medicine conference. So this is my huge honor and privilege to present our second session first panelist, Dr. James Loomis, physician, medical director, Barnard Medical Center in Washington. The practice is focused on lifestyle medicine with particular emphasis on whole food plant-based nutrition. Dr. James Loomis spreads the message that food is the best way to combat illnesses and diseases. he says that most problems that walk into this office can be traced back to inflammation and stress, often resulting from the standard American diet. So this is a huge privilege and honor to have in panelists Dr. James Loomis. So, Doctor, please, e-conference platform is yours, and we are ready to hear from you.
All right, thank you so much. And first of all, I just want to thank the hosts, everyone, for having me. I wish I was there in Lithuania, but maybe next year.
Yeah.
And also, I just wanted to congratulate you all on being really one of the leaders on the forefront of lifestyle medicine and this global lifestyle medicine movement, which is so important. So what I'd like to talk about today is lifestyle medicine as a prescription for optimal performance and readiness. And let me share my screen here. All right. All right, so this is a subject that's very important to me. I'm actually on the faculty of the Military Medical School, the University for Uniform Services University for Health Sciences here in Washington, D.C. in Bethesda, actually. And just like the worldwide global epidemic of obesity, it hasn't really spared the military worldwide. This is from a study that was published last year, looking at data that's been published worldwide in the military on obesity rates. And as you can see, obesity rates are in the 10 to 20% range on average, and overall and overweight 40 to 50%. And that number has been increasing. This is data from the U.S. military that shows that over the past decade, there's been a tremendous increase in the incidence of obesity, and it's up by about 73%. And along with that comes some of the chronic diseases that are associated with an unhealthy lifestyle. This is data published 2 years ago, and AD is active duty, and this is again in the U.S. military. And NHANES is the general population. And as you can see in the middle side about body mass index, obesity and combined obesity and overweight parallels that of the general population and is about 66% of all active duty military. Just to the right of that, if you look at blood pressure, actually active duty military have a higher incidence of blood pressure issues than that of the general population. And diabetes being a little bit less. So what's the impact of this unhealthy lifestyle? Well, there's many. Recruitment, it can be an issue here in the United States. 75% of youth today are ineligible for military service, which has resulted in some of the military services not meeting their recruitment quotas due to chronic health issues, obesity, and poor physical fitness. And we also know that obesity increases the risk for musculoskeletal injury by about 33%. And obviously when soldiers are injured, they're not ready to perform their duties. And even for soldiers who are mission ready, sometimes they're not mission focused because they're concerned about loved ones at home who have these chronic lifestyle related diseases like diabetes and heart disease and many cancers. So how do we get in this mess? How do we get this, despite being, having some of the best medical care in the Western world, having food that's available, readily available? How do we get in this mess where here in the United States, at least, and again, this is reflected globally, that 75% of the US population is either obese or overweight, 66% has prediabetes or diabetes. And so how do we get here? Well, I'm going to argue that what I've learned is that we make health way too complicated, and that I think we are designed to lead the same type of lifestyle that our ancestors evolved to live. And so what did that look like? What did we evolve to accomplish as human beings? Well, primarily it was the ability to find food when we're starving and not be someone else's food when they were starving. And that's actually where most of human stress originated. And we had to respond to that stress through physical activity because we had to gather and hunt food or run away from and fight leopards to survive. And so we evolved to be physically active. If you look at the biomechanics of our feet and ankles, our cardiorespiratory physiology, and even the human stress response, we have adrenaline designed to get us ready to perform activity, and then we have cortisol to help us recover. And that cycle of stress, activity, recovery repetitively over time is how we built resilience to things. That's how we got stronger, faster, smarter. For any of you who have ever trained for a 10K run or a marathon or lifted weights, you know that's how you accomplish that, and all is good. And so metabolically, when we set up this cycle of fast and famine, which required activity, when we were starved, we had to go find food. And so we would cycle energy in and out of primarily our muscle and liver, but primarily muscle with glycogen and triglyceride. So when we perform activity, we deplete that energy, we find energy, we refill the gas tank. And so it's this cycle. Unfortunately, in the modern world, most of us lead a mismatched lifestyle to that we're designed to lead. For example, we don't have to spend energy to get energy. We have grocery stores, and we have Uber Eats delivery service, and we have grocery delivery. The kinds of foods we eat oftentimes bear little to no resemblance to what we're really supposed to be eating, and we'll talk about that in a second. We now run and fight emotionally, not physically, and most of us aren't worrying about starving to death and eaten by leopards. We're worried about jobs and money and COVID and relationships and family and health and politics, etc. And then we compound that by not recovering from the stress. We don't get enough sleep. The sleep's not restful. We drink too much caffeine. We smoke cigarettes. We drink too much alcohol, so don't recover from the stress that we have, which just makes that worse. And then in the modern world, we're exposed to many environmental toxins, again, primarily tobacco and alcohol, though I think there is increasing concern about things like pesticides and herbicides and heavy metals and antibiotics in our food. And when we lead this mismatched lifestyle, what ends up happening is we develop a metabolic stall, because when we no longer emptying that energy out of our gas tank, we have no place to put it. And so what ends up happening is we start to get fat, for example, deposited in our muscle and liver cells, where it's not supposed to be, which is really the root cause of insulin resistance, for example, which drives a lot of the prediabetes and diabetes, heart disease, et cetera, that we see. So, and again, arguably, it is this mismatched lifestyle that accounts for 90% plus of the chronic diseases I see in my office. High blood pressure, diabetes, heart disease, many cancers, breast cancer, colon cancer, depression, anxiety, insomnia, autoimmune disease. All of it can ultimately be traced back to this mismatched lifestyle that we lead in the modern world. So to be truly well, we have to be well in three separate but highly connected domains. And then we need to limit our exposures to environmental toxins, which is primarily tobacco and alcohol. Although I think there is increasing concern about things like pesticides and herbicides and antibiotic residues in our food. We have to achieve physical wellness, and we do that by movement. We need at least 30 minutes up to an hour most days. And then several days a week, we need to replicate picking things up and moving it out of the way like weights. We need to be emotionally well, and that's about how we cope with stress and recover from stress, mainly through sleep. And we need to be nutritionally well, which means we got to eat what we're supposed to eat and not eat what we're not supposed to eat. I think another thing we overlook is the connectedness between these domains. The fact that you can't truly be emotionally well without regular physical activity. And the reason is when your brain can't tell the difference between worrying about COVID and seeing leopards. And so when we overstress but now we're running and fighting emotionally and not physically, when we overstress and underexercise, what happens? Well, the extra adrenaline makes our blood pressure go up, and it creates anxiety, and it creates insomnia because our mind's racing around. So again, we don't recover from the stress. The extra cortisol we're making, which is designed to help us heal after exercise. That's one reason we give cortisone shots, for example. But it also stimulates our appetite and preferentially stores what we eat as belly fat because it's trying to help you refill a gas tank that you never emptied. So again, when we overstress and underexercise, that extra cortisol turns against us. We stress eat, gain weight. It's hard to lose weight. Blood sugars go up, etc. Fundamental connection between diet and exercise. If you use your car as an analogy, if first of all, you don't park your car in the garage for a year and not drive it, but still fill it full of gas 5 times a day. If your gas tank holds, 15 liters, you don't put in 30 liters when you go to the gas station, even if you're emptying the gas tank. And you certainly don't put diesel gas in your car in moderation and expect it to run right. And again, I would argue if it runs on regular unleaded gas, and again, I would argue that much of the healthcare dollars we spend in the Western world today are to continuously repair people's cars because they keep filling it up with the wrong kind of gas. And it's also there's really fascinating emerging research around our nutritional well-being and our emotional well-being, mainly centered around the gut-brain axis, which is a whole nother talk. But it's clear that the food we eat impacts our gut microbiome, and gut microbiome plays a very important role in our emotional health, mainly through the creation of certain neurotransmitters like serotonin. So I think most of us get that we need to move around and not stress out and get a good night's sleep. I think the diet question is the one that creates the most confusion. There's so much misinformation, disinformation, conflicting information, confusion about diet. We just kind of throw up our hands and muddle through and follow whatever, the trainer at the gym said, or the neighbor, or the latest magazine article we read. But once again, I would argue that we make healthy eating way too complicated. And this idea that our ancestors were hunter-gatherers in temperate climates, at least, is wrong. We were not hunter-gatherers. We were gatherer-hunters. It was much easier to gather up calories off the ground and out of the woods than it was to hunt down big animals. But what did we gather? Well, our ancestral diet was primarily plant-based. And a plant-based diet, was roots and stems and leaves and seeds and fruits and nuts and vegetables and berries and legumes. There was no white flower tree or canola oil bush or Dr. Pepper or Coca-Cola nut, right? So all these highly processed sugars and highly processed grains and highly processed edible oils and artificial sweeteners and food dyes, really all of that is diesel gas for our bodies, for our cars. We didn't have access to dairy products other than our mother's milk. And there's several lines of evidence around that. We had to domesticate other mammals to get access to their milk, and that didn't occur till about 8,000 years ago, which seems like a long time, but literally a blink of an eye if you look at all of human history. And if you think about what dairy represents, dairy is a biologic fluid that evolved to facilitate species-specific baby mammals turn into mammals big enough to find food on their own. And once that happens, we don't need our mother's milk anymore. And that's why you don't see human milk on the grocery store shelf. I'm sure you would all find that quite strange to go into a grocery store with shelves full of human milk. So the idea that we should be consuming another mammal's milk that evolved to facilitate a 70-pound cow turning into a 700-pound cow just doesn't make a lot of sense biologically. The ancestral diet was very low in fat. It was very high in antioxidants, very low in, it had a relatively low omega-6, omega-3 ratio. We're going to talk a little bit more about why those are important in a minute. So in other words, it was highly anti-inflammatory. It had a high amount of potassium and a low level of sodium. So a high potassium to sodium ratio, which is very important in blood pressure control. In modern diet, that ratio switched. We take in a lot more potassium than we do sodium. Our ancestors did eat meat, but I think 3 important points. It wasn't very much. Now we don't know for sure because we haven't found any Paleolithic food diaries, but from the best estimates, about 15-20% of the diet of ancestral diets were probably came from animal products. But it's important to note that those were wild animals, not cows and pigs and chickens and fish now that have been stuffed full of corn and antibiotics and hormones, et cetera, which have really become another form of processed food. But I think more importantly, you could argue that our ancestors had a survival advantage to having concentrated animal fat and protein because they needed to get big and strong and get away from the leopard before they died of some infectious disease when they were 30. So they never had to worry about, if I eat too much meat, am I going to get cancer, diabetes, or heart disease, because they were already dead. And we've unmasked these many chronic diseases through the extension of human lifespan, mainly through antibiotics and sanitation over the past 100, 150 years. The ancestral diet also had a fairly low environmental impact. And again, this is a whole nother lecture, but just to make note of it, one of the biggest drivers of climate change in the modern world is actually industrial foodways, particularly animal husbandry, both through the direct effect of enteric emissions like methane from ruminant animals like cows, nitric oxide in the environment, mainly from chicken manure, and then the carbon from just working the farm, and then also from the loss of carbon sequestration as we cut down forests, particularly in the Amazon, either to raise or graze cattle or to grow crops to feed cattle. And if you look in the kind of the bottom third of that, the bottom left of this graph, environmental degradation can have a huge impact on security in that as we start to overfish the oceans and more commonly drought and such, leading to environmental degradation, forced migration, civil conflict, which has an important part for national security across the globe. One other concept I just want to cover real quick is another problem I think we have with the way we think about food, and that is the concept of nutritional reductionism. And what I mean by that is that we've stopped talking about food. We don't learn about food. What we learn about is what food is made out of. And so we instead of talking about food, we talk about carbs and fat and protein and fiber. And that leads to some pretty strange, if you will, ideas around food. Here in the United States, 30 years ago, we were worshiping carbs and demonizing fat. That was the era of the fat-free food, which, by the way, started to coincides with when the obesity epidemic in the early mid 80s, when that started here in the United States. Now we're worshiping protein and we've demonized carbs in the modern world. I at the grocery store the other day saw someone selling protein water, which is utterly ridiculous if you think about it. But if you think about that, carbs, for example, are not the problem. It's the package that the carbs come in. So and just think of an apple as a simple example. A small apple has maybe 100 calories, which is about 25, mainly from carbohydrates. There's about 25 grams of carbohydrate, mainly from fructose. But where is that sugar at? Well, it's in the apple. And when we consume the apple, our bodies have to do physical work to digest the apple. And the soluble fiber in the apple slows its progression through the digestive tract. So we slowly absorb that sugar. We absorb the protein, the little bit of protein, the phytonutrients, antioxidants. That soluble fiber serves as a healthy prebiotic for healthy gut bacteria downstream, and all is good. Our sugar levels don't spike, our insulin levels don't spike, etc. We take that exact same apple and we squeeze out the exact same 100 calories, the exact same 25 grams of sugar, and we take it out of the apple and we put it in a glass. We run that glass over to the chemistry lab, and we run it through a calorimeter. It's the same calories. We analyze the sugar biochemically. It's the same carbohydrate, the same sugar, but now it's not in the apple. It's in a glass, and we drink it. In no way, shape, or form are those carbohydrates handled the same as the apple, because that sugar is absorbed right out of the upper part of our intestine. Our sugar levels spike. We've removed the fiber, which is an incredibly important role for overall health. So again, it's not the carbohydrates. It's the package the carbohydrates come in. It's an incredibly important point that many of us haven't thought about. And so when we practice nutrition reductionism, it leads to a lot of unhealthy thinking and food ways. So, the advent of processed foods, where food companies can manipulate the salt, fat, and sugar content and turn a healthy potato into a potato chip or a French fry. It leads to food additives. The supplement industry, which has never been shown. There are very few supplements that have been shown, except in very specific instances, to really do what they're purported to do in the absence of food. For example, fiber. Societies who eat a lot of fiber don't get colon cancer. You give someone a fiber supplement, it doesn't change the risks because it's not the fiber per se, it's the foods that have high fiber in them. Now the fiber plays a role, but it's the symphony of nutrients that come when we eat these whole foods, plant-based foods. This also has an impact on on the next topic we're going to discuss, which is about diet and performance. Because a lot of the research that's been published on diet and performance doesn't really use real food, which does cloud that literature a little bit. So I do want to make a clear distinction as we move forward and talking about a plant-based diet, and make a distinction between a vegan diet and a whole food plant-based diet, because there's a lot of kind of conflation these days between the two. A vegan diet typically, historically comes from a place of compassion, and it involves not eating any animal products, not wearing any clothing made from animals, or using any products tested on animals. And unfortunately, there's a lot of really unhealthy stuff that's vegan. So white flour is vegan, corn oil is vegan, sugar is vegan, Oreo cookies are vegan, soda, Coca-Cola is vegan. So that's not necessarily what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is vegan in the sense that there's no animal products, but it's also based on whole or unrefined or minimally refined foods that also avoids, bleached flour, refined sugar, and oil. And I think a good example of this is something like the Beyond Burger or Impossible Burger. These plant-based burgers that have become widely popular in the United States, at least. They're certainly better for the cows, and they're better for the environment, and they're a little bit better for humans, but certainly not a health food. Highly processed, 30% of the calories or so from fat, mainly coconut oil, which is all saturated fat. So there's a big difference between making your own black bean burger at home with ingredients that look like food and are food, as opposed to these highly processed products, which are vegan, but not necessarily healthy. Now, there is a whole plethora of health benefits that have been published around plant-based diets, and I see this every day in my practice. Weight loss, getting people off their medications, lowering the risk of high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and diabetes, but also even reversing those. It's anti-inflammatory, reducing the risk of many cancers. But the topic I want to spend the rest of the talk on today is around performance. And so it's pretty amazing that, one simple change in an individual's diet can have such profound impacts on individual health, the health of the planet, but also on athletic performance, because I would argue that, in fact, a whole food plant-based diet is the optimum diet for athletic performance. First of all, it provides the optimum macronutrient ratio for athletic performance. The macronutrient ratios of a whole food plant-based diet is heavily, it is carb-based, but it's complex carbohydrates, as I mentioned earlier. It's apples, not apple juice. There's about 10 to 15% protein and about 10% fat, mostly unsaturated fat. And that high amount of carbohydrate promotes the efficient repletion of depleted energy stores. Again, we use glycogen. We're going to talk about this in a minute, but we use glycogen primarily for exercise, especially more intense exercise. It also promotes faster recovery by reducing oxidative stress and inflammation. Again, we're going to talk about that. Again, it prevents most chronic diseases and promotes a healthy gut microbiome. And again, there's also emerging evidence besides the gut-brain axis the gut microbiome may play a role in athletic performance through some complex energy mechanisms, which again is a whole nother talk about gut microbiome. This is increasingly recognized in the athletic community. A wide variety of professional athletes around the world have adapted a plant-based diet highly successfully, from Dotsie Bausch in the upper left-hand corner, Olympic silver medalist and cycling from the United States, Lewis Hamilton, a Formula One driver, to James Wilkes, ultimate mixed martial arts, who's the producer of the movie The Game Changers. And by the way, for those of you who haven't seen that, I would highly recommend it. But the other thing we overlook is that in many ways, we are all athletes, even in our day-to-day activities. You know, when you carry the laundry basket, up from the basement, when you carry groceries to the car, when you give your kids a piggyback ride, when you work in the garden, go for a hike, kick your soccer ball around, a football around, those are all athletic activities, but we don't think of it that way. So the only difference between what most people do in their day-to-day routine and say Scott Jurek, who's an ultra marathon runner, is just the intensity of the work that they do. But fundamentally, the nutritional requirements are the same. So let's talk about, just briefly, I want to give you a kind of a broad overview of exercise physiology and how that relates to plant-based nutrition and performance. So we use different energy sources for exercise, and it's mainly based on time. Short bursts of exercise, like if you lift a heavy weight, is mainly driven by ATP and creatine phosphate. Exercise up to a few minutes is mainly anaerobic glycolysis, and that's things like sprints or 800-meter run, a mile run, things like that, 1,500-meter run. When we get out beyond an hour or two, we rely on two sources of energy: muscle glycogen, and then free fatty acids from adipose tissue, which is from the triglycerides, so fat. Now we also, it also depends on intensity, how much the ratio of fat versus carbohydrate that we use. So when we exercise at a lower intensity, we burn primarily fat, and as the intensity increases, we slowly start to consume carbohydrate. And when you perform at a very high intensity, it's all carbohydrate. For example, when you run a marathon, typically you're running in that 40 to 50% intensity rate, which is primarily fat driven. Now, one of the problems is we have a fairly limited amount of carbohydrate that we store in our bodies. There's only about 1,500 calories worth of carbohydrate stored in the form of glycogen primarily, which we can rely on for fuel. We have a tremendous amount of fat stores, over 70,000 calories of fat we can rely on, and some people more, obviously, unfortunately. And to put that into perspective, running expends about 720 calories an hour. So we have enough glycogen to run for about 2 hours, but we could run for 100 hours just fully depending on our fat stores. So one of the goals in athletic performance is to develop what's called metabolic efficiency. Because we have a limited amount of glycogen, we want to conserve that the best we can, because it's glycogen depletion, which is, if any of you have ever experienced the phenomena of hitting the wall, they call it, you're running a marathon and you're 30 kilometers in, and all of a sudden your legs give out, they get heavy. And that's felt to be because of glycogen depletion in the muscles. So the more efficiently you can burn fat, the more glycogen you can conserve for the later stages of especially endurance exercise. We also want to be able to replete those energy stores efficiently after exercise to get us ready to perform exercise the next day. Metabolic efficiency is determined by what we eat. It requires insulin sensitivity, and it's improved with training. So one of the aspects of metabolic efficiency is, and one of the fuels we rely on is intermyocellular lipids, so intermuscular triglyceride. And it's really fascinating that there's two groups of people we see elevated levels of intermuscular triglyceride. And although intramuscular triglyceride only makes up a small portion of the fat stored in our bodies, it can contribute up to 10% of energy for endurance athletes, because if you look under an electron microscope, these fat globules, these lipid droplets in the muscles sit right next to the mitochondria, so they're very readily available. And the other place we see, so we see increased intramyocellular lipid in endurance athletes, but we also see it in people with insulin resistance, which is the root cause of insulin resistance. And so what happens is when we cycle that energy in and out of our muscle, that fat, we burn the fat, we refill the fat, burn the fat, refill the fat, that's metabolic efficiency. So we gain the ability to store more fat in our muscles. The problem with insulin resistance is that fat just sits there, and we don't cycle the energy out of the muscle because people lead a relatively sedentary lifestyle. They overconsume fat in the diet. And when those lipids start to degrade, it's these lipid degradation products which actually create the insulin resistance. They interfere with the GLUT4 receptors and interfere with insulin, with glucose metabolism. And it's this insulin, that is the root cause of insulin resistance. So it's not necessarily, it's not the sugar, carbohydrates, that drives the need for insulin. It's the fat deposited in the muscle and liver that creates the actual insulin resistance. The primary source, again, when we look at metabolism for most exercise, it's really the main focus is carbohydrate, and again, we want to preserve our glycogen stores as best we can. So if you look at the research around carbohydrate intake before, during, and after exercise, there is some evidence that you do have to be careful before performing exercise to try to consume more of a low glycemic index meal. As you all know, glycemic index is a measure of a propensity of a given food to trigger insulin. And when we eat a high glycemic index meal before we exercise, that causes a release of insulin. And what can happen is it can actually lead to relative hypoglycemia after the onset of exercise, and that interferes with the carbohydrate oxidation rate. So this is a study that looked at the amount of fat. So again, this is all about maintaining fat oxidation, maximizing fat oxidation, and so you can see that fat oxidation is markedly decreased when we eat a high glycemic index meal, because the insulin is interfering actually. So the trigger to release triglyceride into the bloodstream for us to use as energy is actually epinephrine, because not having food and not being someone else's thing was stressful. The trigger to stop releasing fat into the bloodstream is actually insulin. And so when we eat a high glycemic index meal, either during or before or during exercise, that causes insulin release, which will shut down lipolysis in the peripheral adipose tissue, which that shifts us over to carbohydrate metabolism, which is something you want to avoid as best you can, or at least delay. What about exercise during, what about carbohydrate intake during exercise? Again, avoiding hitting the wall. It's really only necessary if you're exercising more than 2 to 3 hours. Again, we have enough glycogen stored to fuel ourselves up to 2 hours. That does improve with training. But when we do consume some carbohydrate during exercise, we can rely on that blood glucose and spare glycogen stores for later on. It helps us maintain a healthy blood glucose level, which decreases fatigue and increases endurance. And it also, but there is a risk because when we're performing endurance exercise, we shunt blood away from the GI tract to the muscles. And so gastric emptying slows, intestinal motility slows. And so there is a risk of GI upset if you consume too much carbohydrate during exercise. After exercise, the goal is really to replete those energy stores as soon as possible. So again, especially after a prolonged bout of exercise or activity, after a couple hours, you really want to start repleting your glycogen as soon as you can after exercise and continue that for 4 to 6 hours afterwards. Initial glycogen synthesis is not dependent on insulin, so we don't need to worry about the glycemic load or index of the food initially right after exercise. However, if you are performing endurance exercise on more than an hour or two every single day, it's probably best to rely on low glycemic index foods to prevent the reactive hypoglycemia with the onset of exercise the next day, as I mentioned earlier. So what about strength training? The number one question that I get, both personally as an athlete and from patients, is where do you get your protein? The number one question. So we're going to do a quick quiz here. What do these living creatures have in common? Well, they're all plant-based. I'm pretty sure that none of you have turned on a special on TV special on a Nature Channel and seen a documentary on mountain gorillas or on elephants, and the first thing that popped in your mind was, oh my God, where do they get their protein? Well, they get their protein from plants because they're herbivores. The hamburger, the steak that we eat to get protein from the cow, where did that protein come from? Well, it came from the plants that the cow ate, and that's true for any animal actually. And so in fact, the cow has really served as the middleman for the nutrition. It's already used all the good stuff, the fiber and the antioxidants and phytonutrients and vitamins to run its own machinery. It's concentrated what's left into protein and fat. And because we're not starved for calories, we have the luxury of skipping the middleman and going straight to the source, which is the plants. In the bottom right is Patrick Baboumian, who is considered one of the world's strongest men. I've had the pleasure to get to know Patrick. We've become good friends through both of our involvement in the documentary, The Game Changers. And this is actually a photo of him, and that's James Wilkes in the background, actually the producer of Game Changers. Him setting the world record, carrying, I think this was like 600 kilos, 10 meters, to set the world record of the heaviest weight ever carried by a human being. So how much protein do we need? Well, so this is a study that looked at nitrogen balance. So we can measure protein needs by nitrogen balance. So unlike fat and carbohydrate, when we consume excess fat, we can convert that to triglyceride and store it as fat. When we consume excess carbohydrate, we can store that as glycogen, and if there's any left, we can convert that to triglyceride as well and store it as fat. But we can't really store extra protein. So once we've achieved nitrogen, once we've taken in enough protein to build muscle, repair tissue, kind of day-to-day maintenance, whatever's left is converted to nitrogen and excreted in the urine. We can actually measure that. And so we can measure at what point does nitrogen start to show up in the urine, and that's nitrogen balance. So this is a study that, so the recommended daily allowance for protein for someone of an individual of kind of average physical activity is about 0.8 grams per kilogram. Endurance athletes, so this is looking at nitrogen balance in both endurance athletes and in strength trained athletes. So that cluster of triangles around 1.5 is endurance athletes. And so it's about it calls it about 1.5, 1.6. The strength trained athletes is a little bit more, maybe up to 2 grams per kilogram per day. So what does that look like? Well, let's just take an individual who follows a plant-based diet, and again, say with the natural macronutrient ratios of 75, 10, 15, and let's just say they weigh 80 kilos on average, and they're consuming 2,000 calories a day. Well, if you're consuming a whole food plant-based diet with those macronutrient ratios, you're right at 0.9 grams per kilogram, which is right in the ballpark, right where you need to be for your RDA. But if you're, training for a marathon or an Ironman triathlon, or you're an Olympic weightlifter, you're not eating 2,000 calories a day. you might be eating 4,000 calories a day. So what's happened to your protein intake? Well, it's doubled. So now you're at 1.8 grams per kilogram, right where you need to be for an ultra endurance athlete, strength training athlete. So protein is not the issue here. It's calories. And as long as you get enough calories, focus on getting enough calories, you don't have to worry about your protein intake. And again, another important point. So just to be sure, I stopped by the protein deficiency wing of the hospital here in Washington, D.C. Yesterday and took this picture, and it was empty. So protein deficiency is not something you need to worry about. The other huge advantage of plant-based diet, a whole food plant-based diet on athletic performance is about recovery. And if you talk to the athletes that were involved in Game Changers, for example, every single one of them to a T said the same thing, and that it was the ability to recover faster was the most important thing they experienced after adapting a whole food plant-based diet. I experienced that personally. I used to run marathons in medical school in my mid to early 20s. I'd run a marathon and I'd be sore for 4 or 5 days. I'd have to walk down the stairs sideways because my quads and hamstrings were so sore. You fast forward at age 60, I did an Ironman triathlon, and I'm much more active now even than I was in medical school. And through all that intense training, I never had significant muscle soreness, stiffness, etc. So my ability to perform train day in and day out, especially for an Ironman, is unencumbered by muscle soreness and stiffness. So why is that? Well, I think there's two reasons. So one is, if you look at where inflammation comes from in the human body, there's two sources. One has to do with the ratio of omega-6 to omega-3 fatty acids. So omega-6s create inflammation, omega-3s are anti-inflammatory. And best we know, our ancestral diets were probably had omega-6, omega-3 ratios in the 3 to 5 to 1 range. So we need inflammation to survive. So we actually have an evolutionary preference for inflammation because we need to heal wounds and fight infections to survive. The problem is that you follow a Western diet that, fried foods, processed foods, overconsumption of the saturated fat that's in meat, the way we raise meat today. You can see omega-6, omega-3 ratios in the 30 to 50 range. So incredibly inflammatory. And so why is that? Well, if you look at the omega-6 and omega-3 pathways, omega-6, we typically ingest these short-chain fatty acids. They're elongated to arachidonic acid on the omega-6 side, which are actually the precursors for the pro-inflammatory leukotrienes and prostaglandins. On the omega-3 side, we ingest short-chain fatty acids like ALA. They're elongated to EPA, DHA, which are the precursors for the anti-inflammatory prostaglandins. But the problem is the enzymes that elongate these fatty acids down this chain are shared and they compete. And because we have an evolutionary preference for inflammation, if you overconsume omega-6s, it's difficult to convert enough of the omega-3s to the anti-inflammatory compounds. So it's not as simple as just taking omega-3 supplements, because if as long as your omega-6 intake is really high, that's still going to shift the curve, if you will, to the inflammatory side. So where do these omega-6s come from? Well, primarily in a Western diet, it's from the meat, dairy, and eggs, and it's because of what we feed those animals. Those are raised mainly on corn. For example, corn oil has the highest omega-6, omega-3 ratio of any of the edible oils. It's about 83 to 1, somewhere in there. So tremendously inflammatory. But almost all vegetable oils, even olive oil, which has a 13 to 2 omega-6, omega-3 ratio, which is above what we need. On the omega-3 side, we talk about fish oil, but ultimately, if you follow the food chain, the healthy omega-3s in seafood, oily fish actually come from marine phytoplankton and algae. And once again, these fish have just served as the middleman. And because we're not starved for calories, we can skip that and go straight to the source. But it's also found in flaxseed, pumpkin seed, walnuts, hemp seed, and even dark green leafy vegetables. Even broccoli has some omega-3. The other source of inflammation in the human body is oxidative stress. We generate oxidative stress naturally through aerobic metabolism, and in small doses, that's good. But it plays a role with promoting a healthy immune system, wound healing, cell signaling. For example, when you start to exercise, your oxygen consumption goes up. That increases oxygen-free radical production. That sends a signal to our muscles, hey, I'm getting ready to damage you. So when I'm done, get ready to fix me, and all is good. The problem is that in the modern world, through environmental toxins and exposures, physiologic stress, psychological stress, the amount of oxidative stress, and even obesity itself creates oxidative stress. The system can quickly become overwhelmed, and when we have too much oxidative stress, it actually has many harmful effects. And in fact, it's felt that a lot of the muscle soreness and muscle damage that's done, that you experience, the tightness and stiffness and soreness you experience after a hard bout of exercise, or when you're just kind of getting started up, is in fact due to damage of the muscle cell walls from oxidative stress and oxygen-free radicals. It also can damage mitochondrial proteins and DNA, which can lead to cancer and diabetes and cataracts. It also it can oxidize lipid particles, which make them more reactive, more atherogenic with the blood vessel wall, which increases the risk for heart disease. So again, one of the reasons that a whole food plant-based diet is so helpful in recovery is the low omega-6, omega-3 ratio we talked about, but also it's very high in antioxidants. And in fact, on the right column is the antioxidant capacity per serving. And what you'll see here, which is interesting to me when I first learned about this, is that dark beans actually are some of the most potent antioxidants, food antioxidant plant. And by the way, antioxidants are only found in plants. They're part of the plant's natural immune system, if you will, to help protect it from predators and for infections and things like that. So it's the pigments in the skin of the beans where the antioxidant capacity comes from. So for example, if you take a pinto bean or a red bean and you cut it in half, it's, what color is it? Well, it's kind of a creamy white. So it's the color in the skin that's important. There are also many spices and herbs that are highly antioxidant, things like cinnamon and turmeric and ginger. And there's some very specific foods like tart cherry juice, for example, which has been shown to help improve, decrease inflammation, improve recovery. And so again, when I was training for Ironman, I came up after a lot of research with a recovery drink that included tart cherry juice and a frozen banana and kale and blueberries and cinnamon and turmeric and some ginger, a little bit of black pepper. Black pepper actually increases the absorption of curcumin from the turmeric, which is the active antioxidant ingredient. And so, and again, I credit some of my ability to perform with again, those anti-inflammatory recovery drink that I used, along with my diet in general. So again, supplements there have been a lot of research around supplements. They typically have no effect, and some even make it worse. The key is really, again, a diet rich in these natural antioxidants and phytochemicals, low-fat diet with low omega-6, omega-3 ratio. So as we finish up here, I just want to make the point that there's really no, we talk about sports nutrition, there's really no such thing as sports nutrition, because as I said earlier, the diet that's most healthful and for the prevention, treatment, and reversal of many chronic disease, for the diet that's most beneficial for the environment is also the diet that is best for athletic performance. And so if you eat an adequate number of calories from whole food plant-based sources throughout the day, you really don't have to worry about the rest of it. And it's really this cycle of stress, activity, refueling, and rest and recovery, which is really the key to healthful living. Now, in finishing, I didn't learn any of this in medical school. The little bit of nutrition education I had was really a glorified biochemistry. It was learning about what protein was and what carbohydrates were and what vitamins were and what happens if you don't get enough of those, the chronic diseases that were associated with most of which I've never seen, by the way, in my clinical practice. So I thought eating healthy was low fat, dairy, and lean meat and such. And I found pretty quickly that you can't out exercise a mediocre diet. And after a knee injury and a delay in surgery and then a delay in recovery from surgery, I gained a lot of weight and I became a patient. I developed sleep apnea, which triggered atrial fibrillation. I had metabolic syndrome, borderline diabetes. I had cholesterol levels through the roof, needed to be on a statin medication. This was 10 years ago. And I stumbled across the documentary Forks Over Knives about using food as medicine and adapted a whole food plant-based diet, rehabbed my knee, lost 40 pounds, dropped my cholesterol 100 points, reversed all my chronic problems. And when I turned 60 a year and a half ago, I wanted to do something epic. And so I decided to conquer an Ironman triathlon, which I successfully did in July of 2019. So I'll leave you with this thought. And then I think hopefully we'll have some time for questions. And this is by Wendell Berry, a farmer philosopher here from the United States, who said that people are fed by a food industry which pays no attention to our health, and we're treated by a health industry which pays no attention to our food. So I'd like to thank you all for allowing me to be here. And let me unshare my screen here. And here we go.
Thanks a lot, James. That was a really great presentation. And what is most important, we don't have as much questions as we expected, just remarks that was great presentation and this is why no questions. But
that usually means I did a great job or a poor job. One of the two.
No. Wait a minute, just popped up 2 questions from attendees maybe first, then I will ask 1 question. What is your opinion about ketogenic diet, keto-based diet?
Yeah, so that's a great question and one full of controversy today as it's kind of gained hold. So if you think about it, the original ketogenic diet was starvation, right? So when we have completely depleted our glycogen stores and we've completely depleted our fat stores and we still haven't found food, we evolved a last ditch kind of mechanism to survive with the ability to metabolize protein primarily into ketone bodies, which our brain can use as fuel to hopefully get us to the next meal, right? And so the idea of inducing ketosis through a ketogenic diet just doesn't make sense to me physiologically. Now, that being said, and just for example, there's research around type 2 diabetes and ketogenic diet. So if you think about a model of type 2 diabetes around your kitchen sink, right? So imagine you woke up this morning and you walked into your kitchen and the kitchen sink was clogged and you left the water running overnight and the sink's overflowing onto the water. How do you fix it? Do you get out a mop and mop up the water, put your mops away? Well, guess what? You come back, you got to get your mops back out. Well, that's how I was taught to treat diabetes. We get out a metformin mop and then an insulin mop and a Januvia mop, and then we have to get them back out. But that's not the problem, right? The problem is the drain's clogged, the water's running. What's clogging the drain? We already talked about that. It's fat in the muscle and liver cells. The water is the processed sugar, processed grains driving the need for insulin, okay? So that's why a whole food plant-based diet plus exercise is so efficient. So the reason a ketogenic diet works in that situation is it turns off the water, but you haven't unclogged the drain. And in fact, there's research to suggest most people can't sustain a ketogenic diet over the long term because it makes you nauseated and you don't feel good. When you refeed after a ketogenic diet, because it's so high fat, insulin resistance actually gets worse because you've just clogged the drain worse, and you turn that water back on, the diabetes gets worse. So now there is some interesting evidence, and again, this is a whole nother talk around intermittent fasting and the health benefits of intermittent fasting, which can in fact induce ketosis for the short term, but that's done the way intermittent fasting creates ketosis, the way we're designed to create ketosis, right? So that's by calorie deprivation. So now there are a few very specific conditions which may benefit from a ketogenic diet. There is some research around using a plant-based ketogenic diet, actually. So you're not over consuming animal fats and animal proteins. But again, that whole concept is a whole lecture in and of itself.
Thank you, James. Another question just popped out about what is your opinion about the brain diet? I believe it is mind diet.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that concept. We know that, again, that if you want to optimize brain health, it's the same thing. Things like Alzheimer's disease, for example. Many people think Alzheimer's disease, cognitive decline with aging is really kind of type 3 diabetes. It has to do with insulin resistance in the brain, low-grade chronic inflammation. And there's lots of research to suggest that again, a whole food plant-based diet and the consumption of these highly anti-inflammatory foods improve cognitive function, on and on and on. And the same thing with our mental health and emotional health, as I mentioned earlier. Fascinating research around the gut-brain axis, the role that when we eat these healthy foods, it promotes a healthy gut microbiome, increases mood, increases serotonin, et cetera. So again, there's not one special diet to improve brain health and another diet to reverse diabetes and another diet to lower your blood pressure and another diet to optimally perform. It's all the same thing.
Thank you, James. And the last one question, just from my side. We usually hear that when we are talking about food as a possible medicine, that if it would be so simple, we don't have such problems. What is your opinion about it?
Well, you're exactly right. I mean, the thing is, it is incredibly simple. It's just not incredibly easy, right? Because you're trying to overcome decades, literally, of what things we forget that eating is a learned behavior, right? And again, if you think about it from through the lens of our evolutionary biology, if we had to think about everything we did, we had to think about walking, think about eating, whatever, we wouldn't have seen the ripe berries and we wouldn't have seen the leopard and we wouldn't have lasted very long. So our brains evolved a mechanism to habituate tasks that we perform routinely so our brains can continue to scan the environment for opportunities and threats for berries and leopards. And we still have these kind of Stone Age brains in the fast lane today. And so our eating habits, we learn those at a young age: foods you like, foods you don't like, triggers to start eating, triggers to stop eating, on and on and on. I mean, that's stuff we learned a long time ago. And trying to unlearn that is very, very difficult. And when I talk to, and so, we have food that's cheap and it's convenient and it tastes good, that's unhealthy. And, the food industry manipulates the salt, fat, and sugar content to make us addicted to these foods, on and on and on. We have a build environment in our cities that may make it less, especially here in the United States, makes it harder to perform physical activity. We live in a very stressful world, on and on and on. So it's really about retraining your brain. It's kind of like if I live in United States and I move to London, England tomorrow, I got to learn how to drive on the other side of the street. And I have to be mindful of what I'm doing for a few months before that's how I drive. So when I talk to patients about this, it's really about teaching someone to drive on the other side of the street nutritionally. It's simple, not easy, but it's only hard for a few months even.
Okay, James, I'm just seeing that questions are popping up next after one. So we are stealing the time from our next honored guest. But the last question, it's about sportsmen and supplements. Do you think it's totally unnecessary or necessary?
Well, so as I said earlier, the research around supplements there's no supplements that have ever been shown to significantly enhance athletic performance. Now, there are some supplements that may be necessary, and especially if you adapt a whole food plant-based diet. The main nutrient of concern is vitamin B12, because, and there's some misconceptions about where B12 doesn't come from meat. It actually comes from bacteria in and on the meat. Because most cows today, at least in the United States, are raised in an unhealthy confined feeding lot, they actually have to be supplemented with vitamin B12 because they're not getting it from the dirt. We used to get B12 from the dirt because we gathered our food from the dirt. We drank water that had bacteria. We've polluted the dirt. We put pesticides and herbicides on our crops, so we have to scrub the dirt off. We polluted the water, so we have to chlorinate it. So we've kind of lost that natural source of B12. So B12 is the one supplement that is necessary. The rest of it, other than maybe algae-based omega-3 supplements, depending on how healthful your diet is, there's really no research that's been shown that any of the other supplements play a significant role in both improving health and or improving athletic performance.
Thanks a lot, James. So, well, it was just great presentation as well as reflections to our attendees' questions. So thanks a lot for participating here in our Lifestyle Medicine Conference. I hope you will have some time to stay with us and to hear other panelists and very interesting topics. So appreciate one more time for your time, and we'll definitely hope to see you next year, maybe here in Lithuania, as we planned originally.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thanks again for the opportunity, and keep up the fantastic work you're doing around lifestyle medicine. It's really great.
Thank you. See ya. Well, I already see that we have another panelist on board. Well, it's my really big pleasure and honor to announce another our panelist. It's Major Dr. Regan Stigma, surgeon and flight surgeon and preventive medicine major in USA Air Forces Academy. Since 2017, she was working at the United States Air Forces Academy in Colorado Springs. Where she successfully stood up to the United States Air Force's first lifestyle and performance medicine consultation services within the operational medicine flight. She has built clinical implementation guidelines along with coding metrics and step-by-step details about how to implement and conduct lifestyle and performance medicine consultations with a military flight medicine clinic. What is most important, she is one of the original founders and current vice chair of the Department of Air Force's Lifestyle and Performance Medicine Work Group. From my perspective, I do know Regan Stigma as a very, very open-minded professional in the field. So it's very, very interesting to hear from her in today's conference, and thanks for participating here, Regan. So the online platform is yours, and we are really, really waiting for your presentation.
Wonderful. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Fantastic. Well, Tomas, first and foremost, I want to extend my gratitude and thanks to you and the entire team for sidestepping an entire year through a pandemic, and kudos to you all for re-engaging on this side of hopefully what looks like a more favorable trajectory. And thanks to Dr. Loomis for setting that stage for us this morning. I'm going to go ahead and jump right in and share my screen. We'll get right going. All right. Can you guys see that okay?
Very good.
Wonderful. All right. Well, thank you again, Tomas, for that kind introduction. I'm Dr. Regan Stigman, and this morning we're going to be discussing, well, I should say today, as it is just past 5 a.m. in Colorado this morning. but afternoon for you all. So we're going to talk about biohacking our best and optimizing the United States Air Force through lifestyle and performance medicine. And of course, this is the standard disclaimer that we provide. And of course, these views in this presentation are my own and don't necessarily reflect the US Air Force, the government, the Department of Defense, and of course, any mention of any trade names are not endorsements by any means. And I have no conflicts. So, of course, tried and true to our presentation status, learning objectives, of course, and we're going to talk about the little flavor difference between lifestyle medicine and lifestyle and performance medicine, which you will hear referred to rather in this presentation. More so lifestyle and performance medicine, as we have made it tactical for the military audience that it's suiting and serving. Understanding the current and historic chronic disease burden within the US military and the Air Force, and how that is directly impacting readiness, deployability, quality of life, and service member satisfaction. And then, of course, reflecting on how we have started integrating and interfacing lifestyle and performance medicine components within the Air Force. So yes, we are in a pandemic. I am indeed a human, and for a very Teutonic name, both first and last, yes, I am Dr. Reagan Stigman is how you pronounce my name. And this is an abbreviated list of just the past about decade of my life. I did undergraduate medical school out here in Colorado. I joined the Air Force about halfway through on a scholarship. And basically, I finished a preventive medicine residency out in Washington, D.C. area in preventive medicine, subspecialized in lifestyle medicine. And now, as Tomas mentioned, I am a flight surgeon at the Air Force Academy and just returned from a deployment to the Middle East. So a lot of really relevant content with respect to seeing many angles of the military and being able to offer some expertise with respect to lifestyle performance medicine. And I wouldn't be a flight surgeon if I didn't have a call sign. So of course, Stigman turned into the Stig. So that is how I am known in the flying community and by my patients. And so this is a great springboard for why it's relevant to be discussing lifestyle medicine or lifestyle and performance medicine in the context of the military, because the aerospace medical enterprise, or the overarching umbrella that encompasses me as a flight surgeon, already has what is an offshoot of lifestyle and performance medicine embedded within it. And that is truly human performance optimization. You'll notice here from the Air Force Instructional 48-101 that we are truly trying to find optimal ways to actually sustain and promote health and a fit force, avoid disease, maintain human performance optimization, and when a human body is broken, get it back to restorative health. And so, of course, I sat there and said, very, very intuitive, makes sense for warfighters in this space. And here's chapter 6. The entire chapter is all about human performance optimization from the standpoint of sustainment, optimization, enhancement even. We are in charge of sustaining the performance of the airmen, whether in the face of enemy conflict, environmental threats, stressors, or advancing age. So go figure. This should be a very key prime focus for the military. However, what we're still doing on the side of the house for the military health system and most of the Department of Defense and the VA is still a very pathogenic medical care delivery model, or a disease-based care delivery model. So the discussion that was born several years ago and has evolved quite quickly in the military has been, how do we conceptualize this idea of shifting from a pathogenic model to a more salutogenic model? And of course, this publication came out, I believe, in 1996. Dr. Aaron Antonovsky out of Yale University. And there is really quite valid evidence substantiating the discussion of, hey, essentially what you focus on grows. So if we're only giving our service members a discussion and dialogue about disease management as opposed to health maintenance, what do you think is going to happen to our service members? And of course, we have evidence and research that has been substantiated for decades upon decades that we really do need to refocus what our trajectory is and how we hope to achieve true health and human performance optimization across the board. And then, of course, so we're looking at this article that is one of the most famous out there, one of the most highly cited articles that shows it is not necessarily just the 1 or 2 touch points that patients have every year with the medical infrastructure, and particularly not in the military. When we're looking at 40% of premature deaths being attributed to behavior patterns, 15% to social circumstances, and 5% to exposure in the environment, and just 10% to medical care. So, trying to keep it light today on a Friday. What my contention was and has been for just about the past decade is how do we truly find a way to capture turning our service members in uniform up to the proverbial 11 on a scale of 1 to 10. And so, of course, this is a reference to spinal tap. And what does that even mean? What does turning a human up to 11 mean? Well, we see reliable and consistent and sustained decreases in chronic disease, fatigue levels, sleep quality improves, brain fog goes away. We watch our service members perform stronger for longer with respect to maintained and optimized physiologic exercise limitations and recovery. And most importantly, for the Department of Defense, we maintain service member deployability and readiness, which means they are able to be at a moment's notice deployed. So that's all well and good. However, we have to conceptualize a handful of sociocultural components, particularly within the field of medicine, that is what is called in the military a LIMFAC, or a limiting factor. And that is one right here in front of us from the National Academy of Medicine that was published 20 years ago. So you can think of what has changed over the course of the last 2 decades. It's almost a 20-year gap between knowledge that is generated by scientists and research and that adoption and adapting process of medical professionals and how they deliver care as a result. That is a profound time lag. So while the discussion around lifestyle medicine isn't necessarily new, it has not necessarily yet been as embedded and as woven into the medical infrastructure yet. However, that is absolutely 180ing right now. And particularly from a standpoint of why we should care on the military side of the house. Well, this 2016 publication was one of the most pivotal discoveries that I found in my residency program in Washington, D.C. And we had the good fortune of having the HiBox as well as some of their team come and discuss with us. And in a nutshell, what this publication shows is that in America, we recruit the healthiest men and women in this country to serve in the military. We let them serve, separate, or retire, and cross-match to their civilian counterparts. Veterans are the unhealthiest Americans in this country. This gave me profound pause as a third-year postgraduate resident in preventive medicine. And I said, why? What is going on? What is happening that service members are so sick and that they are on the other side of their 20 years or their however many years they serve before they separate? What is going on? So we dug a little bit deeper, and I just wanted to share with you some contemporary publications. This one out of the Journal of Preventive Medicine by a good colleague of mine, Dr. Bryant Weber, showing what happens to service members after they finish the very basic foundational military training. And it's sort of staggering to note that we are watching our airmen gain almost 4 pounds of weight per year up to 4 years. And we are watching those individuals gain almost half an inch of abdominal circumference per year up to 4 years after they graduate BMT, or basic military training. So is this giving everybody pause? Are we starting to look at what the cultural components are of from cradle to the grave, if you will, of recruiting a young airman and then letting them serve for a career, and what happens to them on the other side? Not to mention what is happening in the space of diabetes type 2 in the Air Force. So these statistics have about 10 plus years of research from 2003 to 16, showing that we have about 6,000 cases of type 2 diabetes in the US Air Force, and we're adding almost 500 new cases of type 2 diabetes annually. Not only is this a limiting factor for our readiness numbers and metrics and increasing profiles and increasing mobility restrictions and duty restrictions, but it is adding a pretty penny to the cost in healthcare per person per year per diagnosis of diabetes. At least $7,500 are added per individual upon receiving a diagnosis of diabetes type 2. So what is happening is we're starting to dissect what is the root cause issue going on here. And RAND Corporation research has substantiated this since 1995, which should give everybody on this call pause with respect to what is happening in the military is also mirroring the civilian sector in the United States with respect to overweight and obesity rates. You're seeing that number from 1995 pop up from 51% of service members are overweight and obese to just a few short years ago in 2017, almost 70% of the Department of Defense is overweight or obese. And why do we care so much about obesity? Well, we know that it's not just obesity, but it is also overweight status that leads to a myriad downstream side effects, sequelae, chronic disease manifestation profile of people who carry around excess weight. And Dr. Loomis mentioned it beautifully, sort of this capture of this is almost the lit match that's thrown on the fodder, and whether or not that fire takes off has a lot to do with a core status of overweight or obesity diagnoses. And what I've decidedly figured out over time, regardless of what color uniform you're wearing, if you're Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guardmen, we are finding a consistent pattern that service members are de-optimized through their food choice because military bases are essentially food deserts. So just for context, and because you may all not exactly know where I am in the world right now, smack dab in the center of the US here in that red state is Colorado. And just at the base of Pikes Peak on the right, that is the Air Force Academy. So this beautiful, wonderful, visually optimized, lovely to look at, except I have to look at this every day. So what you'll see here, and obviously these are probably worldwide recognized, is the Pepsi truck pulling up to the academy, the Doritos truck driving by, Sara Lee with all the cups and cupcakes and cakes, and of course, the pièce de résistance, the Dunkin' Donuts around the corner from the cardiology department in our hospital. So it's not just the Air Force Academy. This is a system-wide issue, and it has a lot to do with AAFES contracts and where the money is. This is the bottom line. And as Dr. Loomis mentioned, they're not necessarily concerned about your health. They are concerned about your dollars. So some food for thought in this space. Don't mind the food puns or the pilot puns, of which there will be aplenty throughout this discussion. So just giving you some perspective here. And these are really where the health metrics meet, the rubber meets the road for these. So I know these are dated by 2 years, but you will see the 2021 statistics followed right up. So these data are extracted from the Military Health System Population Health Portal, showing that at the place where I work, there are about 2,000 active duty permanent party members. So this excludes all cadets. They're a totally separate entity. There's about 4,000 cadets at a time. And in 2019 alone, pre-pandemic, may I note, over 68% of that 2,000 number, those individuals had either one or more of the following diagnoses: overweight, obese, dyslipidemic, hypertensive, pre-diabetic, or diabetic, full-blown 2. So food for thought, once again, these numbers do not necessarily, in my opinion, reflect a healthy fighting force. And this is shown from a cultural component too. We have a slight luxury in the Department of Defense versus our civilian counterparts that treatment from a financial perspective is not the forefront of how we treat. We treat to maintain the fighting force, but that doesn't preclude us from paying attention to how that impacts us, excuse me, as the Department of Defense as a whole. We're spending over $1.5 billion annually on obesity-related healthcare costs for not only service members, but their families. And guess what? We're not the only ones who are paying attention to this devolving health trend. And this is a beautiful infographic that was generated by the College of Lifestyle Medicine that captures some of the most prevalent and pressing chronic conditions of our service members. And you'll see it walking around the ring: hypertension, chronic pain, obesity, diabetes, and even just the sequelae from traumatic brain injury, mental health components, of which all are addressed through, interesting, lifestyle medicine. And so once again, we follow the evidence in this space, and that is very critical for our senior leaders, not only the evidence and the scientific component and foundation of it, but the metric component of it. So this is the Lancet publication from 2019 that showcased that diet is the #1 leading cause of death and disability in the United States. And we are not talking enough about it. So as mentioned, we've already seen this, and the only addition to this slide from the others is that I added overweight and obesity, because recent research also is showing that there is a dramatic difference from the standpoint of morbidity, mortality, of whether or not you are in a healthy BMI category and what percentage body fat you truly have, and your susceptibility to chronic medical issues as a result. So here are those fancy updated health metrics that come not just from the Air Force Academy, which you will see delineated in these slides or in these graphs here, but you will see also the Colorado Springs Marketplace, which is one of the largest military marketplaces. We have Army components at Fort Carson. We have Sauk North Navy SEAL components out. We have Schriever Air Force Base. We have Peterson Air Force Base. We have Air Force Academy. We have Cheyenne Mountain. We have Buckley Air Force Base. We have a very large presence and a very large opportunity to continue growing what we're doing here within the space of lifestyle medicine and how we can potentially impact and optimize service members across the board. And this is just a very cursory snapshot of what we could extract from the data today, mind you, of which is very undernumbered, because we don't necessarily capture the glucose, the fasting blood glucoses. We're looking at ICD-10 diagnoses for hypertension as opposed to pulling raw metrics from vital statistics. There's a multi-thousand personnel demand right now for lifestyle and performance medicine for individuals who are de-optimized from a purely health standpoint with respect to being an effective soldier, sailor, airman, Marine, Coast Guardsman. And not to mention, obesity and overweight are the #1 causes of aeromedical evacuations out of deployed locations due to injury, things of that nature. So we really do have to start being much more savvy about the cultural component piece of what is happening, not just in the United States, but also to our service members in the United States, because it is now bleeding over into that line. That line is becoming so much more blurry. We have to help retrain not just the individuals receiving the healthcare components, but the individuals delivering the healthcare components, and the leadership at the top who are saying, this is the kind of medicine that we should be delivering. So of course, this is the adage that we follow, that your genes load the gun, but your lifestyle pulls the trigger or not. Absolutely. Are there epigenetic regulating factors that are important to pay attention to? There are some genetic susceptibilities, of course. However, the large part here is what we are doing every single day and every single night. So sleeping, stress management, food intake, essentially all of the components of lifestyle medicine, which we'll dive into. And of course, yes, this is a very culturally thick component. There is a large machismo attitude and a perspective that many people have as military members that, in my opinion, we as medical professionals are here to rewire, help individuals unlearn, and help service members truly uncover their true human potential. So, just keeping it light this morning too, we have an old saying that culture will eat strategy for breakfast. However, we are finding remarkable game-changing gear shifts from the standpoint of what is actually happening when you provide service members in a health space with this kind of knowledge. They are being set on fire in the best way. From the standpoint of embracing and turning on and becoming activated patients themselves. So that is my charge, and that is my contention in this space to leadership, who you will hear from shortly, and for which I am very grateful, is that we need to deliver a new standard of care to everyone in the military, because it is a cohesive unit. It's not just the service member in a silo. It's the service member and their dependents. It's the service member and their commanders and the people who they lead. So what if we had a way to reverse or arrest or basically prevent in the first place these chronic medical ailments that plague everybody seemingly almost in this country? Staggering numbers of Americans are being affected even earlier in their lives by these chronic medical issues. And this is a westernized issue. My discussion and contention has been since my young medical training is, let's not band-aid issues. Let's not band-aid symptoms. Let's go to the root cause of the problem. So of course, we've landed at the College of Lifestyle Medicine, which is the foundation for all things lifestyle medicine, for which I am very grateful, because that infrastructure in this college has single-handedly helped formulate how we have changed the discussion in the United States Air Force about lifestyle and performance medicine. So a quick point of clarification. Of course, in the military, we have to make things militarized, if you will, and a little bit more tactical. So you'll hear me say lifestyle and performance medicine. You'll hear me say lifestyle medicine. They are indeed synonymous. The only other angles that lifestyle and performance medicine have is that we focus absolutely on military readiness to deploy, sustained health for deployment, during deployment, returning from deployment, and of course, human performance optimization. So those are the little nuanced differences, but for all intents and purposes, the exact same. So really, we're following the evidence here, and that is plant predominant eating, regular physical activity, appropriate sleep, stress management, and avoiding risky substance use and supplement use even to reverse, prevent chronic disease. So for the sake of time, I'm going to skip through a handful of these because I know they will be touched on briefly elsewhere. But in a nutshell, it's the pentad +1 of your health being comprised of what you eat, how you move, how you sleep, how you think, how you regulate stress, and how you mitigate risky substance use. So here we are at this beautiful inflection point of rethinking how we deliver care to our service members, because we have so much to gain from the standpoint of a return on investment. And you'll reflect on what Dr. Sherney talked about in his lecture yesterday, that he focused on Vanderbilt and he focused on Cummins. And there is absolutely a return on investment for health, for practitioners, not just physicians or healthcare providers, but everybody who stands to benefit from lifestyle medicine can potentially have a huge, remarkable turnaround return on investment for their own health. And of course, it's a multifaceted approach in the military with lifestyle performance med for all of the aforementioned causes. I think the biggest of which is a quality of life sustainment and maintenance too, because that is a real big deal breaker from the standpoint of, if you're not comfortable that your family is being taken care of and that your family is healthy when you are downrange and deployed, then you're not going to perform to your top level. And of course, so this is Tom Brady, arguably the most talented quarterback of all time, as much as I hate to say it. I'm not a New England fan, I'm a Denver Broncos fan. But why do I bring this up? I talk about this because Tom Brady plays like he's 43 years old, and he plays like he's about a decade younger. And there's a reason for that. And this starts to discuss the human performance component and element of lifestyle and performance medicine. People are paying attention. Athletes are paying attention. The NBA, the NFL, the MLB, Formula One racing, they are paying attention to the food that they are putting into their bodies because it matters. So what better foundation to use than something that we're all very familiar with, other than high leading top athletes in this country. And once again, I really like to foot stomp this fact, and I really like to dispel a lot of the rumors when we talk about the fact that, yes, this is absolutely the consensus of the top leading individuals and medical voices throughout the nation and throughout the West. They are saying, hey, we need to start eating more plants, and we need to stop eating most of the standard American diet, which is causing standard American disease. So here, if people have an issue with respect to who is saying these things or not, or thinking that this is my opinion, of which it is not, I am following the science. I am doing my due diligence as a physician. And here's the adage that we like to use. If you put jet fuel into a high performance machine, like a fighter jet or a Formula One race car, you will get jet-like performance out, and vice versa. And we think of our food as our fuel. So it serves us to say, hey, how do we biohack our service members? Well, we feed them more fiber. It makes some sense. That's the consensus. We need to start cranking up how much fiber they're getting because only 3% of America is meeting the mark for adequate fiber intake. A lot of this stems around the idea of inflammation. So when we minimize inflammation, we optimize oxygenation, and thus we help our bodies heal. So that's the other biohack fact that most people aren't talking enough about, is we as humans are built to heal. We just have to give our bodies and our cellular biological systems the opportunity to do so. So what are we doing? Using really real food, mostly plants, as medicine and as a competitive advantage. So of course, throughout the ACLM, we created the DoD member interest group, which I'm going to glaze over, but this has grown by leaps and bounds. And I'm very excited for that. And of course, I had mentioned the fantastic infographics that the college has shared and created, not only for the Department of Defense, but for the Veterans Health Administration as well. These are all available on their site too. And they've been great stewards of sharing the content that they have with us on the DoD side of the house. And we are absolutely grateful for that. And of course, we have QR codes for what that looks like, patient-facing materials, physician materials, you name it. And of course, we're merely following the evidence. So here's the American Association of Clinical Endocrinologists and the College of Endocrinology showing the algorithms for how we are approaching treatment of chronic disease, particularly metabolic or endocrine related diseases. And it is lifestyle medicine and lifestyle therapeutic interventions are the first line for overweight, obesity, pre-diabetes, diabetes, glycemic control algorithms, dyslipidemia, hypertension, but we conveniently overlook that fact every single day. And we're not solving problems. We are putting Band-Aids on symptoms. So I follow Sun Tzu's recommendation here of planning for what is difficult while it is easy and doing what is great while it is small. Not to foreshadow too much or talk too much about this fantastic rapid expansion of lifestyle and performance medicine within the military, which heretofore has been notorious for very slow progress. However, I have never seen more rapid adapting and adoption of lifestyle and performance medicine. And Dr. and Colonel Valerie Castle will be discussing our lifestyle and performance medicine work group in the next session. So for the sake of time, we're going to just skip right through this, but a couple of fun facts before. We've had this formalized headquarters level work group endorsed by two generals. So General Mark Koninger and General Robert Miller, who, drum roll please, you'll see Robert Miller on the bottom right corner, as of yesterday, oh, there are so many effects here, was appointed as the Surgeon General for the Air Force. So, stars might be aligning, I don't know, but I'm just going to run with it because this is very favorable. The Surgeon General controls essentially all medical decisions throughout the Air Force, and they have a pulse on our other sister service branches as well. So we're very excited that this has been released publicly as of yesterday, as of like 12 hours ago. So this is cutting edge information, and we're excited that one of the generals who is already on board with us in the performance medicine work group is now in such a position. So what I want to share with you guys specifically, what's going on now is we are building the currency of undergraduate and graduate medical education as we speak throughout the United States on the military side of the training house. So we have residencies in family medicine, internal medicine, preventive medicine, who are adopting lifestyle medicine curriculums into their training profiles. And this is not just limited to the Air Force. Actually, this week, the Army reached out to us from one of their preventive medicine sites in Washington State. Basically, the point of this is that we are expanding our educational opportunities by a wide reach, which is fantastic. And of course, listed at the bottom is what we're on today. This is the very first lifestyle and performance medicine interface on an international scale for the United States Air Force and our NATO allies. So this is a very monumental session, which is why there are so many fantastic leaders on this call who will be speaking to you in subsequent presentations. So really, our effort is uniting many of the silos that exist and combining efforts in an effort to make the healthy choice the easy choice for our service members across the board. This is actually evolving quite rapidly in the United States Space Force, and it's being picked up in visibility. And there are already programs, boots on the ground, that are happening. The STAR program, which is the Space Team for Airman Resilience, a little bit more trajectory patient-centered medical home model for delivering care and intercepting medical issues, mental health related, first and foremost, and not just those annual visits to a medical provider. And also there's discussion about whether or not we should start building a hierarchy and building a true central hub for a consultant for lifestyle medicine who is able then to start dispersing on a much larger scale the practice of lifestyle and performance medicine across the board throughout to allied healthcare providers. So we're going to talk, I'm going to have Colonel Castle discuss more about personal protective nutrition, as well as personal protective lifestyle, which came directly out of our lifestyle and performance medicine team in the face of COVID, and how we protect ourselves from a pandemic virus and minimizing insult to injury if you contract it, or just trying to prevent viral contraction of COVID-19 in general. So we are really big on discussing our partners and the game plans that can come from uniting agencies together. And of course, we have CHAMP listed on here, which you'll hear from Dr. Patty Doister and Dr. Lauren Messina here in a couple of hours. The College of Lifestyle Medicine, Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, uniting forces in that space, sharing best practices, Veterans Health Administration, and of course, what you'll see on the next slide, which is the fact that we have already started discussions with our international colleagues, specifically the Lithuanian team here. We had our very first meeting actually with the Minister of Health at the time in February, right before the pandemic kicked off. And we've already had a lifestyle and performance medicine discussion with the Lithuanian Defense Department, and figuring out how we can absolutely continue growing this mutual effort and supporting lifestyle and performance med collaboration across the board, because we find value add in bolstering and sharing best lessons and the simplifying the delivery and the integration of lifestyle medicine for our NATO allies, and particularly our military teams who serve to gain the most benefit from lifestyle medicine integration. Just a couple of quick snapshots of this is on a Defense Health Board level, where we're looking at what publications are coming forward and actually saying, guess what, as of November 5th, 2020, it behooves us to start finding, supplementing, and integrating vendors who are able to engage not only service members, but beneficiaries, to really lock in healthy behaviors like plant-based diets, regular exercise, tobacco abstinence, reduction of unhealthy substance use, maintenance of healthy weights, restorative sleep, you name it. That sounds a lot like lifestyle medicine, does it not? Also, same document, different page, they're looking at intensive lifestyle disease reversal programs, and they should start investing in programs that promote and figure out how to effectively implement lifestyle medicine tenets for our service members and their dependents. Not to mention women's health in particular. This was published on the same day, where we're looking at women prolonging their lives potentially by 14 years when they adopt healthy lifestyle behaviors, as mentioned prior. So the publications are out there, leadership is out there. We are true to form, building this plane as we fly it. But the point of this exercise is that we are flying this plane and it is taking off. So here's a quick case study before I shift gears for the morning, and one of my favorite of all time. This was one of my patients a couple years ago, and of course he lets me share his story with permission. And so this is Major Leroy Jackson, and he came in for his very first lifestyle and performance medicine session with me. And sadly, his labs looked very similar to most of the individuals who I see. He was 35 years old. He was almost obese based on his BMI. His LDL cholesterol alone was 223. And the biggest kicker, that bottom circle, he was in a diabetic state based on his hemoglobin A1C. He was overweight. He felt crummy. He was lethargic, no energy, insulin resistance, you name it. The standard litany of medical issues that we see all too often. But the biggest problem for Major Jackson was that I had to pull him off of his deployment line with 2 months to spare, which is not an ideal situation when you're trying to maintain readiness. So we had to shift gears. And I said, Major Jackson, you have two options right here. I can treat you the conventional way that I was trained with pharmaceuticals, or you can take plants instead. You can eat plants. You can use plants as your medicine. So he accepts the Dr. Stig 7-day plant-based challenge to see what we could do to his cholesterol profile. And what does he do? He eats real food. He eats plants. He takes out most of the standard American diet components that he was raised on, that I was raised on. And something interesting happened. After 7 days, we looked at his labs and he said, Doc Stig, I've never felt this good. I want to keep going. And here's just a snapshot from 7 days of what he did to his cholesterol panel. He dropped his LDL by 55 points and he kept going. 14 days later, he dropped another 28 points in cholesterol for a total of 83 points drop of bad cholesterol in 2 weeks' time. Not to mention, we were keeping an eye on his fasting blood glucose as well as his A1C. And of course, this isn't standard practice measuring so frequently, but this was the metrics that we were looking at for research purposes. And of course, we started seeing a trend too. He was experiencing the upward spiral of side effects. So weight loss up to 35 pounds now, energy through the roof, cholesterol normalization, mental clarity, exercise stamina, stronger for longer, better sleep, you name it. He keeps going. I'm going to have a spoiler alert right here. He's still plant-based many years down the road. And this is the beautiful result that we see, is that Major Jackson on his own, through his own choices and food choices, essentially put his diabetes into remission. So our game plan before he shifted gears and moved to another base was, hey, we're going to get you out of your pre-diabetic state and keep your A1C level tracking down. And now we have Major Jackson 2 years down the road. He is qualified to deploy. He is 35 pounds lighter. Blood pressure is no longer an issue. His cholesterol, he's dropped over 100 points. His diabetes is in remission, folks, and his insulin resistance has improved. No brain fog, markedly increased energy, you name it. And this was a quote from him from November about how he is prioritizing his health over his habits, still following the lifestyle medicine tune to about 89%, as he indicated on this slide right here. And his A1C is still trending down. And I'm not even his physician anymore. He is doing this on his own. So that's the beautiful part of why we love the discussion of lifestyle medicine, lifestyle performance medicine across the board. We have maintained Major Jackson's deployable status. So really, really profound to think about, not to mention a sweet side effect of putting him in a healthier state from a standpoint of minimizing his chronic disease burden. And this is a patient of mine just from yesterday. And if you look chronologically from bottom to top, you'll see LDL levels in 2018 of 225. He got his levels drawn in February of last year with me and sort of started gearing down. Long story short, he's dropped over 100 points of LDL himself going plant-based. So the old adage here lies in paying the farmer or paying big pharma, and when you're going to start making that investment. So think of it exactly that way. Your health is truly an investment and not an expense. And I think the sooner that big leadership and senior leadership at all military levels start understanding that if we spend $1, we will save 5 now in preventive metrics and lifestyle metrics down the road. That will not only preserve our deployability and readiness rates, it'll drop our profile and health condition limiting in platforms as well, and it'll skyrocket our quality of life and our performance ability. And once again, the beauty part of this, it's not all or nothing. It's really difficult sometimes talking to Americans who have been so indoctrinated with the standard American way of eating, and that's tons of dairy, tons of meat, tons of processed sugar, tons of processed food in general. So we really like to foot stomp this. It's merely getting enough fiber on a daily basis and figuring out where you want to land on that plant-based spectrum. Every little bit and every little bite counts. So once again, I'll close with a pilot pun. This will mean absolutely nothing to your service members, your soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marine, Coast Guardsmen, unless they try it for themselves. So I encourage all of my patients to be their own best test pilot for exactly this reason. And I will leave you all with this morning, our takeaway points that lifestyle and performance medicine is specifically a militarized phraseology for lifestyle medicine. And we are truly following the most cutting edge, science, evidence-based practice of lifestyle medicine. And it has showed remarkable promise in optimizing and sustaining service member readiness. I hope that you all have started to conceptualize how we have started strategically implementing lifestyle and performance medicine within the military, as well as the current culture shift that Dr. Loomis is a part of. He was part of our residency training in Washington, D.C. as the clinical components. You'll hear from fantastic presenters here following me, who will talk more about the practice in the work group and recovery and things of that nature. And the final point that I want to leave you all with is it's very vital that we continue building international collaborations in the space of lifestyle and performance medicine as a way to truly turn the tide on health, readiness, deployability, quality of life for our men and women in uniform. And with that, I will leave it to you all. Tomas, I will hand the reins back to you, and please do feel free to reach out to me on any of these platforms. I'm more than happy to engage with everybody across the globe now. And thanks again for Tomas for creating this opportunity. And yeah, I'll turn it right over to you.
Thanks a lot, Major Stig, or Dr. Stig. Okay, we have a couple questions, and very good question just popped out from James Loomis. James, could you please unmute and just ask?
So, nice to see you again, Dr. Stig. Quick question. What do you perceive as the biggest barriers to implementation or adaptation of healthy lifestyle plant-based diets, both at the individual serviceman person level and also at the leadership level? So why? Because this obviously seems, the evidence and all is overwhelming. And so why do you think it is that people are so kind of reticent, or why do you get pushback in something that seems so easy?
Absolutely. I think it's just familiarity. And once you help show from a metric standpoint, so you pull up those numbers from the population health portal, you pull up the evidence basis and you say, hey, why are we letting our leaders essentially let seatbelts be optional, if you will? And that seatbelts is referring to how are we allowing chronic disease to be so permeated throughout every Air Force base, every military base. And we have to answer our questions with a solution. And that's exactly what we have been doing. And of course, courtesy of your help too, like you have helped create the counterpart to not only the implementation rather, but the clinical component. And so did Dr. Mi-Lin Win at the Wounded Warrior Clinic at Walter Reed. And that is essentially where we say, hey, look, people are already doing this and we are behind the power curve, and we have the opportunity to step up to it. And that is why I think we have such strong receptivity at the senior leadership level. And quite honestly, and you've seen it, the very first year that we implemented the lifestyle and performance medicine opportunity for getting residents educated, 100% of the residents participated. The list that you saw with those residency programs who are interested in participating now, that has all come together over the last 6 to 8 weeks. People are hungry for this kind of healthcare delivery, and people want to shift the tide for the next generation of healthcare, especially in the military.
Thank you. Great. Yeah. I mean, I've seen that just presenting to the lifestyle medicine performance group. The presentation I did a few weeks ago was, the feedback was amazing. And that's great. I love your analogy. Why do we make seatbelts optional? I'm going to steal that. I hope you don't mind.
Please do.
Well, a great energy. Another question just popped out from our attendees. Well, congrats, a really nice presentation. And I have a question. What are you doing with this food deserts problem?
That's a really, really smart discussion point, because that is one of the lanes that most people in medicine have not addressed or thought about. We are developing relationships right now with the AFSVC, or the Services Center. And we have curated over the past several years how to reintegrate new products, more plant-based products on the supply chains so that they can be delivered to dining facilities or DFACs throughout Air Force bases and throughout military bases, and to start providing healthier options on a larger scale. There was a fantastic Army colleague of mine, Chief Warrant Officer Jeremy Patterson, who was down in Fort Sill, Oklahoma, which is sort of the breadbasket, a meat and potatoes area of the US, just by mere virtue of the geography. And he helped stand up the very first plant-based option for every single meal that dining facility served. And I mean, that's a pretty robust and impressive thing to do. And of course, he did it with the support of his leadership, who said, hey, there is value add in preserving the health. And once again, you'll notice that the entire dining facility was not mandated to be plant-based. We give service members the options to make the healthy choices. They just have to be empowered to know what those choices are and how to make them.
Great, thanks. Another one question. Okay, how would you describe the Game Changers film as it would apply to the military?
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of the discussion that Dr. Loomis talked about, particularly when you think about the Game Changers, they look at the performance medicine side, or they look at the performance side of the house, which is what we as the military are concerned about too. So we think of the chronic disease, stemming that from growing any further. We think about shifting the needle toward health maintenance, and we think about even shifting the needle further from the standpoint of dialing in human performance optimization. When you have a thin margin of error, if you're a special operator, you have to have that biological and cellular infrastructure. And the science shows a lot of that comes from what you're eating and what you're not eating. So I think there's definitely relevant dialogue in that space for sure.
Thank you. We have one raised hand just for the last question. Do we have an attendee's question? You are able to ask. Okay, no more questions. So just welcome for our live stream users on YouTube, who our military personnel are watching now. We are not in attendees row now, but we are really watching, and I believe that was a really good trigger for our Lithuanian military personnel to think about going forward. And thanks a lot, Dr. Stick, for your presentation. Really extremely presentation. So let's move on. And according to our agent, we will have another outstanding presentation from Colonel Valerie Castle, which is the Chief of Preventive Medicine serving at the Air Force's Medical Readiness Agency, Defense Health Headquarters, and Falls Church in Virginia. Dr. Castle develops policy upholding the tenets of preventive medicine and public health. Current professional interests are focused on modernization of Air Force fitness assessment and implementation of lifestyle and performance medicine into clinical care. So it's our big pleasure to have you on our conference, Major Valerie. So the stage is yours, and we're really waiting for your topic, which by the way is called Building the Foundation of Lifestyle and Performance Medicine in the Department of Air Forces. So it's really interesting to hear from you, and I believe it's very extremely fruitful for our Lithuanian military services. So thanks a lot joining us, and sorry for stealing your time from presentation. So we can move on.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's truly my pleasure to have a moment of your time today, really just to tell you about the story of how we are infusing lifestyle and performance medicine in the Air Force Medical Service. I am going to share my screen in just a moment, but first I wanted to foot stomp a couple of things that came to mind as I listened to Dr. Loomis and Major Reagan Stegman. First, it's just how powerful we are together and partnering to really leverage what we're all doing in these different areas to pull it together and then continue to proliferate our movement within the Air Force Medical Service. So thank you both for your presentations this morning, Dr. Loomis and Major Stegman. It's really going to be hard to follow in your footsteps. My topic is a little more pragmatic, really the how-to, but I look forward to sharing it because it certainly is important as we put all these parts and pieces together. The second thing that it made me think about this morning as I listened to Dr. Stegman is trust your people, trust them to put together the things that are important at that clinical interface. Reagan has the pulse on what's going on at the Air Force Academy, where we grow our next level of senior leaders, and to infuse lifestyle and performance medicine at that clinical interface there at the Air Force Academy. It's really going to be essential as we try to turn the tide of creating a healthier culture, not only within the Air Force, but as we speak to our patients in Air Force medicine. And each one of the members of our core work group has a different area of interest. And I've really enjoyed being able to see them blossom and trusting their on-the-ground knowledge and expertise on what they needed to do to help propagate our message. And part of that is leveraging all of those talents and skills. And I tell you, I am the least talented on our work group. And I love that because I am just so inspired every day by the things I see our work group doing, from a lot of what Reagan mentioned to engagements with senior leaders across the Air Force that I hear of later. And I just love that. So my job is really to kind of create a framework so we can infuse lifestyle and performance medicine in the AFMS, and it is to clear the path. I really think of my role as someone that can move hurdles aside so we can really make those strides through the Air Force Medical Service, as well as the Department of the Air Force. Now, we work in a huge bureaucracy, and so nothing is going to happen in rapid fashion. Therefore, we all have to learn to be patient as well. But as Reagan mentioned, we, over the last 18 months, have made more strides than I really thought were possible. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, give this a try. So please provide feedback in the chat if I'm not successful. Right.
Works well.
All right, I think I've got it. Great. So first of all, I've kind of done a little bit of a scene setter. Again, my name is Colonel Valerie Castle. I was trained in family medicine back in the day, and now I am the chief of preventive medicine, having done a preventive medicine residency at USHIS, the same location that Dr. Stegman did hers. I am currently the chief of PrevMed, as I mentioned. My focus, though, over the last 5 months has shifted from lifestyle medicine to really rolling out that COVID vaccine that we're all so excited could move us through this part of the pandemic and back to a little bit of what we'll call the new normal. All right. On a side note, when it comes to my practice of lifestyle medicine, very much an enthusiast in physical activity. I've learned to love my sleep, but what my husband and I have recently done is acquired our own piece of land, and we're exploring with the farm to table distance growing shorter and shorter every day. And last year we were actually able to grow probably 60% of the food that we've consumed throughout the year. So it's pretty exciting. All right. Disclaimers. I've mentioned some of these. First of all, I'll be referencing the American College of Lifestyle Medicine, not in an intention to endorse, but just to lay the foundation of our partnership and our alignment with their evidence-based principles. The views I will express today are those of my own, not the Department of Defense, Army, Navy, or Air Force. And then citations of any commercial organizations or trade names in this presentation do not constitute endorsement or the approval of products or services of these organizations. These are the required disclaimers. The additional disclaimers that I would like to set forth is that I am not a program planner. When we started to lay the foundation for lifestyle medicine in the Air Force, it was actually an opportunity that came my way. Dr. Stegman, as well as about 3 other members of our core work group, came to me and asked if I would like to champion the starting of a lifestyle medicine work group in the AFMS. And positioned as the chief of preventive medicine, I thought it was a great idea and really an opportunity to work with them to make it happen. I am not the subject matter expert in lifestyle medicine, leveraging all of my colleagues for that. And I am not a program developer, but heck, we're doing a good job and we're learning it on the fly. And that is really my message to you, is if you have inspiration from your team, willing to learn from book learning as well as from learning from our mistakes every day, you can make this happen in your own healthcare system and your own military. I am not a board certified lifestyle medicine physician, but I wish to be. So I'm going down the road of doing the academic and practical steps that I need to set for that board of lifestyle medicine. In our work group, we have tripled the amount of lifestyle medicine practitioners over the last year, physicians as well as some of our registered dietitians. So it's very exciting news for us and just speaks to the commitment of the group. All right. And I also did mention, I'm not the subject matter expert on this team. Each one of our core team members has their area of expertise, and we leverage that expertise every day. What I am, I'm a zealot for good things. You know, when this idea came across my desk, I thought, gosh, this is something we really need to get behind. So just inspiring, continued movement in this space is really where I feel I can give the energy to this initiative. I have a very good understanding of the governance that occurs through our bureaucracy and how to get things on the desk of our senior leaders so they can understand and endorse it. So that is the thing that I could definitely bring to this group, is really helping them work through the wickets of making this an official entity. All right. And the other thing that I wanted to mention is this, and I believe I did, this was such a good idea that we just couldn't pass it up. All right. So the Lifestyle and Performance Medicine Work Group, as Major Stegman mentioned, we did adopt the word performance in our title for several reasons. One, to align ourselves with the mission, to understand the implications of lifestyle on performance, to identify the implications of what we do as vitally important to the US, but to begin developing our brand. So when people now hear us talk, we speak of the Lifestyle and Performance Medicine Work Group. We often say the entire word rather than using the abbreviation, so people start remembering what we are, or who we are and what we do. Typically, our briefers are myself, Lieutenant Colonel Keel, who now is going to be putting on Colonel just shortly. She is the chief of the Air Force Medical Home. She is very uniquely positioned to have insight and understanding of all of our frontline primary care clinical operations. So for her voice in the AFMS, that does leverage the ability really to work with every primary care clinic throughout our very large organization. And then of course, Major Reagan Stegman has been really the foundational mover and shaker of our Lifestyle and Performance Medicine Work Group, and has created great voice and advocacy from her position at the U.S. Air Force Academy. So when we all got together over that year and a half ago, the first thing I asked the group is, do you have a charter? And that seemed to some as a step back. Because they were already doing really great activities all over the Air Force, some of which I will speak to. However, knowing our governance structure, I thought it was very essential that we step back and develop a charter. And on that charter, make the words really describe the reason why and where we want to go. This is about an 11-page document. It seems pretty excessive. However, it's a lot of information consolidated on just a few pages to express to our senior leaders the serious nature of this concern, our understanding of how we can change it, and very discrete goals and lines of effort so they know that they could take us seriously, that we were going to make change in the Air Force. This charter enabled to put our words on the page, of course, so we could communicate them, focus the energy, because a lot of things, as I mentioned, were going on in different areas of Air Force medical, some of which were aligned and some were actually in competition. So this gave us the opportunity to pull that together to really align the activities that we were doing so we can continue the growth and energy in one vector. All right. It also, this charter provided us legitimacy. So that's really important in a bureaucracy. So when we're asked, hey, what requirement do you have to travel to understand more about the clinical interface of lifestyle medicine? I bring that up as an example because last year I had the opportunity to visit some civilian lifestyle medicine practices to see if we could leverage their knowledge to continue to infuse the great things going on in the AFMS. And just simply having a charter and referring to that as we ask for some of our members to be funded for travel, it was an immediate approval. So having this charter signed by 2 generals just immediately gives us that kind of cachet to say, yep, this is an approved entity. We want to spend our resources, money, and the time of our very valuable people to learn more about lifestyle and performance medicine and infuse that into the military. So that charter gives us legitimacy that is very essential in our bureaucracy. All right, next slide. This is the next probably 4 or 5 slides I'm going to speak to are really the meat of what I wanted to get across today. The rest will be some examples and a little bit more into the weeds. But the things that I reflected upon when asked to describe how we developed our work group are really on the next 4 or 5 slides. Just first and foremost, acknowledging that lifestyle medicine is a rapidly growing specialty. We are not the only ones interested in this space. And that is a great thing because there is so much out there to leverage. Understanding what other health systems are doing is certainly helping us understand where we need to go. The interest group, as I mentioned, was developed from a group of diverse medics, physicians, registered dietitians, behavioral health specialists, physical therapists. We had an exercise physiologist for a bit, and we're still looking for some others from Nurse Corps, Dental Corps, and even our enlisted corps. Leveraging that group dynamic of diversity was very important for our success because those folks tend to be thought leaders in their own tribes, so to speak, and they can help infuse our message throughout the AFMS. As I mentioned, our charter, our work group was chartered in August of 2020. What I neglected to mention is we started that charter in November of 2019. So it took nearly a year through the pandemic to complete that charter. That may seem like it took a long time, but given the lens of the pandemic, as well as the multiple levels of governance that charter had to go through, I thought it was actually a very timely and fast journey from a conception to being a legitimized work group at the highest, endorsed at the highest levels of the AFMS. We have listed 7 goals, which I will go through, and those goals are in different kind of domains of what we thought would be essential to infuse lifestyle medicine across the AFMS. Clinical implications, partnering with other federal partners as well as private organizations to really learn more from each other. Placing lifestyle medicine in graduate medical education and other education platforms, because this will infuse the understanding of lifestyle and performance medicine at that foundational education level in medicine. And then those trainees, when they graduate from residency, will go take that information, knowledge, and inspiration out to all of the 76 medical treatment facilities we have across the world. Also, clinical research was very important to us. This again legitimizes who we are and what we do, but also furthers our understanding of what's going to work best in our very special and unique population of airmen and now Space Force Guardians. Policy and advocacy, this is where I come in. Never in my life when I started down the path of becoming a physician did I think that I would work in the world of policy and understanding that connection to how we really advocate for the things that we need. We have to take a little bit of the science, a little bit of understanding of the bureaucracy, and a lot of understanding of the current culture of leadership in order to advocate effectively for what we need. And we've been very successful in that for the last year. And then outreach. When we developed our core work group, I was very deliberate in reaching out to behavioral health specialists so I could very much understand what they thought was most important to infusing lifestyle medicine across the AFMS. And they brought forth this idea of including actions to develop peer wellness coaches. And just like community health workers, peer wellness coaches can really propagate our ideas and concepts down to that level of the senior airmen. What we need to be very cautious of is make sure that they provide the right information that's aligned with our tenets of lifestyle medicine. So very important, but one that we're watching very closely. And we've added a new and 7th goal, and that's cultural fitness. And I was remiss at adding this at the beginning. Matter of fact, this should have been our primary goal. However, changing a culture takes years, if not decades. And we are well in that, well on the path of creating a change of that culture of fitness. And I'll describe that a little bit more in some of the outreach that we have done. And as Major Stegman so eloquently described some of the changes in culture that we've actually been able to witness, it's pretty exciting. And a lot of that is based around getting the information out to folks so then they can start understanding it and then asking for change themselves. I'm specifically referring to the changes in our DFACs. A question was raised to Major Stegman with regard to, how can we infuse more of a plant-based food paradigm across the Air Force rather than seeing these bases as food deserts. And so that culture of fitness or culture of health is one teaching the airmen, whether it be at USAFA or basic training, what is important for nutrition. So when they go out and go to a base, their first base, and they go into the eating facility, and if they see that it doesn't have what they've just been taught is healthy and good for their performance, they can also act and advocate. And that's really where changing that culture from the bottom up and the top down is very important. So rather than just trying to let that happen on its own time, we have implemented a new goal. So we can at least start to work in this space to encourage the development of a more deliberate culture of fitness. All right, so our work group, the bones of it, what we do, we have a core group of about 15 people, and we meet every other week. Most work groups in the AFMS, in the Air Force, that are working large long-term projects meet monthly on a monthly cadence. And that usually works to maintain momentum. our work group was getting so much done so quickly, we really couldn't keep up with each other on that monthly basis. So we opted to meet bi-weekly. And we've been doing this now for over a year, and it's just worked fabulously. The commitment in our core work group is inspirational. We meet on Friday afternoons with most people are ready to take off for the weekend, but our core group of about 15 people, we come together every other week, discuss our actions and activities, and really start our weekend off on that right tone, a very healthy supporting mind frame. So again, that core work group, about 15 people, I think that's key. We opted to cap our core work group at that about 15 level. More than that, it became unwieldy, and it was very difficult to keep up with everyone's activities, and it was difficult to keep everyone aligned. So the Coalition of the Interested, as Major Segman mentioned, is really a new activity within our work group. So as we began to do additional speaking and advocacy with regard to lifestyle and performance medicine, folks reached out to us with great interest and wanted to become involved, particularly after briefing our senior leader workshop last winter. We had 20 or 30 people reach out to myself and the other speakers and wanting to be part of the work group. We quickly learned that, gosh, that was really too many people to maintain focus in our every other week meetings. And some of those folks really didn't have the capacity in their workday to do a lot in the space of propagating lifestyle and performance medicine. However, they did have enough interest that we needed to leverage that energy. So we created the Coalition of the Interested, inviting this group of now over 60 people to join us about once a quarter on larger meetings where we host a guest speaker, and then also advocate for them to become involved in small ways within some of our lines of effort. And we were privileged to have Dr. Loomis be our first guest speaker for the Coalition of Interested, and it was a highly successful event. All right, our keys to success. Wow, I'm going to dive into a few items here, probably a little more developed than what it even looks like on the slide, just because on reflecting on what we've done over the last year, I really thought these things were very important to consider in our success. And if you are going to engage in similar work, these were the important things to consider. So first, lifestyle and performance medicine work group keys to success. I think actually a good idea would be to write things down initially that you think would be important for your success, and then see how they evolve over time. Most importantly was connection to the Air Force Medical Service mission. So better health, better value were two of the core constructs that were listed in the strategy of the AFMS when we started this endeavor. So ensuring that our charter actually articulated those key tenets was very important to us. So you'll note in our charter, and I believe we've shared that with many of you before, but we can certainly share it again, articulates very clearly how lifestyle and performance medicine help reach that aim of better health for the entire Air Force beneficiary population, as well as reduce spending for the DoD in totality. So just aligning what we did with their missions was an immediate win. And then, as mentioned, connecting what we're doing with the Air Force mission, and even better yet, with the mission of the Department of Defense. So the Air Force mission, to fly, fight, and win. Performance is essential in that a very challenging environment. So we wrote specific statements within our charter, so it was clearly aligned with our connection to the mission. Even more importantly was to address the connection to the U.S. Department of Defense strategies. So knowing that strategically improving our health and human performance will be the best thing we can do for the entire Department of Defense. Super essential was leveraging existing resources. So I've learned after being at Air Staff for a total of 4 years now, when you ask for something, the first question that senior leaders will ask will be, how much does it cost? And if you can create a program that is resource neutral, it will be a huge win from the start. They'll be much more likely to give a up and down head nod to go forth, if knowing that there can be a huge benefit without much resource obligation, especially financial resource obligation. So when we wrote our charter, we did that intentionally, not asking for big dollars yet. That will come later after we've proven additional success and as we move on to the next steps. So leveraging existing resources of the personnel that we have, organic to the organization throughout the AFMS, that could give a little bit of their time and energy and talents to our efforts. And then secondly, programs. We already have, as I mentioned, 76 MTFs, hardened MTFs, and many other clinical opportunities. And if we can leverage those programs, infuse the knowledge of lifestyle medicine into that clinical interface without any additional cost associated with it, this will be a huge win for the AFMS. So we were able to articulate how we could successfully implement programs without expenditure. So the next was empowering the lifestyle and performance medicine community. And, I did mention already that we have these great activities going on all over the AFMS. Really, most of them didn't know that the others existed. Pulling people together so they know they have a like-minded community and can leverage what each other are doing is essential to continue to propagate that culture and propagate that entity. So just bringing people together, knowing that there was a lifestyle medicine clinic at Whiteman Air Force Base, at USAFA, at Travis, at Malmstrom, and NUCODA, pulling all of those people together so they can then inspire each other and learn from each other was very, very essential. Now that has worked not only with the core work group, but the coalition of interested, and also folks that aren't even part of our work group community that are just trying to do their best in the lifestyle medicine space. They now have something that they can call their own, their community of like-minded thinkers. The next important thing to foot stomp, and that was placed in the charter, was really this emergent call to action. The concern that our fitness and health of our airmen was degrading throughout the time that they're in service. And that then has an impact not only on performance, but our national security, as well as the healthcare bottom line to the DoD. So we framed that as an emergent call to action, which again provides inspiration for senior leaders to take action. Right. Also very important is to describe that vision of the future state of healthcare. We are all so good at taking care of what's right in front of us. All day long, I play a game I call whack-a-mole, dealing with the next most hot email, or my analogy is the alligator most close to my canoe. However, we needed to stop and think and look at what we wanted the future state of healthcare to be in the AFMS. And rather than reactive to disease that has already kind of gotten out in front of us, we need to be proactive to provide primary prevention in the form of lifestyle behavior change, as well as use this to treat disease before there's long-term pathophysiological effects. So we were very clear about articulating that future state of healthcare in our charter. Diversity in our ranks. And when I say in our ranks, I mean in the ranks of the work group and the coalition of interested itself. So let's talk the elements of diversity that we have. So the coalition of interested, and then the core work group. This gives folks two different levels of involvement that they can become engaged with. The core work group, that is a commitment. I would just guess that most of our core work group members spend maybe up to 15 hours a week of very focused activity with the Lifestyle and Performance Medicine Initiative. This does not include the time they spend in the hallways advocating for everything we do, because it really has to become a current or a part of conversation to get people to really understand that we're super serious about this. So diversity in level of capability to get work done. So that's how we decided that there would be a core group and then this coalition of interested. Do know that most of our core group members really do this as an additional duty. I mentioned probably 10 to 15 hours out of their week. It may be on top of their typical duties. It might be infused with, however, it is not written in anyone's job description yet at this time, but we hope to make that change soon. All right, 5 cores. So the Air Force Medical Service is made up of 5 predominant cores. Medical Corps, physicians, the Biomedical Sciences Corps, which actually have 19 career fields, I believe 7 of which are clinical. So in the Biomedical Services Corps includes our registered dietitians, health behavioral specialists, physical therapists, to name just a few. Essential to keep them close. They're an integral part of lifestyle medicine. And so we needed to make sure that we included that Biomedical Services Corps in our work group and in our activities. Next, the Nursing Corps. The Nursing Corps in the AFMS has a lot of influence and authority. So making sure that they were engaged in the development of the charter as well as part of our work group is essential going forward. At this point, we've had a difficult time finding someone that wants to commit a lot of time from the Nurse Corps in our group. However, I have recently engaged with somebody that is committed for next year. So Medical Services Corps, Nurse Corps, and Dental Corps. When we submitted our charter for review, it was reviewed by the Dental Corps chief, and we did not include dentists. And they sent it back. This was the only comment I got on this entire charter that was what they call a non-concur. And the dentists wanted to be part of this movement. And I was remiss that I did not invite them previously. So we quickly changed it to invite the Dental Corps, knowing that their whole mission in the military is preventive dentistry. They wanted to be part of this action. And I thought, what better advocacy? The 5th core that I think is also very important is our civilian provider corps. Many of us in the Air Force are uniformed healthcare providers. However, there is a subset of civilian employees that work for the US military that provide healthcare. And they're typically at the base level for much longer than any of the active duty folks. Active duty, we continue to move throughout the world, but our civilian corps really develop some of that cultural foundation at our clinical interface, including their voice and their activity will help provide some of that corporate knowledge as we, the uniform wearers, move from base to base and spread this news. All right, the next one, rank diversity. And this is also should say not only rank diversity, but deference to expertise. There's a concept in high reliability called deference to expertise. And this is where you really leverage those that are the smartest, the best to get you over those knowledge challenges. And I'm going to lump this in with rank diversity because often some of our younger ranking medics are those with the greatest amount of expertise in any given area. And when we come together as a work group, I have to take off my colonel rank and maybe put on my doctor hat, but really let everyone, every rank come together and provide their voice as well as their expertise. Now, when they go back out to infuse these thoughts and concepts throughout the AFMS, they will then be able to speak to their peers in a rank to rank level and again help continue to spread this word. Specialty diversity. So our work group not only has members from most of the corps, as I mentioned, and we're trying to flesh that out to all 5, but we have a diverse specialty background. We have family physicians, preventive medicine physicians, internal medicine, endocrinology, cardiology. I am missing a few, as well as our behavioral health specialists, some of which have different subspecialties in their own right, and then physical medicine and rehabilitation. And I'm sure I'm missing some, but that diversity of thought and the ability to come at that clinical care around the patient from different directions is very important to development of our activities. And the next key to success, continued advocacy. I mentioned the importance of the hallway conversations, and really what we do as lifestyle and performance medicine work group is important when we're putting pen to paper, creating briefs, inspiring folks to do all sorts of great things at the clinical interface. But what's really important is continuous advocacy, top down and bottom up. I rarely let an opportunity go by. When I'm in the hallway with one of our senior leaders, I always slip in a little line about lifestyle and performance medicine. We've had the opportunity to brief this with regard to how it related to the pandemic. And that I think was really essential, that connection with our senior leaders to see how lifestyle and performance medicine could be a tool to help us get through the pandemic, keep us stronger, healthier, and avoid disease. And just that continued advocacy at every opportunity, very, very important. That's actually even more important than the pen on paper written policy. The next topic, focus and refocus. So we aligned our charter with the tenets of lifestyle medicine outlined by the American College of Lifestyle Medicine. And we have been very cautious to remain aligned to those tenets of evidence-based lifestyle medicine. That's not to say we're rigid, because that diversity of thought is very important, but we ensure that we're always aligned with those core constructs of lifestyle medicine. We've actually had to take a couple opportunities to step back and re-educate ourselves about those core tenets to make sure that all of the activities that we do are in line with those core constructs. And a key to success that I hadn't really thought about until we started doing it, and that was a brand recognition. So naming ourselves the Lifestyle and Performance Medicine Work Group, using that statement over and over has been very important, because now people come up to me and say, hey, what is this lifestyle performance thing that you're involved with? And the minute they start realizing it is a movement, an entity, a work group, and a way of providing medicine in the FMS, they begin to understand that it has momentum and capacity to continue to grow. With that, just recently, thanks to Major Stegman and the American College of Lifestyle Medicine, we have our own logo. And again, that unity of message, making sure all of the core members maintain unity of message, provide that recognizable logo and name. And that's actually been very important to us, and I think will be as we go forward. All right. I'm going to touch on a few other things, and then in the interest of time and to kind of make sure that you all have time for questions and answers, I'm probably going to just stop there, although I will take you on a quick little tour of the rest of the slides, and you can certainly review those on your own and provide questions to myself or the work group, because the information in the rest of the slides is very important, but it's not necessarily focused on the development of a program. So hence I wanted to focus on these first several slides. Again, the charter development was our step to developing legitimacy in the Air Force Medical Service and the Department of Air Force. It allowed us to align with readiness and medical operations. Major Stegman mentioned the two signatures that are on our charter. One is the general that was in charge of all of Air Force medical readiness, so the performance aspect. The other is the General Miller, who will now be our Surgeon General, who was in charge of all of Air Force medical operations, so all of the health benefit. Getting both of their signatures really aligns our activities with readiness, as well as short, medium, and long-term healthcare. That senior leader endorsement is very essential. And as we were invited to speak at senior leader workshop, we were able to spread the knowledge of our activities through all of the MAJCOM Surgeon Generals and the enlisted senior leadership. Right. And communication of the current state and future state, again, always part of our message. Within the charter there's a commitment to the content of the charter, meaning we revisit that on a regular basis to make sure what we're doing is in line with what our senior leaders endorsed us to do. We have a built-in evaluation of all of the goals and lines of effort in our charter, and we're going through that process right now. So those goal champions are in the process of reflecting on what we've accomplished over the last year, putting into words what we've done, and then providing recommendations to how we should change those lines of effort in the future. This will ensure this feedback loop with senior leaders. So our senior leaders that signed the charter originally will look at this annual review and provide any vector or feedback that may help us be successful within our bureaucracy. This also gives us the opportunity this year to ask for more. Outlining our successes and then providing some recommendations for what we think we need to make strides in the AFMS as we go forward. And this is where we'll have the opportunity to ask for potentially a standalone position, or what we call a billet, in the AFMS for lifestyle medicine. It will provide us the opportunity to request endorsement for a special experience identifier. So those that are certified in lifestyle medicine may be eligible to be selected for certain assignments. And it will also provide us the opportunity to just ask for some funding. All right. And it does provide us the opportunity to be flexible and adapt to what's going on in the world, what's going on in lifestyle medicine, and continue to update really how we should spend our energy. I wanted to highlight some of the senior leader engagements that we've just tripped across over the last year, and again, really helped us become successful. In our membership, we've got some outstanding speakers and advocates, and we found opportunities to meet with senior leaders. We've had engagements with the United States Space Force as they're standing up their own approach to medical care. Obviously, the pressures of the space environment are forcing them to look at how to optimize performance. So they've had many dialogues with members of the Lifestyle and Performance Medicine Work Group in this space, really how to adapt what they're doing from building their medical force from the ground up to infuse lifestyle and performance medicine. Major Stegman has met with their chief of aerospace medicine, and a few of us at AirStaff had the opportunity to meet with their enlisted senior leaders in the space of discussing what should be their fitness assessment. And then we were able to discuss cultural fitness and infusing the idea of developing not only physical activity patterns, but eating patterns to best change and help improve behavior for long-term health outcomes. We've had the opportunity to meet with and brief the senior most enlisted member of the AFMS, Chief Joanne Bass. And I have had the opportunity to advocate with our Air Force personnel policy office at Big Air Force to help change some of the aspects of their fitness test and really get them started on the discussion of a culture of health and fitness. We've had several opportunities to discuss our activities with line commanders at the installation level, as well as I mentioned at the air staff level, and exciting new engagements as Major Stegman mentioned, discussions to infuse the American College of Lifestyle Medicine curriculum in our GME academic platforms. And then we have also had the opportunity to speak with and be part of American College of Lifestyle Medicine engagements. All right. I am beyond time right now. So with that, I think, sir, I'm going to turn it back over to you. I did want to take folks just through a couple of the slides. A lot of it has been discussed with regard to the science, but I did want to mention on the slide that you see before you, you may recognize this honeycomb pattern from Major Stegman's discussion, but this again is part of that kind of brand loyalty. So when our members brief, such as we've briefed several times all of our clinical colleagues across the AFMS in the space of COVID and how to best prevent and COVID disease, these honeycomb descriptions of personal protective nutrition and personal protective lifestyle have now become actually part of our clinical practice guideline for COVID-19 disease. All right. And if you are developing this program within your own health system, I wanted to bring your attention to our lines of effort. So the final slides really go over our goals and our lines of effort and show you that we've assigned champions to each one of those lines of effort. And then we're looking for summary and evaluative feedback from our members this year. Right. And I think with that, I will try to figure out how to stop sharing my screen and be open for questions. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Really, really interesting presentation. Not so well. We were ready for questions. Well, just remarks from our attendees, but very interesting presentation. And we have no questions. So, anybody? Any questions for our panelists? Okay, just a minute. I see that two attendees would like to ask something. Ms. Agla Minavichan, if you are ready, you can ask. Well, nobody. So I'm really glad. I was really glad to see your presentation. Really good, really well done, tough, structural presentation. So it was really nice to hear, and we are really thankful that you shared your experiences in your environment and implementing a lifestyle and performance medicine. For my part of view, it was really, really interesting. I have no doubt that Lithuanian military services personnel, it was absolutely interesting to hear, and so on. So we have, okay, we have two questions just popped out. Okay, one very silly question, but I will try to. Okay, it seems that women are taking charge of lifestyle medicine in the USA Air Forces. What happened to the men?
That is a really fun question, and I'll be definitely glad to entertain it. We are just really fortunate that we have some great leaders in the AFMS, and it just happens in this space that a lot of them are female. In our lifestyle medicine core work group, I think it's really a 50-50 split. I'm trying to think through our membership, but we do have diversity in males and females in this space as well. And I'm looking at the faces that are going to be presenting. I see Colonel Payne and very thankful for Reagan for Major Stegman as well. And it does appear that the women are taking over the preventive medicine, lifestyle, and performance medicine space. But do rest assured that at least half of our work group members are men. And those people that have approached me with regard to becoming involved, it's really about reflective of our medical healthcare professionals across the AFMS. But we'll take it. We'll take leadership at any opportunity. So that's great. And well, I do have the mic. I wanted to mention if anyone would like a copy of our charter, of course, the slides can be shared, but please feel free to reach out to any of us. Over.
I appreciate it. Thank you. And another one question, I believe just popped out from Lithuanian military services. With whom from NATO you are collaborating, if collaborating? in terms of lifestyle and performance medicine?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I don't have an answer to that. We would certainly be open to additional partnerships, and if there are other members from our work group that have an answer for that question online, certainly welcome their answers. But we're very interested in continuing international partnerships. Over.
Okay, so there is a space and for other NATO organizations to join this lifestyle and performance medicine group.
And if there is someone that from the Lithuanian military that would like to listen in to our lifestyle and performance medicine work groups, that may be a way to get a little more involved and understand really what our day-to-day work looks like. So we would just definitely welcome them to attend as a guest or even join that coalition if interested.
Excellent, perfect. One more time, thank you very much, Colonel Valerie. So it was a pleasure to hear from you. Thanks for your time divided for us. And if we are okay, there is no questions more, we can move on through our agenda. Thanks a lot one more time. And yeah, already in the queue, another our sorry, another our panelist with a topic building the foundation of lifestyle and performance medicine in the Department of Air Force. And sorry. Oh, we have some. Sorry, some IT issues. Sorry, Colonel Chelsea. Now, another our topic is lifestyle medicine and prescription for wellness in rehabilitation. Colonel Chelsea Payne, Command Preventive Medicine physician from African. So we are really glad to see you on board, and definitely I'm willing to hear from you from this presentation. I have some perspectives to hear what are the best possible outcomes in prescription wellness in lifestyle medicine for wellness and rehabilitation. So if you don't mind, please, virtual stage is yours.
Hello, thank you so much, Thomas. Can you hear me okay, and can you see my slides?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. And so I wanted to thank both of the prior speakers, Dr. Stigman for her excellent presentation, and Colonel Castle as well, really great information. And thank you all so much for the opportunity to be here today and to speak with you. As you said, my name is Lieutenant Colonel Chelsea Payne. I'm a preventive medicine, family medicine doctor in the Air Force. I currently work at US AFRICOM. I live in Stuttgart, Germany. And a lot of my work right now focuses on force health protection, helping to protect our deployed forces downrange in Africa, looking at them from pre-deployment through their deployment and then returning to stateside. I also look at disease and non-battle injuries on the continent. And I get to do a little bit of global health as well. In the past, I've worked as an international health specialist in Eastern Europe, and I had the privilege of getting to come to Kaunas and work with the Lithuanian Armed Forces, which I appreciated very much, and working with the NATO Center of Excellence in Military Medicine. So I'm sorry I couldn't be there live, but very happy to be here virtually to talk to you about one of my favorite topics, which is lifestyle medicine. I'm also a diplomat of the Board of Lifestyle Medicine and continue to try to grow this initiative wherever I can sort of seed it and find opportunities. So as I go forward, that's again my background. And I don't have any relevant disclosures to make today. And these are our learning objectives for what I'm going to discuss. I'm going to talk about understanding the 6 key areas of focus in lifestyle medicine and how they impact lifestyle-related diseases. I'll talk about preventable diseases and clinical practice guidelines that really direct us to implement these changes for soldiers' wellness and during and after rehabilitation. I'll talk about rehabilitation from COVID-19 illness in the context of lifestyle medicine. And we'll examine a couple clinical cases and discuss how to incorporate principles of lifestyle medicine into rehabilitation therapy. I will add, I'm not a physical medicine and rehabilitation doctor, but I have been fortunate to work with a few of them at LARMC and also to work with them in global health. So I got to work in Ukraine with their military and trying to improve rehabilitation efforts in that country. And we started doing some of our lifestyle initiatives with them. So here's an outline again of what I'm going to discuss. And so, you know, injured soldiers face numerous physical and mental challenges during rehabilitation. And taking a proactive, multidisciplinary approach is really important to treatment and to enhancing rehabilitation. And one of the nice things about rehabilitation medicine is that you already have numerous specialists whenever a soldier goes into a program, especially for a significant injury, who are there and who are available to help the patient to achieve their goals. And lifestyle medicine as an expanding and evidence-based approach to preventing chronic disease can really help those soldiers to sort of hit the reset button and start to make very healthy lifestyle choices. And so incorporating principles of lifestyle medicine into readiness and rehabilitation addresses numerous determinants of health during recovery, simultaneously with promoting just lifelong well-being. So I'm going to have little quizzes throughout this just to keep your attention and interest. And I know this is something that Dr. Sigmund mentioned, but I might go into it just a bit more. You can think for yourself if it's too difficult to interact, but what do you think is the most common reason that US soldiers are evacuated out of theater? So when I say theater, it could be the African continent where the soldiers work that I focus on, or it could be in the Pacific, or it could be somewhere in the Central Command, which is Iraq, Afghanistan, other areas. So think about that for a moment. And I'll tell you that, you know, it does vary over time, but generally, as Dr. Sigmund pointed out, non-battle injuries are a main reason. There was a large review of data that was done recently on CENTCOM's AOR, and they looked from 2015 to 2019, and they definitely showed disease and non-battle injuries were a huge source of evacuations. But interestingly, in that particular published study, the most common diagnostic code is actually mental health disorders. And if you break it down even further, you see that stress, anxiety, and adjustment disorder, and then mood disorder are the most common diagnoses. And so, and that's very common for AFRICOM's AOR too. And so even though sometimes these are relatively short deployment periods, there's a mental health component that maybe is a little bit underaddressed. And often these are actually the first time that someone has this diagnostic code put into their record. Most of these folks go through certainly for AFRICOM, a pretty intense record review where we're making sure that we don't think they have a predisposition to having to be evacuated out for something like this or another significant health problem. So they've already been screened. They generally are pretty young and otherwise healthy, but yet we still see this common theme of mental health disorders being a significant reason for evacuation. So I just highlight that as an opportunity that lifestyle medicine could potentially improve upon. And so what is lifestyle medicine? Well, I think we all know this now after sitting through the conference, but I would just highlight, it really focuses on treating the lifestyle causes of disease. We want primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention, and even reversal of lifestyle-related chronic disease. And the patient is an active partner in care. That's one of the things I love about lifestyle medicine. is that it really has this perspective that patients have autonomy and they can be agents of their own change. And it's so powerful. Instead of being passive recipients of care, they are truly, they're at the forefront of making sustainable change. And often that's necessary. I'll tell you, when I think about significant change, I'm often reminded of a patient I had years ago who did develop diabetes. He also had high blood pressure and he was overweight. And he made this significant life change where he moved to another country in the Pacific and adopted a whole different lifestyle. And I would see him back occasionally. And interestingly, he put his diabetes into full remission. He brought his BMI down to normal and he went off his blood pressure medicine for hypertensive reasons. I think he kept it on a bit for his diabetes, but he actually reversed his disease. And so I really believe that is possible with making those significant changes. And lifestyle medicine really emphasizes motivation and compliance, which are both really important to the patient being able to sustain and achieve those meaningful changes. So the background of lifestyle medicine, again, lifestyle related diseases, including obesity and diabetes, very prevalent in the US, growing in prevalence across the world, really. And the US spends almost 3 times on healthcare as the average of any other nation with comparable income. Some of that's related to our healthcare structure, but certainly chronic diseases are contributing. And more than 80% of US healthcare dollars are spent on preventable medical conditions. I think that's really under-recognized by a lot of people, the preventable piece to much of those diseases. And contributing factors are access to healthcare and, again, the cost of health services in our country. This particular slide looks a little more globally, and it focuses on the global epidemiologic transition towards chronic disease. And here you can see that according to the WHO in 2019, ischemic heart disease, stroke, and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease are the leading causes of death now in the world. And so again, chronic diseases are having a significant impact on people around the world. Now, soldiers undergoing rehabilitation are at increased risk of developing preventable diseases as well. In particular, lower limb amputees are at high risk for obesity over time, and more so with a proximal amputation. They are also at increased risk for developing insulin resistance and diabetes compared to the general US population. And I think that sometimes, going into a rehabilitation program, when I've seen soldiers, sometimes they're actually underweight coming out of the hospital. They have some nutritional deficiencies, but it's later on after they've gone through rehab and they've had to adjust to sometimes a more sedentary lifestyle that they start to see some of these health effects. And so up front, when they're doing that rehabilitation, starting to make them aware of that risk through education and even incorporating lifestyle changes can help to change that trajectory over time. We also have very good clinical practice guidelines that tell us that we should be making these recommendations to soldiers and to others going through rehabilitation. So the US Preventive Service Task Force has had a recommendation since 2018 that says clinicians should offer or refer adults with an elevated BMI of 30 or more to intensive multi-component behavioral interventions. That's a grade B recommendation. And then the US Veterans Administration and the Department of Defense both strongly recommend that individuals with lower limb amputations receive evaluation and interventions for factors associated with poorer outcomes, such as their tobacco use, psychosocial factors. So we already have guidelines that are telling us to make these types of interventions with our patients. I'd like to highlight for a moment some of the determinants of health. And you can see here at the bottom, there's a chart that shows the social determinants of health. And let's see if I can, there, I shrunk that. And the social determinants of health here are defined by Healthy People 2030, and they include education, healthcare access, neighborhoods and built environments, social and community context, as well as economic stability. And then if you go a little more into detail with what lifestyle medicine talks about with that health care access and quality, we can look more at the individual. And there have been good studies to show that determinants of health include adverse childhood events, genetic and epigenetic predispositions, and health literacy are other health factors that make a big difference. So when we look at this soldier here in the picture who's undergoing rehabilitation, these are sort of the background factors I think of, sort of like the stage that's going to, in part, set the stage for his rehabilitation. But he still is the actor. He's still the person who gets to implement changes and determine what that looks like for him in the present and going down the road. But it's important to understand how these background factors might impact where he's at when he starts and some of his success. So we're going to do another quick quiz, and I'll give you a moment to look at this picture. And it's a very simple question. It's just, does anyone know where this is? I see we have a chat box. So I don't see anybody's responded yet. I'll give you one more second to think about it. You can see there's a beautiful building. It's a sunny day, and it almost looks like someone's skiing down a mountain, but there's no snow. And so I'll go ahead and show you. This is in Copenhagen, Denmark, and it's actually called Copenhill. It's a waste to clean energy power plant that was built in 2019, but it also serves as public infrastructure. And so it includes hiking trails, it includes a ski slope, and it has the tallest artificial climbing wall in the world. And it takes about 440,000 tons of waste annually, and it converts it into electricity. And so it's an example of what can be done when you incorporate nature into the built environment. And this is actually part of Copenhagen's goal to be the first carbon neutral city by 2025. So I just think it sort of stands as a marker of not only something that's beautiful and amazing from an architectural standpoint, but it really connects the dots between human health and urban planning and urban environments. There's other initiatives like this in Europe. There's a large research study called Blue Health, which looks at human health, urban spaces, and climate. And so initiatives out there like this exist. And I think if we are aware of them, we can help to sort of propagate them around the world to create environments that promote health and activity. So we've talked about this already in the conference, but I'm going to use this to sort of take you through some of the points of my presentation. So the American College of Lifestyle Medicine defines these 6 key areas of focus: nutrition, physical activity, stress management, avoidance of risky substances, quality of sleep, and having a strong social support system. And they're all so important. I also really like the vision statement, which is a world where lifestyle medicine is the foundation of a transformed, sustainable system of health. And I think it's even more than a system of health, it's a way of life for people. It's very powerful. So the key concepts of nutrition, as you know, are plant-based, whole food that's high fiber, has modest portions, avoidance of fat diets, and consideration of time-restricted feeding or fasting. There's more literature coming out that talks about the value of fasting. I think it's an area where we're still kind of growing in our understanding, but there certainly seems to be some benefits to fasting. And I like this quote from In the Defense of Food and Eaters Manifesto, which simply says, "Eat food, not too much, and mostly plants." This is an example of a basic nutrition assessment you might do with a patient, and it's summarized as just ABCD, where you're collecting anthropometric data, you're collecting biochemical data, you're doing a clinical assessment, which is pretty standard, but it also includes things like activity level and nutritional history, and then a dietary assessment. And that might be something that, initially might require referral to a nutritionist, but is something that a primary care provider could also start by just looking at not only the current diet, but what are the drivers behind the patient's food choices. I want to highlight that physical inactivity is the 4th leading risk factor for global mortality. And it's estimated to be the main cause of a lot of cancers, really, including breast and colon cancer, also impacts diabetes and ischemic heart disease. And regular physical activity contributes to maintaining a normal BMI, blood pressure, and improving insulin sensitivity. There's a more current study that's a meta-analysis from 2019 that looks at breast cancer further in people who have survived it. And that study has found a definite survival benefit in those who remain very active after going through treatment and into remission, as compared to those who do not remain active. And that was for survival from breast cancer, as well as all-cause mortality. So a lot of benefits for physical activity. I think we're still understanding those better as well, but there's good evidence for benefits with esophageal cancer, gastric cancer. And so we really want to encourage our patients to remain physically active. And there's space, for example, in oncology programs, and once patients are getting discharged from those programs, to make the patient aware of those survival benefits, and also to do things like exercise prescriptions. And I'll talk more about exercise prescriptions in a little bit. So these are physical activity guidelines from the WHO. And they do vary by age, but for adults, it's pretty much 150 minutes to 300 minutes of moderate intensity activity weekly. And that's not for athletic training. That's just for general activity, or more vigorous activity could be done for shorter periods of time. These guidelines also include muscle strength training, 2 or more days per week. And the newer guidelines from the US have begun to incorporate some recommendations for stretching, as well as for balance or proprioception. And those guidelines are less clear, but I think that's another area where we can improve upon, is not only physical training and cardiovascular fitness, but making sure patients, as they get older, are continuing to stretch to avoid exercise, to avoid injury, and also are maintaining their balance. So especially as they're getting older, they're not putting themselves at risk for falls or other injuries. So all those components to exercise are important. Now, whenever you're screening a patient, it's important to look at their current participation in activity, their desired exercise intensity, and if they have any predispositions to cardiovascular problems, if they have pre-existing conditions or they're having symptoms, then it would be very important for them to have an appropriate evaluation. The reality is that most adults, if they're already somewhat active, could probably enter an exercise program without having a very formal evaluation. Again, unless we knew they were predisposed or they were having symptoms or they were just completely inactive. But the bulk of adults could start a reasonable program without a formal evaluation. I'm going to jump now to avoidance of risky substances. With the American College of Lifestyle Medicine, this focuses a lot on alcohol and tobacco, which definitely are important, but there are other risky substances that are in the US that are becoming increasingly prevalent with use. I think of vaping and other types of drugs that are, in some states, are becoming more accessible. And so some of those we don't fully understand all the health risks, but in general, whenever they are met with adverse consequences, they increase the risk of having problems, then they should be avoided or not used at all. So for women and adults over 65, it's recommended that they do not have more than 7 standard drinks per week on average, which would be pretty much a drink a night, or more than 3 drinks on any day. And for men, the standards are a little bit higher, but definitely alcohol can increase the risk for different cancers and other adverse outcomes. I'll jump to tobacco cessation now and just highlight that there's a lot of economic costs as well as human costs associated with tobacco use. And in addition to it being very expensive, there's about 16 million Americans that suffer from diseases caused by smoking, and about 50 million Americans die prematurely each year. And so definitely taking and going into rehabilitation programs and focusing on our military, I would just point out that about 14% of active duty US forces use cigarettes, cigars, or other form of tobacco products. That's a little bit less than the general US population, which is around 15%. It tends to vary by gender, with men being a little bit higher and women being a little bit lower. It's an improvement upon our history. There's about 30% of US veterans who use cigarettes or other tobacco products. And so less smoking, but on the bases and through vendors, sometimes tobacco is more accessible to soldiers and sometimes it's less expensive. So something to think about. With rehabilitation, we know that folks who are using tobacco products, particularly when they're having surgeries, have a slower rate of recovery. The wound healing can be impacted. Some surgeons will even encourage folks to stop smoking around the time of their surgery, even if they're going to continue afterwards, because it can impact the results. And so other impacts, of course, could be pulmonary with their exercise tolerance and their recovery. And it's important to recognize that sometimes tobacco products, like other products, are used to manage stress. And so it's another opportunity in rehabilitation programs to sort of address the root cause of why people are smoking and the other more healthy ways to address stress management. And so many reasons why we'd want to address tobacco use in the military during and after rehabilitation. This is a chart I really like. I find it very helpful whenever things seem too complicated or too overwhelming, and it's a simple Venn diagram that just points out you have the things that matter, you have the things you control, and then you have that small area in between on what you can really impact. And this is true also whenever you're dealing with patients who have multiple health problems. You can't always impact everything right away. And there are things where they're going to simply be not thinking about it yet or wanting to make meaningful change. And that's okay. There's usually something you can focus on. And so whenever things seem too big or too overwhelming, this is a chart that I like to kind of mentally reference. And that's why I'm sharing it with you today. So going into how to impact change, I'm just sharing the stages of change model, which is a nice way of looking at how sometimes people will move from pre-contemplation, where they're not even thinking about making a change, to contemplation, and then into determination, action, and hopefully maintenance. Now, not everybody's going to relapse. This chart shows relapse, but the goal is for folks to just stay in maintenance and be able to maintain those changes they've made, whether it's improvement of their BMI or tobacco cessation. So this is a good model also to look at as you're trying to think of how to impact someone's decision-making. So motivational interviewing is a great skill to learn. There's 4 main principles, which include expressing empathy, rolling with resistance, highlighting discrepancy, and supporting self-efficacy. So rolling with resistance pretty much means that the patients might have some mental resistance to some of the ideas that you present, and that's okay. They don't have to accept them. It's up to them to do that when they're ready. Again, going back to the patient as being an agent of their own change, it's up to them to make those choices. Highlighting discrepancy can be very useful whenever you see differences that exist between what the patient wants to do and what they're doing. Maybe the patient tells you that they want to become more active, but then they tell you about their activities and none of those are supporting a more active lifestyle. And so just pointing those things out to the patient can help them to sort of think about their choices and what they're doing. And then here it also highlights again the need to support self-motivation and self-confidence. Those correlate very highly with the patient's chance of maintaining success. On a scale of 1 to 10, they should score an 8 or more with their motivation for change, and the confidence that they have in believing they can make those changes is really important. And so All of these things are useful, and most useful in those early stages of pre-contemplation and contemplation. I want to highlight a little more about how patients are thinking, because I think it's so important that there's a lot of themes that are in cognitive behavioral therapy that can be useful just in everyday life. As people tend to go through life, we have different thoughts that go through our minds, and we grab onto some of those, we let others go, but we don't always really examine them and decide if this is something we want to keep. We might just accept it without a lot of thought otherwise. And so cognitive behavioral therapy is one of the ways that people can use problem-solving skills to cope with difficult situations, and they can learn to sort of examine their own thoughts and how those thoughts might be impacting their emotions and the actions that they then take. The US Army actually does a pretty good job with this. They have a resiliency training program that is mandatory. Most soldiers have done it for at least one iteration, if not multiple ones, where they try to help people to identify thinking traps, to identify counterproductive patterns in thinking. And they have master resiliency training skills that are taught. And I think this is very useful. It's something that the general population could even benefit from. There's an emerging market in the United States of life coaches that offer something similar. And this is, again, teaching self-coaching techniques and teaching people to examine their own thoughts. It's not really a regulated market in the US. It could really vary what you ultimately got if you were to purchase a life coach. But a lot of folks who do life coaching have backgrounds in psychology or psychiatry. And so there's sort of a space there where your common person could benefit from coaching, which is sometimes a little bit more palatable than the idea of undergoing therapy. And so the way that you sort of frame and market this type of training is also very important. But I would highlight this in particular for your soldiers, that there's some benefits to taking the time to really look at people's thoughts and how it impacts their emotions and their actions. Now I'm going to jump to sleep as we go through those tenets of lifestyle medicine, and just highlight that adults are supposed to get around 7 to 9 hours of sleep for most of their life till they get older, and then it could be perhaps a little bit less. And most adults in the US do not get this many hours. It actually varies across the United States depending on where you're at. People on the East Coast tend to sleep less. About 40% of folks on the East Coast are getting less than 7 hours. And then up in the Pacific Northwest, they tend to get a little more sleep, and in the mid Northwest region. So they are around 30% that get less than 7 hours of sleep per night on average. In the military, it's much higher. It's actually around 60% of people on the studies that I saw out of Walter Reed Army Medical Center, where a lot of soldiers don't get quality sleep. And that definitely can have a huge impact on what they choose to eat, on their activity level, on their mood, on their ability to concentrate, and certainly someone going through rehabilitation. This is another very important factor. So we really want to optimize the environment for sleep, nutrition, try to make meaningful interventions to improve and help people be more aware of the need for quality sleep. And of course, if they need a referral, if they have perhaps a medical reason why they aren't sleeping well, we want that to be assessed as well. So I'm going to highlight here as I move along to emotional distress, and just the fact that that can really impact people's choices and their healthy habits. And sometimes unhealthy behaviors, including physical inactivity and unhealthy diet, can increase the risk for obesity and hypertension. And so we really want to take the time to screen and refer people if they're having significant stress, psychological disorders, or other concerns. And depression is an independent risk factor for cardiac events and is associated with stroke, cancer, and diabetes. So sometimes under-recognized, and sometimes there's stigma too associated with mental distress. And so we want to do what we can to normalize it, refer people as appropriate. There are a lot of things that folks can do for their own self-management. Again, cognitive behavioral skills are useful, problem-solving skills, One that I like is improving one's sense of humor. There's actually some studies that look at how much you laugh and the effects of just laughter on mood. And so definitely benefits to having a sense of humor and finding joy and humor in life. Of course, improving time management skills. And for some folks, learning assertiveness techniques can be very helpful. And on the right, I just have listed here lots of non-pharmacological management that can be used to help with stress management and mood. And I would highlight the exercise, the mindfulness techniques, and certainly spending regular time in nature. This is sort of the background on emotional well-being, and the PERMA model can be very useful for just looking at what can really help with happiness. And positive psychology are factors that affect well-being and positively or negatively. So the PERMA model has these 5 pieces: positive emotions, engagement, relationships, finding meaning or purpose, and achievement or a sense of accomplishment. All of these factors have been shown to have a big impact on emotional well-being. And then at the bottom, I'm highlighting connectivity, and having social connections is actually the most important predictor of happiness and longevity. And I think this is, again, another area that we don't always spend enough time sort of thinking about, just the importance of happiness and to people being emotionally well. And so on the same topic, strong social support is really important. And so encouraging patients to write a list of needs for a health behavior change, having the patients identify gaps not addressed by their existing social network, and referring the patient to community or online resources can be helpful, as well as referring patients when necessary to mental health providers. So on a similar theme, I'm going to ask you my last quiz question, which is, does anyone know the word in Japanese for this type of strong social support? And I'll give you a clue down here that in Okinawa, Japan, is one of the blue zones for longevity. I bet there's some people out there that know this. And so the word is moai. And this is the word in Japanese for a group of lifelong friends. What could also be used for a social support group that forms to provide a type of support, whether it's financial, social, health, or spiritual. And so not everybody does have a lifelong group of friends like some of these older communities where everyone stays in the same environment and literally lives together throughout their lives. But there are other ways to provide social support for people. And sometimes you can form new groups. And that's something that can be offered through rehabilitation medicine whenever people are getting referred, really asking about their social support networks. And I would highlight that there have been some studies that look at social media sort of as a substitute for social support. And generally, it's not a good substitute. In fact, there are some studies that show whenever people spend more time on social media, it actually can be more harmful towards their general mood and emotional well-being. So that's important to recognize, especially for people who might spend a lot of time engaged on social media. Okay, so we're going to go through a couple, just 2 case studies, and then we'll finish up. So the first one is a 37-year-old male veteran with an above the left knee amputation, and he's following up with rehabilitation medicine for a prosthetic adjustment. And he mentions to the technician he's been having poor sleep and he's interested in tobacco cessation. So we have some vital signs here. One thing that jumps out at me is that his body mass index is a little bit high. He's not taking a whole lot of meds, but he is taking something for pain as needed. And he does have a past history of depression. And we see he drinks alcohol socially, but otherwise just socially is a tobacco user. So we could think about this patient in the context of pre-contemplation for weight management. He might be in contemplation for tobacco cessation. We could utilize some of those skills with motivational interviewing. And we could think about maybe some referrals that could help him, whether it's nutrition or maybe going back to work with a physiotherapist. We could also think about stress management, perhaps screening him, seeing if his mood, if his mood disorder has worsened again. So there's a lot of things to work on. But this is something that we could bring him back for over a couple visits and start to incorporate some of the themes of lifestyle medicine. So here is sort of your classic interprofessional lifestyle medicine team. And this is the type of team that often already exists within a inpatient setting and sometimes for outpatient rehabilitation medicine. And so because we already have this structure available to us, we can start to plug the patient into lifestyle changes while they're going through their rehab, and sometimes bring them back in, like this gentleman, after they've maybe finished their initial rehabilitation. And so as we make an action plan, these are some of the steps that we would want to follow: collaborating with the patient and family, developing a written plan, and keeping a copy of that plan, and then working with the team to follow and monitor the patient's progress. And then maintenance, of course, again, is our goal. And we really would want to help the patient to reach maintenance, but also to think about relapse prevention is very important. Sometimes we just think we're going to stay in maintenance forever, but in reality, a lot of people relapse. And so thinking through, what if I do relapse? What if I stop being so active? Or what if I start smoking again? What might be those circumstances that bring that about? Who am I going to turn to if or when that happens? Thinking through those things can make them less threatening, and they might actually make them less likely to happen. And if they do, the patient has a plan already to get back on track. It's very important. Our second case study is a 40-year-old man. He's also a service member. He's coming back from a 6-month overseas deployment. He strained his back while he was deployed, and he did start physical therapy while deployed. But he also started to experience some low mood and job dissatisfaction while he was deployed. On returning home, he got a cough and fevers, and he was diagnosed with COVID-19. He was isolated at home for 10 days. Now, 4 weeks later, he comes back. He's continuing to experience fatigue, difficulty concentrating, and headaches. Here are his medications. We see that he does not smoke or use much alcohol. He is single. And down on his vital signs, you might notice that his oxygen sat's only 97% on room air. His BMI is a little bit elevated, but not terrible. So lots of things to address again. This is again where we think about that Venn diagram and starting to focus on what can we impact today, what can we impact tomorrow. But thinking about lifestyle medicine, we might get lifestyle medicine vital signs. We might think about lifestyle change questions to ask. Today might not be the best day to talk about his BMI, but we could bring it up and think about some key lifestyle changes that could be implemented. So here are some of the steps we might do initially. Of course, as somebody who's just had COVID, he sounds a little bit concerning too. It sounds like he might have been moderately ill. And so we want to think about what that means for him. We might listen to his lungs. Does he need a repeat chest x-ray? Is he doing okay? His oxygen sat's still a little off. There are people who take longer to recover. Sometimes folks who have underlying asthma or other lung disease are not going to recover as quickly. And so we need to think about that as well. So here are some of the steps we might take in the context of lifestyle medicine for this patient. And also, if we were going to do a more thorough visit later, we might think about some initial lab work. In lifestyle medicine, there is additional lab work that's sometimes done at the onset, and these are not necessarily all labs we would order, but they might be things to think about in the context of the individual patient. And so when we ultimately prescribe lifestyle medicine, we want to make sure it's a smart prescription. It's specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time connected in terms of what we're prescribing. How frequent is it? How long is it? And we might give very specific examples. That's really important. This is an example of a lifestyle prescription action plan, which is just for 150 minutes of moderate exercise per week. But you can see that it really defines what the person's going to do. Sometimes it might even include an accountability partner. In this prescription, it talks about a specific person and a backup person who might help implement this plan. It talks about barriers to change and what are the solutions to those barriers. And then it highlights again that importance level and the confidence level of the patient. What does the patient think about this plan? Because ultimately, it's not just us writing down a plan and handing it to them. It's collaboratively developing it with the patient. It's the patient's plan. They need to own that because they have the autonomy to correctly implement it and to sustain it. Or maybe they might say that plan doesn't work for me right now. I'm going to try something different, and they work with you to make something that's also going to help them to achieve their goals. So importance and confidence are really important. I want to talk about recovery from COVID-19 for a minute. Back in May of 2020, the first return to play algorithms were published, and since then they've been updated a few times. The most current version was published in JAMA in November of 2020. And these algorithms give us some direction on what types of people might need what types of exercise prescriptions or additional studies to fully recover from illness. And so the bulk of the guidelines focus on highly active adults and athletes, but there's newer guidelines that talk about master athletes, and they also talk about pediatrics and adolescents, which are important in the context of soldiers who might be 18 or 19 years old and also follow a little bit different algorithm. There's also the multi-system inflammatory disorder, which can impact people who are in their late adolescence. This prescription in the far left corner is from the American Academy of Pediatrics. It talks about getting children who are moderately ill back into activity. And so I just want to highlight these for you to look at and recognize that there is a new focus on rehabilitation in the context of COVID-19, and there's opportunities for incorporating lifestyle changes in that recovery. I want to point out too, what I started to describe a bit in the second case, which is long COVID syndrome. There's an interesting app that's highlighted down here, the COVID Symptoms Study app, and it was developed in collaboration between King's College London and Massachusetts General Hospital. And so this is just an app people can document their symptoms over time, and it's helped us to understand how long different types of symptoms typically last for people around the world. And so about 1 in 7 people are ill for at least 4 weeks, and 1 in 20 are ill for at least 8 weeks. And so some of these folks go on to have other symptoms, chronic fatigue, headaches, brain fog, and this definitely can impact deployment readiness. It can also just impact people's ability to return to their regular activities of daily living, to care for their families, or to do even a general desk job sometimes. So there's a new focus on rehabilitation, and there's opportunities for improving lifestyles with it. This is the DoD's clinical practice guidelines for COVID-19, and these are guiding documents that help us to determine deployment readiness and clearing folks who might need a waiver, what might need to be included with that if the person was pretty ill. And there's also a whole series on exercise prescriptions. And there's similar studies that are coming out from the United Kingdom, which really encourage exercise prescriptions, especially for people who were moderately or severely ill. So I would highlight again our lifestyle and performance medicine working group, which is focused a lot on how to maintain optimal health, to optimize your immune system should someone get exposed to COVID. And these are the nutrition recommendations in their most recent publication, which I thought were very well done. And this is, again, sort of what a multidisciplinary rehabilitation team might look like under the Dean Ornish model. And I think that something very similar can be used in the context of rehab. So for something like COVID-19. So you might have your patient and the health lead, and then depending on the severity of illness and the type of illness, you might have a specialist who consults, a pulmonologist or cardiologist, depending on what that patient needed. You might have a nutritionist and a behavioral health specialist. A lot of folks who've been severely ill were put in isolation for pretty long periods of time in the hospital. And so sometimes whenever patients come out of isolation, they have some level of anxiety or mood disorder. Some patients might even be starting to develop an adjustment disorder or be at risk for PTSD. So it's important to consider that and to, as needed, refer to a behavioral health specialist or involve them with the patient's care. And then again, incorporating either a physiologist or having that exercise prescription that's very specific to that patient and their severity of illness would be an important part of their recovery. I want to just highlight for a moment the concept of green prescribing, which is very common in the United Kingdom. It's also common in New Zealand. And this is pretty much healthcare providers prescribing for nature-based activities. It's not very common in the US, but it has been shown to help prevent stress, anxiety, help with mood disorders. And of course, it's very cost-effective and does not have any adverse effects. This is an example of a green prescription, which came from the government of New Zealand. And one interesting thing about this is that people often have an accountability person assigned. And sometimes when they graduate from the program, they have the opportunity to go through training and to become an accountability person. And so in some ways, it's a sustainable system, which is low cost, which was something that Colonel Castle talked about as you're building things like this into a healthcare system. If you can decrease the cost, it certainly helps. And my last slide, I just want to highlight for you this very interesting article that came out recently from the National Intelligence Council, which talked about global trends for 2040, trying to look to the future and understand what our world might look like then, what challenges might exist. And in this document, it said, the convergence of seemingly unrelated areas of scientific research and technology is making the rapid development of novel applications possible, practical, and useful. So I really talked about science and technology and all the potential it has for improving our world. And I think that's very true, but of course, there's also potential for us to distance ourselves too much from things like being active, eating whole food, staying involved with nature. And so we have to, in our hyper-connected world, make sure we're still staying connected to ourselves, to our planet, to one another, and to our communities. So again, just to close out, my key points were that lifestyle medicine really emphasizes the prevention of disease through evidence-based therapies and health-promoting behaviors. People going through rehabilitation are often at increased risk for preventable diseases, and rehabilitation programs often already have a multidisciplinary team, and they can incorporate lifestyle medicine into their practice in the hospital after injury, once the patient's stable, on an outpatient setting, and as they continue to support that patient later on in life. And as the US recovers from COVID-19, there's definitely opportunities for incorporating healthy lifestyle into that recovery plan, into those exercise prescriptions, into the follow-up that those patients need for some of the isolation and other things that they've had to experience. I think that lifestyle medicine is one of the ways that we can help to help people going through the pandemic as we hopefully bring it to a close. So I won't go through these key studies, but my references are in here for you to review. And I want to thank you so much again for the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you, Colonel Chelsea Payne. What a great presentation. Just deciding from the questions were asked during the presentations, attendees really liked it. And I received a couple of questions from Dr. Hans Diehl. Mr. Hans, could you just you can just ask these questions. It would be more convenient for us for the discussion. Hans?
Can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. My concern is that prescription drugs in the United States now represent the number 3 cause of death, right after cardiovascular disease and cancer. It would seem that lifestyle medicine, with its emphasis on health habit change, would have a great advantage here. And the question is, how is the Air Force trying to make the adjustments in the paradigm shift towards lifestyle medicine from traditional medicine with its emphasis on pharmaceuticals?
Thank you very much for that question. You bring up a very good point. In the United States, we do have a problem with prescription drug use. We have problems with opioids too, and it's difficult to say where we're going with some of our other unregulated drug use, which is becoming more common and less, there's less legal reasons why people would not use drugs in many states. So I would say that, like most change, it needs to come from within an organization. And so one of the ways American College of Lifestyle Medicine is doing that with the American Board of Lifestyle Medicine is they're training physicians, and not only physicians, but other healthcare providers as well, nutritionists, and others who have the opportunity to learn about lifestyle medicine to become certified in it. And even though they're from very different backgrounds, and so we have internal medicine, we have people in psychiatry, people work in drug programs, people work inpatient. We have all these people in all these different fields who are getting trained, and then within their organizations and within their structure, it's kind of up to them to start to change what those programs look like, and to assume leadership roles so that they have the power to make those changes. That's important too. And so it sounds like a grassroots initiatives and maybe isn't as satisfying as just a rule that requires lifestyle medicine. But at this point, because we're also facing challenges with other organizations and companies that profit from some of these less healthy choices, it has to come from within our organization. And I think that's how we're doing it, is we're training everyone who's eligible so they can make meaningful changes in the spaces where they work.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for your question.
Okay, we have another question. I believe it was answered during your presentation, but well, let me just ask, what about alcohol used to relieve stress among military personnel in your environment? Is there a better situation comparing to tobacco, and why?
I'd have to look in terms of what the rates of alcohol abuse are within our military. It's a very good question. We certainly do have similar problems where alcohol is very much available on our bases. It's sold also at a discount, usually compared to the prices that are available off base. And so accessibility of alcohol can be one issue. There's also, I would say, historically in a lot of the services, trends where alcohol was openly used to decrease stress. Some of that has changed over time. A lot of our bases don't have like a drinking club anymore. That's actually quite uncommon. And I think there's much more emphasis on physical activity and mindfulness and other forms of stress relief than alcohol use. But it's still pretty common. I mean, a lot of people still do drink alcohol. And I think that we're fortunate to have programs like ADAP and other rehabilitation programs. So whenever soldiers are identify or self-identify as having those problems, they can go into those rehabilitation settings and they can return to active duty and continue to serve. So In some ways, we might even have better support structures for alcohol use because it is pretty common, but both alcohol use and tobacco use continue to impact our active duty military, our readiness, and our forces' health.
Thank you. We are really very short in time, and sorry attendees, I cannot bring all the questions, but one of final one is about lifestyle management team. Do you have a medical doctor in your team?
So the typical setup for a lifestyle medicine team would be for it to be led by a medical doctor who is trained in lifestyle medicine. And then for the other team members to have to be specialists in their own field. So it might be nutrition, might be physical therapy. It could also be centered around the primary care model, where the PCM or the general practitioner is trained in lifestyle medicine, because often they already have an assigned role of coordinating with all those different specialists. So depending on what the health model looks like, then you would usually have the physician lead the team if one's available, and then the other folks would help provide their expertise in their unique areas.
Okay. Well, Colonel Chelsea Payne, it was a wonderful presentation. I really enjoyed it, and from the bunch of questions are just still flying in. I believe everybody just liked the presentation and the outcomes. So that was a really good, very big pleasure to hear you. Well, I believe you will have an opportunity to stay with us for the last presentation. And really, really thankful for your joining us here today.
Thank you again for having me. I appreciate it. Take care.
Thank you. Well, colleagues, attendees and panelists, sorry we are a little bit short from our agenda. We are late about 25 minutes. Well, the last one, but not the least, our topic from our distinguished guests, Dr. Patricia Duster, sorry for pronunciation, Director, Consortium of Health and Military Performance, CHAMPS, USA, and Dr. Lauren Messina, Director of Human Performance Optimization Education in support of CHAMPS. The topic, Total Force Fitness and Human Performance Optimization, a paradigm shift within the military medical community. Really, really interesting presentation, and I can't wait to hear from you.
Well, thank you. I guess I'll go ahead and get started. First, I want to thank you for allowing me to present, Dr. Messina and myself to present. We're excited to do this. I want to comment that I appreciated what Dr. Payne said, but I would say rather than we have a need, we have an urgent need to incorporate healthy lifestyles. And I think hopefully COVID will be the stimulus to encourage people to adopt more healthy lifestyles. So here's what we're going to be talking about. Again, I'm at the Uniformed Services University, which is the DoD Health Sciences University, and we're both in the School of Medicine. So the next slide just is a disclaimer for us that these are our opinions and they don't reflect those of the Department of Defense or the Uniformed Services University. Okay, so what I wanted to talk about today a little bit, go ahead, is I'm going to introduce CHAMP. We're going to talk a little bit about the background on human performance optimization and total force fitness. And then I'm going to describe some of the lines of research that we're conducting at CHAMP. And then I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Messina, and she'll talk about some of the educational lines of effort. So what is CHAMP? Well, CHAMP was actually developed or formed back in 2005, and we're really just a group of like-minded people who essentially, it's very similar to lifestyle medicine. We want to have everybody focus on performing optimally and the total force fitness framework, which is a holistic framework. And so that's really what we're all about. We're about promoting and supporting HPO, as we call it, and TFF, as we call it. We want to influence policy. We want to inspire change, and we want to inspire cultural change because we think that's really critical. And I think that was mentioned really in the the slide before as well. But we're a group of educators, researchers, scientists, all sorts of folks with a like mind about human performance optimization and total force fitness. And back in 2012, we were actually designated a Defense Center of Excellence in the military health system. So next slide, please. So at CHAMP, we have 3 major areas of focus. We do education, and you'll hear about that from Dr. Messina, research and scholarship, and then leadership. And we're going to speak to the first 2 pillars right now. Leadership kind of comes in anyway because we're constantly working with other units and commands and helping them try to establish healthier lifestyles so that our service members are what we call left of bang, so that they're always healthy and performing well rather than having to be reactive and in the medical system. And again, our focus is on translation for health and performance. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are just the vision and mission of our organization. We want to be one of the premier organizations in military unique human performance optimization. And again, that's very much like lifestyle medicine, only it's in the operational side where you're participating and engaging in healthy lifestyles. And we want to keep both our families and our service members resilient. And that's then our mission statement as well, is to really optimize their performance across all of their missions. And we do this through, again, research, leadership, and education. Next slide, please. So a little bit of history. Back in 2006, CHAMP hosted the first Human Performance Optimization Conference. And it was loads of people from all around the Department of Defense. And it was generally concluded that a program in human performance optimization would enhance warfighter mental and physical resilience. It would reduce illness and injury. It would support more rapid recovery. And again, it would be proactive rather than reactive. We tend to be a very reactive society. We want to, when something goes wrong, we want to give a drug to make it better, as opposed to start before and say, okay, what can I do to prevent this? And again, improve the human weapon system, because certainly in the Department of Defense, our service members are the human weapon system. We want them to be able to do their job. Next slide, please. So this is just a paper that came out that just shows you that we published it in Military Medicine. That was 2007. Now fast forward, we're in 2021. We haven't gone a long way. Next slide, please. But in 2009, we hosted another workshop, and this was at the request of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and it was a total force fitness workshop. We were tasked to do this because what they needed was some solution. They realized that the long war had really just kind of worn people out, and they needed to do something to focus on the individual and the family. And so we hosted this workshop and came up with a new paradigm. And you can see that it was actually written into an instruction. And there's the snapshot of the supplement that was published in Military Medicine. Next slide, please. So this is total force fitness. This is kind of the framework that we work from. You can see there, you have mind, body, the community, the family, and the organization, with the service member in the center. So it's a holistic approach to how we train and educate our service members. Then you can see the octagon there that talks about all the different domains of total force fitness. And you can see social, physical, financial, because we know financial is very important, spiritual, health and medical and dental, environmental, nutritional, and physical. So it's all comprehensive. And this is what we're trying to do, is to look at the service members and their families from a holistic perspective. Next slide, please. This is the spectrum that we use, and this is why you can see left of bang. If you look in the very middle where it's green, that might be, if you go to the left, that's where we're really optimizing performance. And if you go to the right, you can see that that's recovery restoration. And that's when we're being reactive rather than proactive. As you move to the left, we have to be more proactive. And we talk about performance enhancement, performance sustainment, and health sustainment, because you have to sustain your health to be able to sustain your performance. And then we have other means of trying to enhance your performance, but that's not through any drugs or anything. It's through things like mindfulness. It's through things like meditation. It's through like eating properly, exercising properly, preventing injury, those types of issues. Next slide, please. So now we're going to go through some of the research lines of effort. And just go ahead and click through, Lauren. So we work on dietary, nutrition and dietary supplements, integrative health and technology, psychosocial spiritual fitness, warfighter communities, physical fitness, and exertion-related events and things like that that are common in the military. And then, as you see, musculoskeletal injury prevention. So this is kind of what our research portfolio is. And if you can see the one under psychosocial spiritual fitness, you'll notice that there's a picture there where you can see some green. And we actually conducted a study where we were looking at the impact of nature on the physiologic and psychological responses as compared to walking in an urban environment. So I couldn't agree more with Dr. Payne that getting outside, nature is healing. So we're very appreciative of that type of effort. Next slide, please. So one of our areas, go ahead and just click through there. One more. Okay, so one of the events or one of the initiatives that we have is what we call Go for Green, and it's promoting fueling to optimize performance, readiness, and health. And what we do is we have a program where you code menus and they're assigned either green, yellow, or red so that when they go into the dining facility, they know to choose the green. And the program has multiple components, which you can see there. So there's menu coding, there's food placement or choice architecture, there's marketing, there's printed materials, there's training for staff. And that's really how we're trying to promote healthy eating among our service members. And again, it's the Go for Green because we know that what you eat matters. Now, we haven't been able to push a whole foods or plant-centric diet, but we are trying to have as little processing as possible because this is a change from what's normally been going on in the dining facilities. Next slide, please. We also have a tool that we're developing called the Military Nutrition Environment Assessment Tool. And you can go ahead and just click. And we look at what is available, what foods are accessible. We look at choice architecture. How are the foods being placed? We look at health messaging. And then we look at the economics and the policy, because policy is very important. And once you've done this assessment, then you develop an action plan so that you can improve it over the year. And the number of the services have been doing this, but they haven't necessarily been able to, or they haven't been held accountable to putting in an action plan because the food environment is very complex. Nonetheless, those are some things that we're really working to change so that they have a healthy environment for eating what we would like them to eat. Next slide, please. Just keep going. So we call it the MNEAT app, and this is just a snapshot of what it is. There's all sorts of different venues it goes into. It goes into the vending machines, it goes into the fast food, it goes into the exchanges, it goes into the commissary, and it goes into the dining facilities. And this is how you do the assessment. So next slide, please. Now, the other area that we're working that we're really very excited about is what we call our Warfighter Community-Centric HPO TFF activities. And we've been going into units. So a particular unit that has a particular skill set or operational specialty. And then we map what their performance metrics are or their core tasks against performance metrics. And then we see what are some of the vulnerabilities so that you can see you can enhance their performance or sustain their performance, but then you have to map that against health sustainment. An example is for the cryptologists that we've just completed the work on. We found that hearing, they had to be able to hear really well. And so that could be a metric. If you see that they're not performing as well, then maybe they need to have a hearing test. But so you're always tying it together. But again, it's a holistic one so that we're looking at it from the framework of total force fitness and not missing any domain. Maybe it's the psychological domain, maybe it's the spiritual domain. And then we can really map and target resources to the communities. Next slide, please. I'm just giving you an example of one of the tools that we've developed. It's a spiritual fitness metric, and it's a 3-scale metric. And it took a lot of work to do this. And essentially what it is, it's got the 3 scales: personal connection to a higher power, purpose, pursuing meaning, purpose, and value, and service and sacrifice for the greater good. So the first one is whether it's really relates to religion. So if you take the first one and you say, no, I don't believe in religion, then you would go take the other one. So it doesn't matter whether you're an atheist or a very religious person, we can look at spiritual fitness and we can track it over time. And you can see, you can have an individual profile, program evaluation, use it for counseling and assessing trends over time. So this is something we're starting to use now with our warfighters in looking at programs that chaplains are hosting, or either programs that other folks are hosting as well. Next slide, please. I said exertion-related events. This is a big piece here. We do a lot of work with heat injury, with exertional rhabdo, muscle cramps, and the like. We also do a lot of work with sickle cell trait. We do heat tolerance testing, and you can see some of the results there. So if someone's had a heat injury, they'll come in and we will give them a test to see whether or not they can return to duty. We also develop clinical practice guidelines. And again, always with this holistic perspective in mind. Next slide, please. Then the musculoskeletal injury prevention, we've been doing a lot of work there. We actually have a large database where we can go in and mine it. Again, we're always looking at what are the root causes in terms of recovery, but also in terms of prevention. If we can, we look at diet, we look at all the different lifestyle behaviors to come up with it. So we're looking at musculoskeletal injury prevention or rehabilitation from a holistic perspective. Next slide, please. So I'm going to turn it over to Lauren, but I thought if anybody had any questions, I think what's really important to note is, again, we try to stay what we call left of bang. So we're working with service members before there's a problem, but we also work on all sorts of different areas that are consistent and supportive of lifestyle medicine. We're very engaged with the Air Force and their lifestyle and performance medicine efforts, and we're really excited that we've been able to team up with them. So if anybody has any questions, I will take them now because I will be signing off in the next maybe 30 minutes. So any questions? If not, then I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Messina.
Still nothing, Dr. Doister. So still nothing.
Okay, well, Dr. Messina, it's all yours.
Sure, I'll take it away. Thank you, Dr. Doister. So I put some links in the chat box, just wanted to draw your attention to that. I'll be referencing some of those as we go along. As Dr. Doister mentioned, my name is Dr. Lauren Messina, and within CHAMP, I am the Director of HPO Education, HPO Human Performance Optimization. So I'll use my time today as best as possible to get us back on track to where we're supposed to be, but to introduce you to what we do within HPO education and our charge to really compile and translate evidence-based research and best practices into resources that service members and their families can make use of. So our work unfolds across 3 lines of effort: resource development, presentations and training, and curriculum and program development and delivery. Our target, again, is primarily service members and their families. So we are interested in how can we bring information, evidence-based information about lifestyle medicine approaches, about holistic approaches to health and wellness, to service members to help influence their choices, their decisions. We also did take steps to educate healthcare providers, line leadership, and students in health professions, as well as researchers about performance optimization and total force fitness. So we are, a bridge, a gap, trying to be that gap, that bridge between research and between people, trying to help folks make sense of what the research says about, their lifestyle choices and help, again, influence them in positive ways to make better, more effective choices. CHAMP has 2 main educational initiatives. And first, I'm going to start with telling you a little bit more about Operation Supplement Safety. So CHAMP runs Operation Supplement Safety, or OPSS.org, which is the Department of Defense effort to provide evidence-based, up-to-date information about dietary supplements. OPS was established back in January of 2012, when at that time, the Assistant Secretary of Health Affairs within the DoD requested a DoD-wide educational campaign on dietary supplements. And in response to that, the DoD Dietary Supplement Subcommittee, along with the U.S. Army Public Health Center and CHAMP, began to develop what became OPS, really in an effort to increase awareness within the Department of Defense community about the potential health risks of dietary supplements and how to choose safe supplements. Currently, OPS is a robust program and the DoD's go-to resource for all aspects of dietary supplements. And a forthcoming Department of Defense instruction will further establish OPS as a DoD program and an approved education source for information on dietary supplements. So what will you find there? You can see here just a snapshot of the landing page, the home page of OPS, just highlighting some key components. OPS maintains the prohibited list of all DoD prohibited supplement ingredients. It has a check your supplement algorithm, which is a brief 7-question scoring mechanism to easily assess if a supplement is safe to take. There's a portal to report adverse events and side effects to really try to increase the military community and the public's at large knowledge of such side effects of different supplements. And there's an Ask the Expert feature where anybody can submit a question about a supplement and the OPS team will respond within a couple business days with the best research-based answer we can provide. You can see here just some examples of content that the OPS team creates as well. They generate articles, infographics, graphics, posters about a variety of dietary supplement topics, such as brain health and supplements, or nutrition and immunity and supplements, as well as eating real foods instead of supplements, which really is the core message of OPS, is get your nutrients, get what you need from real foods, whole foods. But because dietary supplements are so widely used throughout the DoD, we also want to make sure that service members, again, are getting the best information possible that they can have. Next, I'll just walk you through some examples of OPS educational content so you can see how we package our messaging. These are 2 examples of posters, one on energy drinks, and again, that concept of eat real food instead. We, again, generate this material from the research and then make these resources available for print and distribution at military bases. The goal always is to provide actionable tips to help service members, again, make smart choices about their food and beverage consumption. Here's 2 more examples, talking about specific dietary supplement ingredients, such as creatine, or how to leverage a supplement such as caffeine to help improve your performance. So knowing that service members are apt to use caffeine, we want to give them some guidance on what does the research say and how to use it to your advantage within limits, right? And to know that then it's not going to potentially spill over to impact your sleep negatively, for example. So I definitely would encourage you to check out opss.org and follow it on social media as well. If you have specific questions about OPS, I've also provided the Director of OPS's contact information here, Andrea Lindsay, as well as that Ask the Expert portal that you're welcome to use. Then the second educational initiative within CHAMP and the team that I support is Human Performance Resources by CHAMP, or HPRC for short. HPRC is a team of subject matter experts and support staff who translate research into holistic health and fitness resources for service members and their families. We think of HPRC as the HPO education and outreach arm within CHAMP. So again, the charge here is resource development, and you'll find our materials on our public-facing website, hprc-online.org. It's public-facing, meaning anybody can access it. It's while it is a DoD initiative and resource, it is available to the public at large. The content that we have on the site is available and applicable for all military services. It's again evidence-based and military specific. It's written with service members as the end user in mind. And you can think of it as sort of a self-service or self-help that folks are going to come here because they're interested in a certain topic and they want to learn more about it. Kind of was said by Dr. Doister and echoed in the previous presentations focused on the US military, our focus is prevention and performance. What we write about, we try to tie to the mission essential tasks that service members need to perform as part of their duty. And we're really interested in intervening upstream, giving them resources, education, knowledge early on so that they can, again, prevent some illness or injury from coming their way. So our subject matter experts cover down on the domains of total force fitness that you saw briefly in the slide Dr. Doister outlined. That's mental fitness, physical fitness, social fitness, spiritual fitness, and nutrition. Obviously, you can begin to see the overlap between total force fitness and a lifestyle medicine approach to health and wellness. That's that really holistic approach. Our material is written at an 8th grade reading level, which is the federal government plain writing standard for delivering information. And again, it's translated from research. So we include references at the end of all of our resources. And we really strive to target action and behavior change. You can see some examples of our content show up here. We look at those domains of fitness individually. So we might create a resource like you can see on sleep. But we also look at the intersection of them. So we're interested in producing resources that talk about, for example, how your social relationships are going to impact your ability to meet your exercise goals, or how what you eat is going to influence your stress levels, or how your sleeping is going to impact your relationships. So that intersection of all of those domains is really our sweet spot. And then our content takes the form of what you see here, articles, videos, infographics, and whatnot. Next, I'll just walk you through some specific examples. And I wanted to start with something you've heard already about today, personal protective nutrition and personal protective lifestyle. So as Dr. Doister mentioned, we're working hand in hand with the Air Force Lifestyle and Performance Medicine Work Group and really see that CHAMP's goals really fully align with the work group's goals. We're excited to support their work and see the impact that they can have in the military healthcare system. Colonel Castle earlier mentioned the work that went into the charter for this work group, and that will shortly be posted on the HPRC website. So we're happy to host that material and give them a platform for dissemination. And Major Stegman and others showed you the honeycomb version of the personal protective nutrition and personal protective lifestyle concept. And so we've worked hand in hand with the work group and with others in a task force called Task Force Resilience to further promote these ideas throughout the military. And we created this handout that you can see here on the right side, which was our shorter version of PPN PPL that summarized some of the main tenets there. And we targeted disseminating this at military treatment facilities that were giving out the flu shot this year. And so that was the first product that we created hand in hand with them. And then you can see here our follow-up version. And I did link to this in the chat box, so you have access to the PDF directly. So this is the more detailed version of PPN and PPL, again, outlining the 5 components that, that we feel like go into PPN, about power plate, anti-inflammatory, protein, protecting your gut, eating the rainbow and hydrating, and then PPL. And then the hyperlinks here, you see the light blue writing, all linked to resources on HPRC. So if somebody's interested in knowing more about those elements, how do I do this? What does this look like? Or what's the research behind it? They can click on those hyperlinks. It'll bring them to a more detailed article, and then you'll see the references at the bottom. So these are available for download and for print from the website. Then I'll just quickly show you some other examples of resources that we create and how we package our messaging in alignment with a lifestyle medicine approach. This is specifically one about teamwork and peak performance for building a high-performing military team based on research about team cohesion and that social connection, social relationships, and the importance of that Lieutenant Colonel Payne mentioned. This is an infographic again about the mind-body adaptations to stress, just looking at the unique benefits that resistance training and aerobic training have on the body, from increased bone strength, nervous system functioning, increased resilience to emotional stress. So really in pointed, simple ways, trying to drive home the connection between what the research says and how this can really have an impact on your overall health and wellness. And then our hydration beverage poster really just outlines the pros and cons of different drink choices, trying to help service members, again, make smart choices about what they're choosing to drink and how it may or may not really impact their performance. These are just some examples of worksheets that we have on our site. These are more mental fitness focused. Again, these are all available for download and print. These in particular stem from the positive psychology literature, which also Lieutenant Colonel Payne highlighted. This first one about using signature strengths to be your best self, create a stress helps me mindset, and a little self-assessment on optimistic thinking or productive thinking. So again, folks can come download, use these on their own. We also can provide training to healthcare providers who are interested in figuring out how can I best use this type of resource with the service members that I'm working with. So we create a lot of content and then we engage in lots of ways to push it out to try to get it into the hands of the folks who need it the most. And so I list a couple of them here. We have a newsletter that we push out once a month. I've included the link to sign up for it in the chat box. Same as ops, HPRC has an Ask the Expert feature where we take questions, from folks, from service members, and we'll give you a research-based answer. We run a blog, so it's a companion to our website where we showcase really applied and personal stories of service members or other folks in the DoD trying to live out the lifestyle and performance concepts we write about. And we're really active on social media, on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Pinterest, YouTube, to push out resources in those veins. I'll just take a quick moment to highlight one specific resource that I think is a good demonstration of tying in lifestyle medicine concepts. This is our Get Into Fighting Weight Guide, which we produced at the beginning of 2020. It's an 80-page PDF that we produced in response to a demand from the military dietitian community who wanted help working with service members to lose weight. Our priority was to make it Total Force Fitness focused. And so we centered it around these 5 challenges that you see here. The guide is outfit with articles and worksheets, tracking sheets, and additional resources and references. So this really is a full package. We also ran a social media campaign in the beginning of 2021 to try to drum up more interest and attention in this, and did a series of live events that ran simultaneously on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube, talking about these challenges and how a holistic approach to weight management is really, what is needed to help meet your goals. And during that social media campaign, the campaign had over 82,000 impressions, and the landing page for the guide was viewed close to 2,000 times. This is just some examples of the social media messaging we had around the campaign, so you can see just how we format it. And then as I move to wrap up, I mentioned that we also do presentations and trainings. And so these are some topics that our subject matter experts are positioned to deliver presentations on. We will do one-off presentations. We will work with an organization within the DoD to develop a series of presentations on different lifestyle topics, on performance optimization topics. All of our presentations, again, are evidence-based and driven to focus on behavior change. And then the last line of effort within HPO education is our curriculum. So we're really invested in bringing these ideas through more formal curriculum and program development. So we've worked with, we fall within the School of Medicine at the Uniformed Services University, and we've advocated for the inclusion of more lifestyle medicine information to the medical students there. And in particular, we've run a culinary medicine program, which is sort of just one module that students can opt to take, teaching them about nutrition and how to use nutrition as medicine. We work with the College of Allied Health within the Uniformed Services University to again, try to bring these ideas of holistic health and performance to other folks within the military who are then going to go out and function in healthcare technician roles. And we're often approached by entities within the DoD to try to bring these ideas to them. So we've developed training on, packaging the contents of performance psychology, physical fitness, nutrition, and sleep together in like a 3.5-day training to educate DoD staff, and often get requests from other health promotion groups within the military to help educate their staff, and so that they can then further disseminate the information to the folks that they work with. So only 10 minutes over. Happy to take any questions that you might have. I know it's been a long day for everybody on the line, even though it's morning time here in Maryland in the US. And we'll put up Dr. Doister's contact information as well for any follow-up.
Thank you, Dr. Lauren. Do you have any questions? Well, only remarks that and the reflections that great presentation, very well. So still no questions to follow up. Just a minute. Well, just to remark that thank you for the interesting presentation. That ends from my point of view. So I really appreciate it. It was wonderful, wonderful presentation, especially for our colleagues in Lithuanian Army. So I believe we really soaked up what's going on, what are good practices were coming in other countries. So I do believe that these encouraging practices could be the trigger for our not only society but army society to follow up with these good examples and to start to do more. So I can't see any more questions. So I really appreciate your time here in this conference, and really one more time, very, very interesting presentation. So thanks a lot.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, panelists, participants, that was a great 2 days during this conference. I really enjoyed your company, and your questions showed that it's very interesting topics were covered, especially in first our conference day, and the second day, second part from the beginning till the end now. But I really appreciate your fruitful reflections, and especially thanks for our panelists. Really good topics, really good reflections and answers. So thanks a lot for every participant, and I really hope we will meet next year, maybe at the same time, and hope in person, not online summit. So thanks a lot from Lithuanian University of Health Sciences, from Lithuanian Association of Lifestyle Medicine, and our military partners in Lithuania. So thanks a lot, and hope to see you around maybe next year in person.